Hi everyone. We're running a little bit late. We're waiting for our agenda to be downloaded, so probably be here another 5, 10, 15 minutes or so. So talk amongst yourselves, and we'll let you know.
Chairman, maybe we let Paul Canapa start talking for no reason.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors meeting. It is Tuesday, June 6th at 9:09. We had a little technical difficulties this morning, so that's why we're starting a little bit late. But I would like to open up this meeting today commemorating the 79th anniversary of D-Day in honor of those who fought for freedom in the largest naval air and land operation in history as we land on the beaches of Normandy. So if you all please join me in a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. All right, thank you. Now, Vice Chair, will you please lead us in the pledge? Thank you, Vice Chair. Clerk of the Board, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Present.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Ding?
Present.
And Chairman Rickman?
Here. All right, at this time we have the recognition presentations. I'm going to turn it over to our Clerk of the Board.
Thank you, Chairman. At the request of Chairman Rickman, we're going to take the two proclamations first and then the certificates of recognition. So we're going to start with the proclamation of June 2023 is Portuguese Heritage Month in San Joaquin County, and I would like to invite Stephen Martino to the podium to accept this proclamation, along with our District Attorney Ron Freitas. And the proclamation reads, whereas during the month of June, in recognition of June 10th as the Day of Portugal and May 29th as the Day of the Azores, we celebrate and honor the long history of the Portuguese community in San Joaquin County and across California. And whereas Portuguese Heritage Month is a time to recognize the vibrancy of Portuguese culture and offers an opportunity to learn more about the community. And whereas during Portuguese Heritage Month, we can learn more about the many outstanding contributions Portuguese Americans have made to San Joaquin County and around the world. And whereas Portuguese Americans harbor a deep commitment to family and community, an enduring work ethic, and a perseverance to succeed and contribute to society. And whereas San Joaquin County is home to a large and diverse Portuguese community, and we recognize the contributions they make to San Joaquin County and celebrate their traditions, heritage, and culture. Currently, there are more than 350,000 persons of Portuguese heritage living in California, approximately 90% of whom have either come directly from the Azore Islands or are of Azorean ancestry. And whereas Portuguese Americans are leaders in the agricultural industry in San Joaquin County and throughout California, most notably in the dairy industry. And whereas the Portuguese Holy Ghost Festival and other religious and cultural festivals are an important part of the communities in which they are held, bringing communities together and persevering and disseminating the rich traditions of a proud people. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 2023 as Portuguese Heritage Month in San Joaquin County and encourages all citizens to celebrate the accomplishments and contributions of our Portuguese citizens, share with their community. Presented the 6th day of June 2023. Chairman Rickman.
All right, thank you, Rochelle. And also, can we have Paul Martino? Where's Paul? I know he was in here earlier. There he is. And Stephen, I know you're trying to hide over there. But Stephen, I want to turn it over to you. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you all for being here today. You'd like to say a few words? Yes. It's an honor. That's it. That was quick. Man, a few words. Paul, would you like to say a few?
I'd just like to thank the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Rickman, for acknowledging all the dedication, hard work, and sacrifices the Portuguese community has done for San Joaquin County. Great place to work and live. So thank you. We're honored to accept this proclamation.
All right, thank you, Paul, and District Attorney Freitas.
Thank you, Chairman Rickman, Vice Chairman Villapudua, County Administrator Wilverding, members of the board. What the clerk of the board read, every single bit of it is true. And it means a lot to me to be recognized for my Portuguese heritage. I was a black sheep that wasn't very good on the dairy, so they kicked me off and made me go to law school. And it didn't turn out too bad, but my grandfather had to leave school in 3rd grade to work on the farm and never returned to school. So that to have his grandson being here, being recognized for this, would mean quite a lot to him. So I thank you for this great honor.
All right, thank you, DA Freitas.
And I'd also like to recognize my assistant DA, Rick Price, who is also Portuguese also. So.
All right, thank you. It's funny that your assistant got more applause than you did. That's wrong there. Supervisor Canepa.
It's just an amazing day to celebrate diversity in our community. So thank you for everything that the Portuguese have done and their heritage that they brought into the Valley. It's much appreciated from obviously me and my family and my county family. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Vice Chair Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. I know the Portuguese traditions and the parties and the barbecues and everything. You guys are really hard workers in the community. I appreciate all of you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Photographer. I'd like to make a point. That was good? Okay. Joking aside, of course, and the proclamation did say so much of the Portuguese, the culture, the history, the example of family, hard work, industry, dairy, food production, you name it, and we really recognize the amazing diversity right here in our county and Portuguese Day. And I think our chairman, you might have a little bit of Portuguese heritage as well. So thanks for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Supervisor Ding.
Well, thank you for coming and joining us today. Having worked for an esteemed member of the Portuguese community for 14 years, the one thing he always told me was, when does the day end? When the work is done, period. But thank you for being here. God bless you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And I'll wrap it up. And I want to say thank you all for being here. And Stephen, thank you to you and your family. The folks that don't know, Tracy's having the Fesha this weekend. The parades will be on Sunday the 11th. And so if you're available, by all means, please come out. And you'll start seeing a Fesha throughout San Joaquin County, throughout the valley. I mean, Tracy, Escalon, Ripon, Manteca, Lodi, Stockton, everybody usually has one. And what people don't realize is the amount of work that you and your family do in being the president this year. And coordinating, it's a lot of time and devotion that you and your family do for the Portuguese community and San Joaquin County as a whole. Being Portuguese myself, and what DA Freitas was talking about. I know my family came here in the early 1900s, and immigrated from the Azores to Seda, and when they first got here, milking cows and doing the long hours, like you talking about dairies, and ended up getting enough. Saving up their money and getting their own dairy in Banna in the later years. So, again, thank you very much. And I know for me, I'm very proud of being Portuguese heritage, and as well as you are. So, if you would all please join me up front, we'll take a quick photo.
Selfie with all of you.
Yeah, please, Rick, come on.
Next, we have the proclamation of the month of June 2023 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite the members of the Commission on Aging who are here today to receive this proclamation, which reads, whereas since 2006, the month of June has been recognized as World Elder Adult Abuse Awareness Month, and June 15th as World Elder Adult Abuse Awareness Day by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse, the World Health Organization, and the United Nations. And whereas more than 149,902 seniors aged 60 and above reside in San Joaquin County, and whereas in 2022, Adult Protective Services responded to over 2,270 reports of suspected elder and dependent adult abuse in San Joaquin County. And whereas in 2022, long-term care ombudsmen investigated over 372 reports of suspected elder and dependent adult abuse in San Joaquin County. And whereas San Joaquin County recognizes that older and dependent adults have the right to be safe in their homes and communities and is committed to helping those individuals live longer and healthier lives. Whereas Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month is an opportunity to promote a better understanding of abuse and neglect of older and dependent adults by raising community awareness. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim June 2023 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month in San Joaquin County and urges all residents to honor our elder and dependent citizens. Presented the 6th day of June 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. I'd say a few words. Thank you both for being here. Yeah, I'm saying you guys are here all the time. You guys need your own seats.
Well, thank you, honorable members of the board. My colleague and I are humbled and appreciative of receiving this proclamation on behalf of the Commission on Aging. World Elder Abuse Awareness Day was launched on June 15th, 2006 by the International Network for the Prevention of Elder Abuse and by the World Health Organization at the United Nations. It is a worldwide international issue not contained by any border. But by way of this proclamation today, this board is helping to shine a light at home, localizing our awareness, making this issue more personal and real in our own community. The San Joaquin County Commission on Aging has representatives from each city, each supervisorial district, and many agency service providers. It is on their behalf that we thank and congratulate you for having the moral awareness, the keen insight, and the fiscal tenacity to back the programs and services, keeping these issues before the public eye. Again, we thank you.
Well, thank you very much for you guys' hard work on the commission and everything, and bringing this to our attention. So thank you. And we're going to start out with Supervisor Ding.
I just want to thank you for being here and thank you for all your hard work. It's much appreciated.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman, and we do truly appreciate all the efforts on behalf of our elder citizens, and I know that eventually you'll get older enough to qualify, but we appreciate you getting in there, staying strong, and speaking out. Obviously, we owe a great level of debt to our senior citizens, and we respect and appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, elderly abuse is a huge issue, and I appreciate you bringing this forward and appreciate everything you do for our community.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
Right now, I'm living this with my mother-in-law. So using ombudsman and giving people a voice is important because we don't realize how many elderly people are neglected because everyone's living their everyday lives and they don't go out and check on somebody. And so people need to do more random acts of kindness, whether you bring kids into retirement facilities and do good things so that people have worth. And I think what you guys do is give the people that don't have a voice, so I'm very appreciative for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. And I'll wrap it up. And thank you both so much. You both do so much work, and beyond this, throughout the community. So thank you very much for taking your time, your dedication to San Joaquin County. And I mean, this is, like Supervisor Canepa was just mentioned, this is so important because this happens all over, not just San Joaquin County, the state, but all over the country and the world. And the more attention we can bring to this issue, the lives that we can save and, have people have a better quality of life. I mean, and even bring those who participate in elder abuse to justice. We have a great DA who's on board with that, and he does a lot of the education outreach too. So again, thank you both very much. If you would please join me up front, we'll take a quick photo.
Next, we have a first responder recognition by the 5th Supervisorial District of Sergeant Stephen Meese, retired, Ripon Police Department. I would like to invite Mr. Meese to the podium to receive the certificate, which reads, "In recognition of your 23 years of dedicated service in the law enforcement field, including 3 years with the California Department of Corrections and 3 years with the California Department of Parks and Recreation, followed by 17 years with the Ripon Police Department. You have demonstrated dedication, leadership, and professionalism, notably serving in the United States Navy, becoming the Ripon Police Department's first motor officer, and actively contributing to the community as a member of the Executive Board of the American Legion Post 190 and Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 1051. Additionally, volunteering as cycling coach for the JDRF Ride to Cure Type 1 Diabetes, while also raising funds to support the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. Thank you for your many years of outstanding service. Presented the 6th day of June, 2023. Chairman Rickman.
Thank you, Rochelle. Sergeant Meese, thank you very much for coming this morning, and I'm going to turn it over to you. Say a few words.
Is Mr. Freitas still here?
Ron, are you still here?
Apparently not. That's all right. I appreciate you all. Community, life of service has been good to me. 32 years in uniform, and I couldn't. Wonderful, supportive family. My wife, Kristen, put up with the many hours, graveyards after graveyard, as you well know. But as I said before, if we live for what we do and have a passion for what we do, you're going to do it well. It's all about service to your community. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergeant Meese. I'm going to turn it over to our boards. I'm going to start with our vice chair this time.
Well, Sergeant, I appreciate your years of commitment to our community. I'm sure you did a great job. I can tell how passionate you are. I hope you have an amazing retirement.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Canepa.
So I want to commend you. So I want to thank the chair for bringing this forward, though, because I think there's lots of unsung heroes in our community, and you're obviously one of them through your service, obviously through the military and being a police officer. Hopefully you're a role model for more children so that we can get more people into those careers, because like both of those are lacking in people that are wanting to get into it. So thank you for your service and your service as a police officer.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Say thank you for being of service, putting that service above oneself, and you're right, you are what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. And what a great trifecta to serve your country, then protect your community, and to coach and mentor the next generation of kids. So thank you. Really appreciate you, and well deserved.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. And Sergeant Meese, thank you very much for being here. And it's our honor to recognize you for all the work that you've done. And Ripon being in my district, and I can tell everybody here, every single time I went to And it's like every single time, really? Yes, every single time I went to Ripon, I saw you on your bike working, talking to the kids, talking to the community. And if you look at your accomplishments, thank you for your service as a veteran, but it's more than just going out there and writing tickets. I mean, you're either involved in the community, you're going above and beyond because of who you are and what you represent in law enforcement. And you are a huge role model, not to the residents of Ripon or San Joaquin County, but law enforcement officers in general. So thank you very much, and God bless you and your wife and your family, and enjoy your retirement. And if you would please, I'm going to invite you up here too. Please join us up front, and we'll take a quick photo, and I'll present you the certificate.
Okay, next, Chairman, we have the recognition of the NorCal State Science Olympiad tournament winners in San Joaquin County from the Lammersville Unified School District. And before I read the certificate, I'm going to invite down the LUSD board member Lisa Boulez and Superintendent Kirk Nicholas to join the chairman and the Board of Supervisors. Next, I'm going to go by each school, starting with Hanson School. I'm going to call the students in alphabetical order. When you hear your name, please come down to the well, take a certificate from our Chief Deputy Clerk, Nicole Lee, and then join the Board of Supervisors for a photo. Once all of the students from your school has come down, we'll take the photo, and you'll go back to your seats, and then I'll go to the next school. And I'm going to go ahead and read the certificate now, which states, in recognition of your participation in the NorCal State Science Olympiad Tournament, a highly competitive event featuring multiple activities focusing on genetics, earth science, chemistry, anatomy, physics, geology, mechanical engineering, and technology, distinguishing yourselves among dozens of competitor schools. You are to be commended for earning your spot on the team and working jointly with your teammates toward a shared goal. Congratulations on an honor well deserved, and best wishes for continued success. And again, I'm going to start with the Hanson School, which placed 10th overall. And before I read the names, I just want to say these are beautiful names that represent your culture and heritage, and I apologize in advance. I may say a few of them wrong, but I'm going to do my best. I'm going to start with Anaya Avanesh. Please come down and take your certificate and join the board. Arayan Agarwal. Joash Bodhuri. Gaurav Dama. Atiya Donode. Mahima Gowda. Chloe Manes. Damanvika Naveen. And Pratham Shah. Are there any Hanson School students that I did not call? Please raise your hand. Forward. Go ahead and come forward, please. Via Vimal. I just want to double check that Anaya Avanesh. Okay, thank you. Okay, next, I will be calling the students from the Mountain House High School who placed 9th overall. And I'm going to start with Pavina Bethula. Neha Bhaskara Bahotia. Swikrit Bhatnagar. Doriti Chichilia. Pranav Ganti. Ryan Huang. Haya Irfan. Lakshita Kutnikar. Swetha Nathu. Are there any other Mountain House students that I did not call? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Chairman? Next, we have the Cuesta School, which placed 12th overall. And I'm going to start with Anruda Bivor. Anshi Suba. Sanvi Tej. And Bhuvani Upadhyayula. Are there any students from Cuestas whose names I did not call? Please raise your hand. Come on down. This is Priya Elansharan. Nevea Villegas. Samika Chituri. And the last school to be recognized this morning is Wickland Elementary, who placed 4th place overall. And I'm going to begin with Haramarit Bal. Ishan Bahardwaj. Mira Santosh. Ananya Ganji. Akshahara Patniak. And Nived Menon. And again, are there any Wickland Elementary School students whose names I did not call? Please come down to the podium. This is Arya Patel. This is Prandion Akala. And Samuel Varghese.
Lisa, who would like to start first? Superintendent, Lisa, our board member. It's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today and for acknowledging the hard work and the success of these students. It's an honor for them to be here. This is an incredibly rigorous program that includes science content well beyond grade level standards, and frequently science content that is taught at the collegiate level and postgraduate level. So these kids really have to work hard. They have to be dedicated. They have to be passionate about this program. But I also want to acknowledge the coaches, the teachers, and the parent volunteers, because it's a tough job and it's a lot of work throughout the school year. So again, thanks so much for being here and for honoring these students. Science is strong in San Joaquin County.
Thank you, Lisa.
And just briefly to piggyback on that, thank you very much for having us. We're very proud to be here. This is really a site partnership between the parents, the advisors, the coaches, the principal. We have a principal here, Corinne Pacheco. But this program was started a long time ago. There was a vision to give kids opportunities in the academic competition areas. The kids over time have run with it. So we gave them the opportunity. And the kids take all the credit for all the hard work and dedication they have, and the accomplishments speak for themselves. So thank you to all.
All right, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the board real quick. I'm going to start with Supervisor Ding.
Thank you very much. I'm having a flashback here. My son, Stephen Jr., competed in Science Olympiad for Elkhorn all through his years there. And I just remember coming home and these kids standing on my roof dropping eggs, off the roof. So it's like, what are they doing? But anyway, thank you very much for everything you do.
Supervisor Patty.
Is there a photographer? Quick. Hey, great job. The kids, a great reflection of their commitment. They're working hard and accomplishing. And it's just a great benchmark, just the beginning phase for all of you kids and where you're going in your life. That extra hard work always proves to be successful. So good job, well done, and thank you all for doing this.
Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I want to say congratulations to all the staff, and you guys are incredible role models. I can tell they're excellent kids, and they're very intelligent, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and Supervisor Canepa.
I was just wishing they could all stay here for the whole day so that we have a full audience. But no, thank you for coming down. Education is important. I know Kirk from Lincoln Unified School Board Trustee Days. I'm glad you're still at it, helping kids learn and be creative and be integral parts of our society. And I mean, this is amazing for the people that are involved in it. And I thank you and thank everybody for coming down. It warms my heart. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. And Superintendent, Board Member Lisa, thank you both for being here. Thank you both for your leadership. And to the coaches, thank you for all your hard work and dedication to our students. And to the students, congratulations on a job well done. You're a perfect showcase when we talk about leadership and our future. Who's going to take over, when we retire and are gone, and that's going to be you. And it looks like we are in very good hands. And I concur with you. Science is strong here in San Joaquin County, especially in South County, my district. So congratulations again. We're all very proud of you. And for the parents, thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to drive all the way from Mountain House to here to Stockton. And we appreciate it. And God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again. Really appreciate it.
You don't have to leave. You can stay here. All right, we'll let the room clear out here a second. All right. It's great when we have these presentations, just the great folks and activities and accomplishments we have here in San Joaquin County, and that should be recognized. And I appreciate everybody for being here. So, all right, we're going to move on to public comment, consent items.
Chairman Rickman?
Yes.
If I could interrupt real quickly, if we could make an announcement regarding the afternoon public hearing items.
Right. Thank you, clerk of the board. We have the 1:30 p.m. Scheduled afternoon item public hearings, and there are several of them, and some of them got notification that it was going to be at 9 a.m. That is not the case. It will be at 1:30 p.m. So those of you that are here for the 1:30 p.m. Scheduled afternoon items, we apologize. So if you want to, hey, by all means, you're welcome to stay, but just want to let you know it's going to be later on during the day, this afternoon. Thank you, clerk of the board, for reminding me. All right, we move. The items at 1:30 p.m. that are scheduled afternoon items. These are the public hearing to consider the Planning Commission recommendation. Well, there's three different items. All public hearings. So if you are here for a public hearing, it was scheduled at 1:30. It's scheduled at 1:30. There has been some notification that went out that it was supposed to be scheduled at 9 a.m., and that is not the case. It is scheduled at 1:30 p.m. So I just want to let everybody know that are here for those three items that if you're waiting, it's not going to be this morning. It's going to be this afternoon. So I just wanted to give you all notice on that. Again, that is the 1:30 p.m. scheduled afternoon hearings. All right, move on to public comment consent items. Now it is time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and minutes, consent calendar, and closed session item. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board in person, which it looks like this, and it's right in the back of the room. And you are limited to 3 minutes for these comments. So we will start out with
Chairman, I believe your mic was off, so I'm going to repeat it. It's Molly Watkins.
Yeah, Molly Watkins. It's on. There it is. The green light was on. So Molly Watkins.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that the Election Advisory Committee met last week, and it was exciting. We had a room full of people, and I think you picked a great chairman, Tony Amador, and I'm anxious to see how they move forward and what they can bring back to you and explain how the election system works or doesn't successfully work. Anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you. Rhea Jones.
Good morning. My name is Rhea. I was sent a letter that was signed by Supervisor Canepa about hoisting the pride flag up on the county building. Let me first start by saying that I am not anti-gay. We are all brothers and sisters in Christ, and that has absolutely nothing to do, so that has nothing to do with what I'm trying to say here today. I am strongly opposed to the practices and propaganda that falls under the pride flag. The pride flag represents a community that seems to think it's necessary to regularly announce their sexuality. I do not want to know about what they do, just like my private business is not open for discussion. The pride flag includes drag queens. Within the last couple of weeks, there was drag queens. They're called Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, and they were at the LA Dodger Stadium, and they thought it was a good idea to denigrate the Holy Cross by using it for pole dancing. I have never been so insulted in my life as a Catholic, a practicing, devout Catholic. And what the cross, the Holy Cross, stands for. Jesus died on that cross, bled for our sins, and for that to be denigrated and proudly use underneath the pride flag is unbelievable to me. Try to control myself here. Transgenders also fall under that flag. And what they do to pressure our children into the propaganda in our schools and in our society is not okay. The parents have control of their kids, and for that propaganda to be so blatantly flown underneath that flag is offensive to me. Pressuring our children in school, not okay. And it's all under the purview of the pride flag, not okay. If you think that it's just me talking or feeling about, talking about this and feeling upset about this, let's talk about the Bud Light debacle. The entire country has responded to that. The community at large, our society at large, is not okay with it. It's a private matter. It doesn't belong in the public at all. I don't want anybody else's sexuality to be shoved down my throat. It's just none of my business, and I don't want it to be public, just like my private business is not up for discussion. If the pride flag goes up, then I'd like the Holy Cross to go up for a week as well.
All right, thank you. Real quick, just want to...
Point of order. Are we doing discussion items
They
now,
can go,
or...
I was just about to explain that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Canepa mentioned, he just cut me before I was going to mention it. If you're going to speak on a specific topic, like a discussion item, like what the pride flag, I believe that's coming up on one of the first discussion items, you can do it here, but you're not going to be able to do it at once the agendized item comes up. So you can either do it now, or you can do it at the discussion item, but you're not going to be able to have two shots at it. Okay? So if your name comes up and you have a specific and say you want to speak on an item that is agendized, you can go ahead and do that at that time. Does that answer your question?
Well, kind of, sort of. I mean, I think the whole point of the discussion item was me to be able to discuss my point of view. And so that, I mean, I'm going to come and discuss my point of view, and I'm going to have to hear the point of views about it. So personally, I would rather have it be after I open the comment, and then people are more than welcome to stay and comment.
Okay.
So I think that's the only fair thing to do.
All right.
Personally, so I would appreciate if it was held off until the discussion item was brought forward.
All right.
Thank you.
No problem. Private people of California.
Joshua 1:9, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid and do not be discouraged. The Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. While the storm clouds gather from across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in this, our solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. I was recently the victim of an international terrorist threat on my life from the CCP. They called my direct cell phone at 1 o'clock, aka 1300 on April 20th. I informed the mayor of Stockton, who is a Marine, of this incident, and no one from either the sheriff's office, nor the police department, nor the federal government has taken the time to ask me why I would make such an outlandish statement recently after the passing of my father in unexpected ways. My family is part of the De Ganza expedition from 1776. My name is Lauren Danielle Elizabeth oh, sorry, it's a long one. Stevenson, Sayers, Vidmarovich, Cardinale Jr. I'm going to put my hat in against the Syndicate of California, whom some of you partake in and have parties with. It is illegal for entities such as yourself to meet outside and make quorums in Washington, D.C. in vacation mode. It is against the Brown Act because all of those people, they can't do those things. We have laws. I'm going to be running as a Republican, but a progressive capitalist that wants to make grants to take care of our children so they are no longer abused by the plans of the CDC and FEMA. And if you need the grace of God in any way you need it, please head to the Lady of Fatima statue and light a candle, which I was not allowed to do in this because I did not have a permit. I'm a victim of a hate crime by the county of San Joaquin County, where I was born and raised. And the Sacro Cruzado sisters took care of me. And I take offense to anybody who insults those women.
All right, thank you. All right, Tracy Claves.
Good morning. Tracy Glaves, founder, administrator, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. We are a volunteer group advocate for our Delta. I'm here to share some awesome news for our waterways. During all of the runoff, we've been witnessing a substantial amount of trees, large timber that are now littering all of our levees, which at a later date are going to be navigational hazards to all our recreational boaters and the Deepwater Channel. On the 10th, I started a new project looking for help from the Army Corps of Engineers to have them come and remove all of this timber. I was quickly told by Sacramento they had no money nor time for us. So my second call was to Army Corps San Francisco. I was welcomed with open arms after I explained what our group was about, and this trash removal was way beyond what we're capable of doing, and I asked for help. They graciously joined our, what I call Delta Dream Team, and they will be sending 2 vessels over, 100-foot vessel, one 90-foot vessel. In the first week of July, they'll be mooring at Delta Yacht Club overnight, and they will start the removal of all the debris on the whole Deepwater Channel, and if they can slip into any Calaveras, Smith Canal, any other places, they're going to accommodate that. One of the most exciting things is these trees are not going to just be able to be ground up and disposed of. They're going to be using these trees for an environmental natural retention wall project that they're going to be using over in Contra Costa County. So these trees will live on for many years. They were quite impressed with all of the work our organization has done and stated that if it wasn't for our work, our 100% volunteer work, community-driven work, that we would not be having this conversation. So I want to thank all of you that have supported me and put up with me through all of this. And I know at times I can be tenacious and difficult, but I want you to understand is because I'm passionate about our waterways, and I'm passionate about our community getting the job done because it's the right thing to do. We are not a nonprofit. We will never be a nonprofit. We're volunteers just doing the right thing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Simone Reyes. All right. Pat Barrett. Joni Shoemaker is the same. All right. Orion Camaro.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Orion Camaro. I'm a community organizer, environmental advocate, and a social practice artist with a decade plus of experience, really committed to uplifting the diverse cultural heritage of San Joaquin County and also our creative legacy, past, present, and future. I'm here because I belong to an ecosystem of the Stockton arts community, and I'm speaking specifically on behalf of the request to establish a state-local partnership for San Joaquin County with the support and mentorship of the Amador Arts Council. So San Joaquin County doesn't have currently a state local partner, which means that there's an inability to access arts dollars at a state level for the creative economy. Amador Arts Council has offered to mentor San Joaquin County in order to establish a state local partner, and really the arts community is really at the ready to put in the work to facilitate investments in this city, which includes the pursuit of California Arts Council funds so that those funds can reach us and be able to support the vibrant arts community here in the community. And you know, we really hope that this is the start of a vibrant relationship between the arts community and the Board of Supervisors, because we really just need a letter of support and acknowledgement so that we can do our role to facilitate dollars to come into the community, specifically for all the different artists that contribute to the creative economy. You know, creativity and the resources to support these practices will empower innovation, local job creation, skills building opportunities, and life-changing strategies to support current and future generations of Stockton artists. We see so many artists, photographers, musicians, and all sorts of creative practitioners in this city. We deserve more resources to be able to nurture that community, and we're really excited to be able to partner with you all, if you're open to it, to be able to facilitate that relationship. There's so many committed people here that are really trying to strengthen the economy through that lens, and there's so many lenses as we can see this morning with science and, you know, with, our committed community. And just, you know, for me, I'm just one part of a mosaic of this county. And as you can tell, I'm really not just holding my own voice. I'm holding the voices of all the different creative people here that make San Joaquin home. And yeah, really excited to be in partnership with you all. Now, there's an opportunity potentially to do something more time sensitive. We actually have a grant that we've completed, and if folks are open to it, we could, all we need is a letter of acknowledgement from the Board of Supervisors to be able to apply for those funds for this year, and that's due, I think, 11:59 tonight. But if that's not possible, then we'd actually hope to work with you all to for next year to apply, because we're actually really committed in bringing more money to this community and to the county. So thanks.
All right, thank you. Melanie Knott. The flag policy? Okay. All right, that's all I have for the comment form. Anybody else from the public wishing to address this board on items? Yes, Mr. I saw yours on there, but I thought it was for the public hearing.
Well, yeah, for the public hearing as well, but I figured while I'm here, I'd make some comments.
All right, if you
Dominic,
can you just state your name for the record for me, please?
Dominic Gooley, civil engineer.
All right, thank you. Licensed
land surveyor. You know, I attend a lot of SJAFCA meetings, and I'm against the Smith Canal Gate, and people claim that I have a vendetta against the agency because I submitted a proposal to fix the Smith Canal levees rather than put the gate in. And I don't have a vendetta. I'm just a guy that understands flood control, and nobody really understands flood control because it's complicated. I do. I can go through those reports and I understand them. I'm just trying to educate people, and I'd appreciate it if people would hold the agency accountable. We look at the Smith Canal Gate, and it's in hindsight, where's the accountability? It was supposed to be 40 million. It's over 100. We don't know how much. It's over 100. It's supposed to be 2 years. It's going to be over 4 years. We don't know. I mean, you look at it now, it's rusting already. It's not even completed, and it's already rusting in the tide zone. It's going to be a real big problem in the future for our predecessors to maintain that thing. once the gate opens, it's going to be a safety concern. And the agency accuses me of delaying the project and costing them $2 million because I filed a CEQA lawsuit because I was concerned about safety of boating, the cost of repairing it in the future, the impact to the water quality inside of Smith Canal. And, in hindsight, hope if the CEQA process had worked and we could have stopped it, we could have done something different. So anyways, I don't have a vendetta. I'm just trying to educate you guys, people. Mr. Canepa, I seem to think that you want to hold people accountable. I mean, can't we get an accounting of how much this project's going to cost? I mean, from what I'm seeing, we're going to be giving the contractor a huge change order to accommodate their problems with driving those sheet piles, but where's the accountability for the engineer who designed this thing? I was looking through some pictures the other day, and when they did the test pile program and they first started doing it, they should have known right then and there that they couldn't drive those sheet piles through the thing, through the rocks. And, we'll find out this year. They're going to be starting up here in July, and it'll be very surprising to me that they finish it this year. So anyways, I ask that people listen and hold people accountable. I get held accountable all the time. People tell me I don't do my job. I don't do my job. They say, you're not doing your job. Somebody didn't do their job. Well, and you got to deal with it. But hold people accountable. That's what I'm asking. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. All right. We're going to move on to, anybody else from the audience wishing to address the board on items that are not on the agenda? All right. Seeing no one, we'll bring it back to the board, and we're going to move on to minutes. And these are for approval for Board of Supervisors regular meeting of May 23rd, 2023. If there's any change or question, if not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
I'm going to we have a motion and a second. Get a vote, please.
For the record, I did not second that.
My apologies. That was Supervisor Canepa.
All right, it is adopted 5-0. I'll move on to consent items 1 through 55. Did any member of the board wish to pull any?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pull item number 1. Item number 1.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, sir. 3.20G, 3.21A, and 3.29B. Just in the future, this board packet is too big for one meeting. I mean, I understand it's budget month. There's got to be a way. I mean, if we get it on Friday afternoon and are expected to read, 4,000 pages over the weekend, it's not doable. I mean, I read for probably 12 hours. So I don't know if in the future if we could limit kind of the length. I don't know who we need to talk to get that done, but I mean, I can't do a good job on it. So I don't know if anyone else has the same concern, but there's a lot of reading and a lot of minutia that I think is important that we do in public. So that's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Canna. Which one did you want to pull? Or on consent?
Behavioral health, 3.20G, page 851, 3.21A, which is the 24 contracts for first 5. That's the other problem. So we open it.
Canepa, nobody's following you. Look on the.
If I could clarify, what he's saying is 3.20. So 3 is the section, which is
yeah. So 20.
20 is the consent item number.
Okay.
So 20, 21.
That's the other problem I have with this. We get it in Dropbox.
Supervisor Canada, let's find out which ones you want to pull.
Okay, so 21, so 20G, 21A, and 29B.
Okay, so 20, 21, and 29.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's the other problem I have is we have it in Dropbox, and then we come, and then on here it's a whole different. And I don't know why anyone's never caught this before. It's not user friendly. So I mean, if I go and read it in one format, and then I come here and I have to bring another computer. So I hope we could fix that and address that someday. Just you know what I mean, so that we could do a better job.
All right. And Supervisor Patty, you wanted 38?
Number 38, please, Chairman.
Anyone else? All right, we'll go ahead with item number 1, Supervisor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The item has to do with a contract for food and beverage service at the airport. I know a little bit about this business. I guess the question I've got is, as I'm looking at, and please, this is no admonishment of the current contract holder. I mean, he's went through some extremely incredible rough years, so I don't want to diminish his reputation. I was just surprised, especially being in the industry, nobody I talked to had ever even heard of the contract being offered, and I'm wondering if this was a no-bid contract, exactly how this was handled. Profit to the county, and I'm sure all of you can do the math, is $100,000 after 5 years, which is about $1,200. Is that including rent? What exactly have we done here? So I really need some answers on how this was put out to bid, exactly how this was handled.
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry.
There it is.
I'm sick.
Your mic's on now. We can hear
you. Director Sokol couldn't be here today because he's out sick as well. So the lease was redone. They're still under a contract currently, so we didn't need to go out to bid. We checked with county council. And the minimum that's listed is the minimum guarantee that they would pay. So it's set up two ways. So if they either pay the minimum guarantee or a percentage of the sales, so this is just the minimum guarantee that they would have to pay for based on their revenue.
Is that besides paying rent too, or is that their entire payment to the county for the use of the facilities?
That's their entire payment. So it's either or. During the pandemic, they pay minimum guarantee, and they just started paying percentage again.
So I guess I've got a broader question. I just don't know, is this how we handle contracts in the county? If somebody already has them, we don't put them out to bid? Or, I mean, is this across all departments? I was just a little confused that why we wouldn't put something out to bid and when their contract is over.
When they asked for a renewal of their lease, and we checked just because it was the last option, and based on the advice we got from county council was that we could just create a new list for them because the list was not up to date, not expired yet.
Okay, and who negotiated? I'm trying to figure out who negotiated I can't even call them revenues because they're not really revenues to the county. The basis of the contract,
It was Director Sokol.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll put a little note with him to reach out to you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you feel better.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Ding. All right. We're on to item number 20, Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, sir. I just had a question. When we outsource these bids, I'm just wondering what services. I mean, one of them, it's like $500,000 annually per bed, and I want to know who monitors that. I mean, so when I'm going through this, we sub. You know what I mean? If you take the dollar amounts annually, who monitors this and who makes sure that we're getting the bang for the buck? And I just kind of wanted some clarity on what the beds are for, and I mean, there's different people that we obviously choose to have run behavioral health services. Is that right, Mr. Dietrich?
Supervisor Canepa, I believe this is item number 20.
Yes.
So there's a couple different types of beds. These are locked beds, crisis or residential beds, and enhanced board and care beds. Some of these beds are in other counties than San Joaquin, and we ride upon the rate that other county has negotiated with that Medi-Cal certified facility. Similarly, other counties that might place their mandated clients in facilities in our county might ride off of our rate. But these rates within our county are negotiated. The item before you is really a $68 million bundle, and the bundle was implemented several years ago to allow us flexibility. Prior to that, we might have a need for a certain type of bed up and down this continuum, and we could not move a client into that necessary bed to step up or step down in services because we did not have a headroom on the PO. So this bundle aspect is really such that purchasing can take dollars under this bundle and apply them to different vendors that might have beds. But some of these beds are pricey. If you look at a locked bed, this might be on the order of $1,200 to $1,600 a year. We also pay what are called patch payments on top of the Medi-Cal rates if we have a difficult to place consumer that has certain histories or certain manifestations. But I think to your point, these are negotiated rates with vendors for a very limited number of set of beds that we compete with other counties for.
Okay, so basically we're piggybacking with other counties, and might not be using all of these services. So we're just opening kind of a purchase order on a need basis. Basically, yes, no, or?
I think I have Genevieve Valentine in the audience that could come down and speak specifically, but no, the intention is to utilize all the bed days. All of the various types, but because we don't know how many beds we might need for crisis residential versus locked placement and what vendors may or may not have during the year, our goal is, unlike item 19, to fully utilize these contracted bed dollars.
Yeah, because I mean, there's so many different classifications in here. I mean, it's confusing at best to try to make heads or tails of it. I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of the money that we're spending and getting the best services for the people that need the services. So, I mean.
Can I expand a little
morning.
bit? Good morning, all of you. So Genevieve Valentine, Behavioral Health Director. So Greg is correct. We have a full continuum of housing services from our locked placements, which is mostly for our LPS conserve clients, all the way down to enhanced boarding care and community-driven boarding care services. So the bundle does the whole continuum of housing supports. We actually do an analysis every year to see if we need specific beds in certain locations. We also have staff go to these facilities and we do contract monitoring as well as consumer monitoring. Are they doing well? How well are they doing? Are they meeting their treatment goals? Not only are we actually having staff attend, we have a chief mental health clinician who not only reviews the budget and making sure that we are piggybacking to the other counties, that we have equitable services within those treatment facilities and enough beds. We always try to make sure that we have our clients within the county to the best that we possibly can, based off of the family supports and the other community needs of being within your community to get better. We just don't have enough beds within our county to provide those needs. So we do provide services throughout the state, depending on the level of need, from locked, crisis residential, and so forth.
Because, I mean, in society, that's what we hear. We have all these people that need services and there's no place to go. So I'm looking forward to possibly doing that out on the property and having the 49 beds, which Chair Dietrich, or Director Dietrich, has been championing. So hopefully we can get that ball rolling and get more beds for people that are in need. So thank you for the comments.
And to that point, I think that there's not enough beds throughout the state. We're all competing for those. These basically guarantee a number of beds for our clients, but ultimately we need more beds throughout the state of all the levels of the continuum. And to your point, local beds that we control.
Yeah, because I mean, it's alarming when, if you added up all the dollars that go through just on a day through this agenda, it's crazy. I mean, this is 60 million. The first 5 of California is 11 million. I mean, there's millions of dollars that we choose to spend, and I just don't want it to be taken lightly. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canada. Supervisor Ding.
Hi, thank you for taking the time. I'm going to take my role as supervisor going into month 6. Seriously, we're still in an educational process. But like Supervisor Canepa, we just got a little taste tester of the budget coming up, which the most massive chunk is behavioral health services, et cetera. So if you're, looking where his money's being spent, it's with you. I think both of us need a further understanding of, what we're spending money on as we go down this path. We surpassed $17 billion in the state of California this week that we spent on the homelessness crisis, and we have nothing to show for it. So we I'm ready to just, vocational training, everything else. I understand they're all important, but I feel like we're stacking programs and we're doing nothing to take care of the mental health crisis that's hitting this area. And when you start talking about beds, and I spent all Saturday night in the emergency room on an educational tour, and I have more questions now than I have answers to. So anyway, I won't stretch this out, but as we go through this budget process, I need a lot more information. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. I think as an example, we have a 16-bed locked psychiatric health facility at 1212 California Street that is county operated. People have been in that facility over a year simply because we cannot move them up or down the continuum into the type of bed that they need. So overall, we need more beds of all different flavors, more capacity to take on this challenge.
All right, thank you. All right, let's see anyone else. I'll move on to item number 21.
This is, education is a passion of mine, and this is one of those. And I don't know how First Five, back in the day, it got split up. And there's a lot of money going through a lot of organizations. And I hope that they're all doing great work, but a lot of them, seem top heavy to me. So disbanding First Five, and I don't know if you can correct me on that, but that's kind of what it seems like, and that we're having a lot of different agencies do a lot of different things. I just want to make sure that the money is being spent correctly, because I'm thinking, if you have, a bigger organization, and I don't know how it was, but are we duplicating services? So this organization's doing this, and this organization, and grandparents are getting work, and I'm making sure that the curriculum and that the effectiveness of all this money that we're spending in all of these different 24 agencies is being done correctly, number one, and it's actually doing the things that it needs to be doing, which is educating preschoolers. Some of these programs are from 0 to 18. That's not a preschooler, obviously. You know what I mean? So are we trying to help preschoolers, or are we trying to help people that needs? I'm all for it, because if we can help one child, it's a plus. And if we can help parents and grandparents and everybody be better, stewards of our children, that's a huge part. To me, 24 contracts, a lot of duplication of services, a lot of big pays in there, and I just want to make sure that we're being back to mindfulness, mindful of the money that we're spending, and that the job of these people and these people that we're contracting with are doing it. We often sit up here, and I'm learning this a lot. Oh, we're just flow through. We're just flow through. Well, just because we're flow through doesn't mean we need to care about the money that we're spending. You know what I mean? So I think, and people agree and disagree, and I'm not here to make people happy. I'm here to do my job. So I hope people understand that. So I ask some difficult questions. But when these agendas are this big, I can't call you unless you want a phone call. I was with my mother-in-law till 1 o'clock last night. If you want a phone call, then that's not happening. So I hate to bring you and put you on the spot here, but that's the way it's got to be. Sorry.
Chris Woods, your Director of Human Services Agency, and?
Maricela, Executive Director of First Five, San Joaquin.
So I know that we threw a lot at you with this item, and this is 24 contracts all in one. I will say that these contracts they do serve more than 0 to 5 in some areas, because First Five is part of the Human Services Agency. We have a really nice strategic partnership where some of the bulk of the money is actually coming through the Human Services Agency to serve for example, our Housing Works, Journey Works programs that serve CalWorks eligible families. So it's not just Proposition 10 money that's coming through First Five. So we have a really nice strategic partnership, and First Five does a really nice job of reaching the community and using their reach and their name recognition to help us be effective in reaching our customers. So in terms of the total of almost $11 million. The Proposition 10 amount is, $3.38 million, and the rest is other funding coming through either the Human Services Agency or through this board, through the ARPA funding. So, and every program that's run by First Five is required to be reviewed and measured, and I think Maricela could speak a little bit more to that specifically.
Absolutely. So in terms of service coverage and the coordination, we work very closely with our partners, our funded partners. So our contracts analysts, in addition to monitoring the contract work, they also are providing support in terms of the program delivery. Most of our programs, if not all of our programs, are evidence-based, so we ensure that programs are being delivered based on fidelity. And if there are any additional supports that are necessary, we provide that support. So in addition to that, in terms of the outreach and recruitment, our program partners all work together, so we do ensure that there isn't that overlapping of service delivery. We do want to provide comprehensive services, but we ensure that if it is specific to one area, that only that agency is serving that family.
So there's different funding sources, once again, for this. It's not just all first five funding.
Correct.
$3.5 million could be for the senior program and different programs.
So, I wholeheartedly agree that we hold the taxpayers' money, tip top, right? It doesn't matter what color the money is; it's taxpayer money. So, but 3.38 million of that is Proposition 10 first five funding.
Okay, so that's when it goes from 0 to 18. So some of those other programs then are not obviously for preschoolers, but support for other programs.
Yes.
Okay, so then that was the thing, because I mean, first five back in the day was all right, just congregate, no?
No.
Or it was all split up all the time? I mean...
So each county, well, they're not all county run, for one. There are nonprofits that run first fives in different areas, and then they include other, some of the partnerships include multiple counties, for example, some of the smaller areas, but San Joaquin County has always had its own first five.
Okay. That kind of clarifies. It's still very, I mean, it's a lot and a lot of contractual stuff, and I mean, it's mind-boggling reading at best, so thank you for kind of clarifying, so I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Supervisor Canepa, I sit on the first five board meeting, and I can tell you that every dollar is well spent. These people, Maricela, along with Director Woods with HSA, do an amazing job of looking over every dollar that's spent, and the programs that we use are helping many families, a lot of kids, and it's helping benefiting the community. So I want to commend both of you for doing a great job in leading this first five program along with HSA. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. All right,
one more comment. My sister-in-law was the director of Sacramento, so no, I'm not bashing the program by any means. I just want to hold people accountable. So I'm not putting a light on what you guys do. So thank you very much.
We'll talk later, you and I.
All right, thank you both. All right, move on to item number 29. Supervisor Canepa, you pulled that?
Yeah, this one's pretty simple. It's just I don't know, a $385,000 error, and I don't know how it happened, or if it was just a blip, but that one kind of caught me. It was supposed to be a 2-year contract, and it was a 3-year contract, and the way that was written, it didn't make much sense. Was the money there, and we just didn't, put it out there, or did we just set the money for 2 years, and it's like, we made a mistake, so it's another $385,000 on top? Can you kind of clarify?
Yeah, correct. Good morning, Chair Rickman, Board of Supervisors. So essentially, we inadvertently underestimated the cost of this 3-year agreement. I do want to point out that the cost is based on actual hours worked, and we retain the professional collections for this particular provider. So there's a revenue offset to the expense.
Okay. Thank you. I mean, there's tons of stuff in this one that you guys bring forward, anesthesiologists and doctors and hourly rates, and it's a lot. And so that's like Steve Ding was talking about, or Supervisor Ding, getting out and meeting y'all and seeing what you do and how you do. It's important to me because there's a lot of stuff that comes through these and consent that, I think is big dollar items, and you know what I mean? I need to learn about those. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we look forward to the visits. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Don't see anybody else in the queue.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Move on to item number 38, which was pulled by Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to pull number 38 for a separate vote. And I'm going to speak, I'll make a motion, ask that our CAO and County Council, from direction from the board, bring this back to the board for approval with a quarterly funding schedule. And I'll state my reasons outside of my motion, which I just made. But, for 6 years now, I've been on the Healthcare Services Committee for all of this time. I am absolutely troubled by the drastic increases in expenses of the budget this year without a corresponding increase in revenues. I'm seeing a trend in the clinics with the financials, and the clinic profits have dropped from over $9 million to under $500,000 in the same 2-year period, 2022 to 2024. So I'm making this in a motion. I think that we need to take a deeper dive into this and look at this operation. I do not believe we need to fund it for an entire year. I'm troubled by what I see. And again, I make that in a motion.
I second the motion.
I made a motion and a second. Comment? Board? Have any questions for staff there, Supervisor Petty?
At this time, I don't have any question for staff other than just to direct them to come back. We need to take a deeper dive into this, which I will gladly do.
All right, so we pulled that for a separate vote. That's motion and a second, so vote. As adopted, 4 yeses, 1 no.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, so minus 38, we need a motion and a second to approve the consent items.
Move to
1
approve.
through 55.
Second.
The motion and a second. Could a roll call, please? Excuse me, a vote. I didn't see the results of the votes didn't pop up on my screen.
Unanimous.
All right, 5-0. All right, we're going to move on to discussion. The first one being Public Works. And number 9, authorize an affirmative vote for a proposed special benefit assessment on San Joaquin County and San Joaquin County Flood Control Water Conservation District owned property within the proposed San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency levee construction and maintenance assessment district, first, second, and third districts. We have staff. We have our staff coming up. Alice Chetley here. I guess we don't have a staff member. All right, and then you know what? We will move forward then. We will not be hearing this one today. Yes. What's that?
Coming.
Is it coming? All right, well.
So for the record, this is to take discussion number 9 ahead of the flood control item so that these two are.
Right, so flood control will be coming up next.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Are you on the district item, the consent item, or did you move to the Public Works discussion item?
Public Works discussion item
Okay.
number 9.
Number 9.
Okay, got it. Okay, give me a second.
And then we'll be moving on to the flood control water district after this.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. So, good morning, Chair Rickman and Board of Supervisors. Alex Chetley, Deputy Director of Public Works. This morning I'm joined by Seth Wurzel, consultant with Larson Wurzel and Associates. The item before you concerns ballots for a proposed new flood protection assessment district. These ballots are for county-owned properties in the proposed assessment district boundary. I'd like to give a brief background that got us to this point. On March 14th of this year, Mr. Chris Elias, Executive Director for the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, or SAJAFCA, made a presentation to your board regarding SAJAFCA. You'll recall that both the San Joaquin County and the County Flood Control and Water Conservation District are members of this Joint Powers Authority. During that presentation, Mr. Elias mentioned that SAJAFCA is pursuing federal funding for the Lower San Joaquin River project. In July of 2022, your board approved an MOU between the district and SAJAFCA to jointly pursue the formation of an assessment district that would include funding for the local cost share component of the project. Under that MOU, SAJAFCA and the district agreed to, among other things, share in the cost to form the assessment district, develop and implement a public outreach education campaign. Should also mention that the new assessment district incorporates previous efforts by the district going back at least to 2019 to raise additional levee maintenance funding through a benefit assessment district, which we called at that time flood calm. But this assessment district is called the Levee Construction and Maintenance Assessment, or LCMA. Mr. Elias with SJAFCA previously presented specifics on the Lower San Joaquin River project and the LCMA, so I'd like to avoid going a deep dive into the project details, but just as a refresher, the project is a $1.4 billion project to increase flood protection along the Calaveras and San Joaquin rivers and Delta. It includes other projects to maintain FEMA accreditation for 100-year flood protection. State and federal funding will pay 90% of the cost, while the local community must provide a 10% cost share, which amounts to about $140 million. There are roughly 90,000 properties within the proposed LCMA that would benefit from the services provided, including the project. I should also mention that the assessments are based on certain assumptions that were made by SJAFCA, and if property owners have issues with their particular assessment calculation, there is an appeal process. The 90,000 properties include 125 parcels owned by the county or the district for which ballots have been received. So today's recommended action by the county is specifically about those county-owned parcels. The total combined assessment for those county-owned parcels and for the district is roughly $12,000. And most of that total, $11,964, is for the county-owned properties. And through delegated authority, the Director of General Services is authorized to cast ballots for the county if the total cost is less than $10,000 annually. So because the total amount of the ballots exceeds $10,000, today's requested action is to authorize the Director of General Services to complete the ballots, and that requires your board's approval. Chair Rickman, this concludes my presentation, and Mr. Wurzel and I are available for any questions you might have.
All right, thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue. Oh, no, I do. Supervisor Patty.
Yes, Chairman, I'm very much in favor of us supporting this ballot initiative with an affirmative. I was having served on SJAFCA and noting that San Joaquin County was bypassed when funding came out for any type of levee work. It went to Sacramento, went to other levee districts. We were 100% bypassed, and the efforts for our region, thanks to Ms. Glaves that's here and others, we have been a proponent for protecting and rehabilitating and fortifying our levees, and we just kept getting bypassed. So we've now got what's basically almost a 10-to-1 match. $1 billion if we are able to raise $100 million, and the threat to this is if we do not, then you're going to have FEMA, you're going to have government agencies coming in and mandating insurance rates going higher, problems that money that we don't have, that we'll lose, that will go elsewhere, and then we're going to be stuck with having to absorb the crisis of levee problems and rehabilitation. So I've attended several public meetings in this. And Chairman, I would urge the board to understand that this is, I believe, very critical. I think it's ironic that some people that speak out. We've got people in San Joaquin County that make hundreds of thousands of dollars. It'll cost them several hundred, $500-600 a year annually, and they've scoffed at this. But spending hundreds of millions of dollars more that we don't have if we lose this funding is not an option. So I am very much in favor of this and would encourage the board to an affirmative vote. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Petty. All right, seeing no one else, we'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to comment on this item?
Supervisor members, I can speak to this in an affirmative way. And at our last NACP meeting in May, we had a presentation from them. And our membership were really excited and happy to have this information, because normally people in the general public, and then particularly in the African American community, are not knowledgeable or receiving the kind of information that they're providing and understanding the impact on them economically on a personal level. So I just wanted to say that the work that they're doing, the information that they've brought to the community, to our membership, is deeply appreciated. And I want to say publicly, I thank them for it, and it certainly enlightened our community a lot more than we already were. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public?
Yeah, Dominic Cooley, civil engineer. And I've spoke out against this assessment district, and I've kind of given up because I think it's going to pass. But I just hope that as it moves forward that we can tailor this and adjust this. I mean, this Lower San Joaquin project includes another gate at 14 Mile Slough. Right now it's scheduled to go just outside of Garlic Brothers restaurant, and everybody's going to have to go through there. And you know, you can see in the Smith Canal, it's turning green with algae, and it'd be terrible that if the Lincoln Village West Marina has the same kinds of effects. So, you know, I hope that SAJAFCA and you guys can be open to, it's great getting all this money, but hopefully we can spend it effectively and, get rid of this 14 Mile Slough gate. I mean, these gates they're not used anywhere else. They only close, the Smith Canal gate would have only closed about 10 times this year with all this high water, and that's only for a 2-hour period to keep the flood out. So hopefully we can tailor this. The Calaveras River, they're putting cutoff walls all the way along both sides of the Calaveras River where the state says that they're not needed. But what we really need on the Calaveras Rivers is rock slope protection. That's when you got dirt on the levee and you take big rocks and you put them on there so that when the water comes and it keeps the levee in place. That's what we really need on the Calaveras River. So I was glad to see all this talk about consent agenda, pulling things off, concerned about money. Awesome job, you guys. So if it does pass, be open to modifying the plan. But I think also that public agencies shouldn't really vote for these type of things. There's a case that's going through on a Prop 218 election in the city of Sacramento. It's called Dessins LLC, DESSINS, where the city of Sacramento had so many properties and so many votes that they basically stacked the ballot box. So I'm not sure if public agencies should be voting on these type of things. It should be left up to the people, I think. My reclamation district yesterday, we had a chance to vote on it, and we decided that we didn't want to be involved with it, so we didn't vote. The school district heard these presentations from SAJAFCA, and everybody in this county thinks that if this thing doesn't pass, FEMA's going to change all the flood maps, which I don't think that's entirely true. But the Lincoln Unified School District, that's what they heard, was that if they didn't vote for this thing, all the people are going to have to pay flood insurance. It's not entirely true. So thank you for holding people accountable, and hopefully in the future, if it does pass, you can modify it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other members from the public wish to address this board on this item?
Good morning, Tracy Glave, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. I agree with Dominic in regards to the Calaveras River, the need for rock. Earlier this year, after it was safe, one of my members and myself went up from the main channel all the way to Pershing and took pictures of our concern. And 90% of it is the south shore of the levee. And after we took the pictures and I turned them over to who I thought could be best to run with it, a drone video was taken of that area. And it's of great concern. It's years of deferred maintenance on that stretch of the Calaveras. And we've got areas that are sloughing off as close to, I would say, 12 feet from the road. just shearing off and trees, which the trees, again, we know where they're going to end up. They're going to end up on the main channel. For years, we've done the jurisdictional rodeos, what we call it, of who is actually responsible for that, and we have finally gotten answers to that. And my hope is that area is included in this project moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, anyone else? And no one? Bring it back to the board for discussion. Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, I'm going to make this brief. I've known Mr. Gooley for years and years and years, and very bright and very community minded, but 90% of the time he's too smart for me, and I don't understand what the hell he's talking about. One of the things I just like staff to comment, you know, when you talk about Calaveras River, and you talk about a gate, and you talk about algae, and you talk about Garlic Brothers, I can kind of zero in on what's being discussed. If you could just briefly tell me what's going on with this gate, and is this something you're amenable? I mean, we can talk about that.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Seth Wurzel with Larson Wurzel and Associates. I'm a consultant to SAJAFCA and been hired to prepare the engineer's report. With respect to the Lower San Joaquin River project, which is a component of the Levee Capital Services, San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency has made a written request to the Army Corps regarding the alignment of that gate and the alignment along 14 Mile Slough near Lincoln Village West to locate the gate south of the Lincoln Village West Marina. We think that's a better solution, and so that would accommodate the comments that have been provided about navigation and recreation around that area. So that has been a request that's reflected in the engineer's report. It's a functionally equivalent alternative, provides the same intended goals of the Lower San Joaquin River project and the same benefits. And so that has been a request that's been made by SAJAFCA, and that is reflected in the engineer's report.
Thank you. Love America. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Canepa.
That's the hard part as being a leader. You know, if you don't pass this and there's floods, there's hell to pay. So, I mean, we do the best with the information that we get. And I mean, and it's hard because, I mean, right now we're putting the ballots out. And it's important that people be informed and go to public meetings and learn about what's going on. I brought that up at one of the SAJAFCA meetings, is what about the school districts and the county property and the city property? And we need to be mindful of that because, you know what I mean, some people can't afford this. I mean, it's for the better good. And then, you know, what side we see, I'm going to err on the side of caution and be able to, you know, use our money and parlay it not only on the state level, but the federal level. And I think a lot of people need to understand that. But I mean, there's some questions, obviously, about the process and how it works and how the votes are counted and how we, you know, who gets the ballot and things like that. But I mean, we have to do a little bit of homework. I mean, we can't just say yes or no or whatever. You have to decide what's best for you and your household. And that came up. So, you know, school districts, county properties, city properties, can they sway the votes and things like that? But for me, I mean, obviously I'm going to support it too, because if something does fail and, you know, life, limb, or property is, you know, this sometimes is a lot cheaper than flood insurance. And I don't think a lot of people understand that. If we have to pay for flood insurance and are, you know, deemed, floodplain by the federal government, it does get more expensive. So I think that's probably the most important part. And we don't want flooding because we've seen all of the way that the 1 year it's wet, 1 year it's dry, and you know what I mean, there's uncertainty. And if our levees don't hold, then even in South County, it could be serious trouble. So just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've already spoken how I feel about this, but I also know that we've got the consultant that we hired for marketing. I'd like to ask through the chair that she comes forward and maybe share what the rest of our outreach is doing to inform the community how important this vote is, and anything additional. We should not sit here, even though we're going to make a decision wherever it may go. We cannot be passive. We have to reach our constituents and let them know, you know, this match that we're going to get, that 10-to-1 funding stream. I'm telling you guys, we missed it in the past, and SAJAFCA fought for it. And if that disappears, that money is gone. So I think the outreach that we have is instrumental and it's ongoing. So just maybe give us a little briefing of what else is planned and how that's going so far.
Well, the balloting process ends Thursday. So we have pretty much wrapped up our public outreach, but it was very comprehensive. If I might refer back to Supervisor Canepa's comment about we don't want to be in a floodplain, we are in a floodplain. Our entire community is in a floodplain. The only thing keeping our properties from flooding are levees. Now, there's upstream storage that contributes to, of course, but the last defense for our properties against flooding are those levees. Without them, we would all have floodwater on our property, especially this last year. So for the public outreach program, we did 2 direct mail pieces to the 74,000 property owners that are owners of the 94,000 properties. We did 8 community meetings, 20 different community presentations to business and civic groups and any group, frankly, that invited us. We did IP internet advertising, not advocating for a position, but encouraging people to check their mailboxes for information and to return their ballots. We did social media posts, and we reached out. We did a hotline. I talked to more than 600 property owners on the hotline and responded to all emails. So we tried to be as comprehensive as possible, knowing that we are competing for there's lots of other types of information out there. So we did the best that we could.
And leading up into Thursday, because oftentimes people hold their ballots until the last minute, those final 20.
At this point, we're telling them to bring them to Public Works, which is 1810 East Hazelton, before 5 o'clock on Thursday, if they'd like them to be counted, or they can come to the public hearing at 6 p.m. on Thursday here in the Board of Supervisors chambers. If they've lost their ballot or they want to change their vote, we can print out replacement ballots here.
And lastly, have we exhausted all of our outreach, or would you have a final drive, in particular, maybe phone banking, where we have people calling up and saying how important this vote is?
Yeah, we didn't have that. We didn't have the phone banking, but.
Do we have any further resources available for something like that?
No.
No?
2 days to go, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. That's the last speaker I have from the board, so I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. Motion and a second. Gonna vote, please. All right, it is adopted 5-0. All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move on. We're going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting, and now this board will be acting as the governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. So as of this time, we are going to convene the Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting. And we're looking at authorizing an affirmative vote for a proposed special benefit assessment of San Joaquin County and San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District owned properties within the proposed San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency levee construction and maintenance assessment district, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd districts. Do you have anything?
The consent item, Chairman.
Right. You're just staring at me.
Here, just in case.
Motion to approve.
It's 13 parcels owned by the district for a total of $27.
No, this is we're on a
District-owned property.
Got it.
So you voted as the Board of Supervisors. This is now voting as the Flood Control District, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
District-owned properties.
Supervisor Ding just made a motion to approve.
Correct.
Yes.
You have a second?
I'll second.
We
need public comment? No? Yes, no?
Attorney, do we need? Well, you know what? We'll go ahead and go with public comment. Can't hurt. Is anybody from the public that wish to address the board on this item? And none. I'll bring it back. We have a motion and a second. We have no discussion from the board members, so we could vote, please. All right, it is adopted 5-0. Counselor, we have closed session, and you were saying that was at 11:30, right?
That's correct. We have outside counsel who's planning to be here at 11:30.
All right, and it's only 11, so we'll move on to...
Chairman Rickman, if I could ask you to adjourn the Flood Control District.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. All right, we will adjourn the Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting, and we will reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. So we have closed session scheduled next, but we're early on time, so we will wait for that. And move on to our 9 a.m. scheduled morning items. So the first one, conduct public hearing for the establishment of Proposition 4 appropriation limits for the county and special districts for 2023 and 2024. Mr. Wolfcamp, welcome. Our prestigious auditor controller.
Good morning, Chairman Rickman, members of the board. Jeff Wolfcamp, County Auditor Controller. And I'd like to make a very brief review of the county's Proposition 4 spending limit for the upcoming fiscal year 23-24. Proposition 4, also known as the GAN limit, was approved by voters in 1979. It amended the California Constitution to limit the growth in appropriations made by state and local governments. This limit in the rate of growth is a factor calculated by the percentage change in the California Cost of Living Index and the percentage change in the county population. For fiscal year 23-24, the state cost of living increase is 4.44% and the county population increase is 0.62%, for a combined limit growth factor of 5.09%. This combined growth factor is applied to the current year's adopted limit to come to the new fiscal year's limit. My office has calculated the county's Proposition 4 limit for fiscal year 23-24 at just over $834 million. This represents the maximum appropriations for the county that can be financed by proceeds of property taxes. The term proceeds of property taxes includes revenues from property tax, franchises, homeowners and Williamson Act subventions, and related interest income. It does not include revenues from sales and use tax, licenses, permits, grants, or any other services. The 23-24 proposed budget proceeds of property taxes, including subventions passed down by the state, is anticipated to be just over $505 million, which will be well below the calculated limit. With that, I'd like to conclude this brief presentation and take any questions from the board, and then request that we open the public hearing for any comments.
All right, Ms. Wolfcamp, thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions? Don't see anybody in queue. All right, at this time, we're going to open up the public hearing. It is now open. Just to remind everybody that there is a time limit of 3 minutes for public comments. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And no one. So at this time, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for final comments. If none, then
Approve, Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. You're going to have a vote, please. All right, it is adopted 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, move on to item number 2. Conduct public hearing and approval of fiscal year 23-24 county fee revision of the Agriculture Commissioner, Behavioral Health Services, Community Development, Emergency Medical Services, Environmental Health, Public Guardian Conservator, Sheriff's Office, and San Joaquin General Hospital. Sarah Sickler, there she is. Sarah, welcome.
Thank you.
All right, all yours.
Good morning, Chairman Rickman and members of the board. Sarah Sickler, Deputy County Administrator. This morning, your board will be asked to conduct a public hearing to consider the various fee revisions. The purpose of the public hearing is to hear presentations from the departments and take public comments regarding the proposed fee revisions. The state has distinguished between general public services and special public services. Examples of general public services would be jail, welfare, and certain health programs. General public services are funded from general revenues such as property and sales taxes and are distinguished from special public services by who benefits, either the general public or the parties such as private individuals, businesses, or other governmental entities. Examples of special or user beneficial public services would be those related to property development, conducting a business, animal ownership, or individual healthcare costs, such as those provided by public health and behavioral health. Special public services are funded by special revenues, such as user fees, license fees, and penalty assessments. These fees are designed to cover the costs associated with providing the user-initiated activity. The amount of these fees is intended to maintain service levels expected by the service recipient without shifting the cost to the general taxpayer. If fees are not adequate to recover the cost of providing services, then that service is subsidized by the general fund. In conformance with California Constitution Article 13, Section 13C, Section 1, the fee amounts are no more than is necessary to cover the reasonable cost of the activity, and the manner in which the costs are allocated bear a reasonable relationship to the benefit received from the activity. 6 departments are recommending revisions to certain fees primarily due to increased operational costs associated with the delivery of the specific service. Notices of the public hearing were published to the local newspaper on May 23rd and May 30th of 2023. Copies of the departmental board letters have been made available for public view at the office of the clerk of the board. Fee revisions totaling approximately $3.9 million are proposed. Upon opening the public hearing, departmental representatives will provide a brief summary of their proposed fee revisions and respond to any questions from your board. It is recommended that following each departmental presentation, the public be allowed the opportunity to comment on that department's proposed fee revision. Your board might want to revise a proposed fee at the conclusion of the departmental presentation. Once public comments have been taken, the board comments have been made, it would be appropriate for the board to take action on that department's requested fee revision. Or the board may choose to take action on all proposed fee revisions following the last departmental presentation. Chairman Rickman, at this time, it would be appropriate to open the fee hearing and hear from the first department and take public comments on that item.
All right, Ms. Sickler, thank you. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Any questions from staff before we go? Seeing none. All right, at this time, we will open the public hearing. And just a reminder, there is a 3-minute time limit. Any member of the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing none.
The chair, I believe that they want to do the presentations individually and then take public comment on each department.
Okay.
I understand.
So you're saying we're going to open the public hearing 3 different times? Or?
No, just leave the public hearing open.
Oh, okay. All right.
Ms. Sickler, if that's correct, that you
Yes.
want to have the
Okay.
department.
Well, thank you. We'll leave it open as of this time. Go ahead.
First up, we have Kamal Bagri, the Agricultural Commissioner.
Good morning, Chair Rickman, Board of Supervisors, CAO, and County Council. Kamal Bagri, Agricultural Commissioner and Sealer of Weights and Measures. I'm here today to request that our fees for the Weights and Measures and Agriculture Commissioner's Office be revised just to reflect the weighted labor rate increase for our agriculture inspectors and Weights and Measures inspectors. The current fee of $109.10 was revised 2 years ago, so we haven't changed our hourly rate. And the new rate, which is an increase of $9.38, is reflecting the current wages and benefits of the inspectors. So we're requesting to just increase the weighted labor rate. There are no other changes to the fee structure, or there are no additional fees we have added for this year.
All right, thank you. Don't see anybody from the queue here. Anybody from the public? And none? All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Eric Merlot from the Community Development Department.
Good morning, Chairman Rickman, members of the board. The Community Development Department is requesting on adjustments to our technology fees. This is we're not actually proposing any new fees, and the adjustments will actually result in a net decrease in fee amounts. we have two related fees. One is the imaging fee, which is required by the Health and Safety Code, California Health and Safety Code, that we image and make copies of all building permits, the commercial and residential. As you know, as you may recall from the last meeting, we are implementing digitization with a new permitting software, and the new software will allow us to basically capture plans and images of plans in the software as people submit them or approved, rather than having to send them out and being copied. So we're asking for or proposing a reduction in the imaging fee from 2% to 1%, because of the efficiencies of the new program that we'll be implementing in July. However, with the new software, there are increased fees or costs for maintenance costs annually, and so then we're also proposing an increase of our information technology fee from forgive me, I should have this right on the tip of my tongue, from 5% to 6.5%. That will help offset the cost, the ongoing costs, the annual costs of the licensing for the new software. So the result is a net decrease in revenue of $31,000, actually $1,000 approximately, because we're increasing the information technology recovery fee and reducing the imaging technology fee. So that's the extent of what we're asking for.
Okay. Well, thank you. Okay. Anybody from the public wish to express support on this item? And none? All right. Well, there you go.
Thank you very much.
Got off easy. Who else? What do we got next?
We have Jesse King, the Director of Environmental Health Department.
Mr. Kane, come on down.
Good morning, Chairman Rickman and member of the board.
Good morning.
Jesse Kang with the Environmental Health, along with Assistant Director Mooney Naidu. And we will be doing environmental health fee proposals. The proposed environmental health budget for fiscal year 2023-24 recommends an adjustment to the fee for hourly rate activities in environmental health department programs. The hourly rate is charged to cover actual cost incurred in providing inspection and review services requested by local businesses, community, and general public. Additionally, EHD is requesting approval for a new technology fee of $15 per facility or service request to help offset the significant cost associated with the transition to a new database that fits the data collections and need of the department. The environmental health program fees and hourly rate are evaluated as part of budget process every year following the direction of Board Resolution 90-620, which provides for a policy of full cost recovery for the department. Fees are reviewed and adjustments are proposed with the cost recovery target in mind. Fee increases are proposed to close the gap between program revenues and net county cost in progressive, incremental process over time. For most programs, the fee fall within the low to mid-range of fee charged by other comparable environmental health agencies. In evaluating the hourly rates calculation, Environmental Health Department uses a specific, consistent methodology to determine program cost. This methodology uses actual time and activity workload data to project program cost. Fee adjustments are proposed where program revenues do not meet these cost projections. Fees and hourly rate calculation methods were reviewed and approved by Auditor Controller Office during an internal audit in 2018. The audit verified that EHD's method for fee adjustment is consistent with the increase in departmental operation cost. A summary of a fee evaluation methodology can be found in attachment 1 of the board package. The department hourly rate is calculated by dividing the departmental's total expenses for 2021-22 fiscal year by the total productive staff hours. Based on this calculation, the hourly rate is proposed to increase from $156 per hour to $162 per hour, a 3.7 increase. The hourly rate is charged to recover actual cost in performing certain services such as plan reviews, consultations, and non-routine compliance inspection in various environmental health programs. EHD proposes an increase in a minimum hourly charge by 1 hour for program elements in food, body arts, and liquid waste programs. The EHD rate adjustment and comparison of hourly rate for selecting counties including attachment 2 in the board package. The fee adjustment are proposed to offset the increase in employee salaries and benefit cost and other operating expenses. A table showing fee adjustment for each program and minimum hour charge changes are identified in attachment 3 in the board package. The EHD proposed fee adjustment notification was sent by email and surface mail to contractors and other interested parties. The notice was also posted on EHD website. This prior notification will allow industry input and comments on the fee adjustment proposal. So far, we haven't got any negative or any objection to our fee increase. If adopted, the 2023-24 EHD increase proposal will generate approximately $356,793 in additional revenue as follows. EHD hourly rate $185,793, technology fee $172,000. The proposed 23-24 EHD budget include these additional revenues. If the proposed fee adjustments are not adopted, the EHD budget will require adjustment by either 1, a reduction in EHD program services sufficient to achieve a saving of $357,793 and still meet regulatory and inspection mandates, or 2, increase in county net cost contribution of $357,793. Upon approval by board, staff will amend the EHD fee schedule to reflect the adopted rates to be effective by July 1st, 2023, and that includes my presentation. Myself and Assistant Director Mooney are available to answer any question you may have.
All right, thank you. Anybody from the public wishing to comment? And none, don't see any cue from the supervisors, so thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Greg Diegericht, Director of Healthcare Services.
Thank you.
Good morning again, Chairman Rickman, members of the Board of Supervisors. I actually have 4 slides. They duplicate the recommendations from the individual board letters. The first one for behavioral health is the longest, so but it is a little bit complicated. So through the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal Initiative, also known as CalAIM, Behavioral Health Services is participating in a very large-scale behavioral health system redesign plan consisting of 4 major restructuring projects. These include payment reform, medical necessity, including eligibility criteria and documentation redesign, multiple system data exchanges and care coordination, and lastly, improvement in behavioral health data reporting and electronic health records systems. So the mental health services, as well as substance use disorder services, charges schedules are the basis for the department claiming reimbursement from Medi-Cal, Medicare, and also third parties. And reimbursement from these third-party payers may be limited by their maximum reimbursement rates. However, most third-party payers will reimburse the lesser of billed charges or their maximum reimbursement rates. And the California Department of Healthcare Services is working on a behavioral health payment reform initiative to change the way that DHCS reimburses county for Medi-Cal eligible specialty mental health services and drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system services. And beginning July 1st of 2023, DHCS will be transitioning from a cost-based reimbursement process to a fee schedule set by provider type and the number of direct care minutes. This sweeping payment reform is really threefold. It will substantially reduce the amount of time spent on documenting services that are not Medi-Cal reimbursable. It establishes a rate parity by provider type, regardless of whether staff are stationed in special mental health or drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system programs. And lastly, it will increase the overall amount of federal financial participation counties and network providers can draw down through Medi-Cal reimbursements, freeing them to focus on patient care. So ultimately, we're moving away from what is currently a certified public expenditure reimbursement model, where the county takes claimed cost based upon interim rates, and then several years later, we're audited, and certain services and costs that may have been billed may be disallowed, and we reconcile to a final cost report. That all is going away, and the new model will involve the use of fee for service rates, just as described above, and then via what's called an intergovernmental transfer process, draw down federal financial participation, which will not be bound specifically by cost settlement any longer. Not all these rates have yet been published by DHCS. For San Joaquin County and most other counties, and there may be some fee established or revised rates during the fiscal year. And at this time, these are the basis for our fee recommendations, and we're also asking for the authority to amend rates within the fiscal year. So that's BHS, and I'm not sure if there's a PowerPoint available for that. Next, we have public health services, and much cleaner. So via a cost methodology that was approved by the Auditor Controller Office several years ago, we base our public health lab fees upon various inputs, such as our labor cost, our supply cost, and the cost of equipment and depreciation. And from this, these costs, we establish a lab-based fee based upon the annual batched volume of each test. And when I say batched volume, sometimes if the caddy can hold 64, but we're only running 8, obviously there's some fixed cost in that. But the authority sought also allows for modifying charges if there are subsequent changes in some of these input costs, or if a new test comes online that we need to authorize during the year. And this kind of came up several years ago when there was a large hurricane in Puerto Rico, and Puerto Rico actually does a lot of medical supplies, and that had a drastic increase in some of our costs. The third item is with emergency medical services, and similarly, EMS uses a cost methodology that was approved by the Auditor Controller Office several years ago, but their primary cost input is labor. And given the compensation increases approved by the board for various labor agreements and unrepresented resolutions, EMS fees are increasing across the board by essentially 11%. In the EMS request, we're also requesting a fee waiver for Delta Community College for them to stand up an emergency medical technician program, and asking to waive their application fee. And we believe that this will provide a community benefit, and will also allow the county to support a local public education institution. And as the costs for the application review and the technical assistance that the department has already provided have already been incurred to support Delta in this process, any fee payment at this time would essentially just be swept into the general fund at fiscal year end close. And lastly, Public Guardian, Public Conservator's Office, there's one fee we're requesting to increase, and that is the Social Security Administration allows for representative payee services where we manage clients' SSI benefits. These are just annually in January. This January, that fee, as authorized by Social Security Administration, increased from $48 to $52. So we're looking to increase the fee to $52 as allowed by law, but also the authority to basically get out in front of it, and annually in January when that fee may or may not increase by Social Security Administration, allowing the department to take advantage, if you will, of that fee adjustment at January rather than waiting for the next fee cycle hearing. So with that, I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Diedrich. 6 minutes. I think that's the fastest presentation you've ever done. Appreciate it. I'm timing. Let's be on alert. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? None. We have nobody from the board. No queue. Mr. Dieter, thank you.
Next, we have Abe Nunes, Chief Financial Officer of San Joaquin General Hospital.
Good morning again, Chairman Rickman and the Board of Supervisors. The hospital is seeking approval for a 5% aggregate price increase effective with the start of our new fiscal year 23-24. This is the maximum allowable per our contracts with the various commercial payers. This year, the hospital contracted with an outside vendor by the name of Centauri to do a comprehensive review of our overall pricing structure. So they support hospitals nationwide with evaluating the pricing relative to the local market. So they'll compare our imaging pricing, for example, relative to a St. Joseph's or a Dameron hospital. The data shows that we are very affordable, which is a good thing. Our pricing structure is lower than the local hospitals here in San Joaquin County. And as a result, supports that 5% increase that we are proposing and baked into our budget for next fiscal. That I'll take any questions.
That was it?
Yeah.
That was under a minute. All right, thank you. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on that item? And none, bring it back to the board. We have Supervisor Ding.
Just a brief comment. I spent Saturday night in your fine establishment in the emergency room observing, and I'm, wow. I'm looking forward to having further conversations with you over the year. But
yeah, no, absolutely.
Your staff over there is phenomenal, and thank you for everything you do.
No, thank you for the feedback. I'll definitely share it with the team.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. All right, thank you.
Assistant Sheriff Michael Taban.
Morning, Chairman Rickman, members of the board. Mike Taban, the Assistant Sheriff of Custody Division, San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office. I have with me Lieutenant Erica Plant to answer any questions that you may have of us. We're here to talk about getting approval for our fee schedule for our Community Corps program. The Community Corps program, which we call CCP, has been providing inmate labor for various work projects within the county for many years. This has been a valuable program that provides both enhanced opportunities to inmates and the service to our community. The current fee schedule for our CCP program has been in place for 5 years. It took effect July 1st of 2018. Since that time, we all know the cost of services has gone up. Program services have increased, mainly as a result of salary raises, increased retirement contribution rates, and fuel prices and vehicle cost. Needless to say, a lot of the projects and contracts that we have throughout the community take commercial grade equipment and supplies. So With that, we're asking for a full day with our crew, vehicle, and tools. Our current price is $620. Our proposed price for 23-24 would be $724. That's a 16.75 increase. On that proposal, if I'm willing to take any questions, if you may have any.
I don't see anybody from the board. How about anybody from the public? All right.
Okay, the second fee is our booking fee. This booking fee allows the sheriff's office to charge arresting agencies a booking fee for bringing in their arrestees. However, through Assembly Bill 1805, it allows the counties to appropriate $35 million, and that's told to all the counties in California. So therefore, we do not charge this fee. However, if we were if we weren't able to appropriate that money, we would have to charge a booking fee from $128 with a $14 increase of $142. So like I said, because of Assembly Bill 1805, we don't charge the agencies a booking fee. That I have willing to answer any questions.
No.
Over a minute?
2 minutes and 24 seconds.
All right, I tried.
No, good job. Anybody from the public? All right. Well, thank you. I'm surprised. I didn't know that allied agencies we didn't charge them because of that exempted bill.
Because of the money appropriated from the state.
Oh, that's good for the cities.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
That concludes our departmental presentations. At this time, the county administrators is recommending that the requested fee revisions totaling approximately $3.9 million be approved by your board.
All right. Thank you. All right. The public hearing is still open, so the public has a chance to hear from several different departments. Anybody wishing to address the board at this time, give you a chance to do so. All right. Seeing no one, all right, at this time, we will close the public hearing, and we'll bring it back to the board for final comments, and looks like we have Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a brief statement. I appreciate the work that's put into this through the CAO's office and the auditor's office. It's a very careful analysis, and it's done very structurally and very meticulously so that we are being fair with the public. As we saw, there's even sometimes adjustments where the prices are reduced, but we always look for efficiency and effectiveness in our agencies. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on the board about that process. You can get a more detailed outline of how they go through their process, but it's I found it over the many years here so far to be very careful and done with scrutiny. Thank you.
And thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, don't see anybody else in the queue, so I will entertain a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Go to vote, please. All right, it's adopted 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, move on to number 3. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution making a finding of significant public benefit for the Lower San Joaquin River project and approving the issuance of bonds by the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd District. Wurzel. We have a... All right.
Good morning again. Chair Rickman and members of the board. Alex Chetley, Deputy Public Works Director. This item before you is regards to the same LCMA, the Levee Construction and Maintenance Assessment that we spoke on earlier. And I'm going to turn the presentation over to Seth Wurzel with Larson Wurzel and Associates.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. With respect to the Lower San Joaquin River projects, SJAFCA, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, plans to issue bonds to finance that project. As a JPA, the JPA will be utilizing the authority provided under the Mark Schroes Local Bond Pooling Act to issue the debt. That law requires that a benefit finding be made by a local agency where the improvements are being financed are located after a public hearing. So this action before the board today relates to that hearing and finding requirement. So there's 2 things I'd like to emphasize up front. As the issuer of the bonds, SJAFCA will have all of the financing obligations and repayment associated with that rests with SJAFCA, not this board. The revenues for repayment will come from the proposed San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency Levee Construction and Maintenance Assessment District, the LCMA district. Because of the timing of the district formation and the timing associated with the need to issue bonds before the assessment rolls for direct charges on property tax bills takes place, we're presenting this item in advance of the final hearing on the proposed assessment district formation, which, as we mentioned earlier, is this Thursday, June 8th at 6 p.m. As such, the bond issuance is contingent on that ballot proceeding and subsequent actions by SJAFCA. So we're asking the board today to consider the required hearing under the Bond Pooling Act in advance of that. So everything is contingent on that item. So I'd like to start with a little background on the proposed district. The LCMA district is being formed by SJAFCA pursuant to the MOU between the Flood Control District and SJAFCA that Deputy Director Chetley mentioned earlier on the prior item. The assessment will fund operations and maintenance services, including maintenance of 112 miles of flood control district Zone 9 project levees and O&M of levees improved by SJAFCA and the Corps. In addition, the assessment will fund improvements to the levee system, including the Lower San Joaquin River project and other improvements upstream to ensure long-term FEMA accreditation of the levee system protecting North and Central Stockton. So the proposed bond issuance by SJAFCA, if the assessment is successfully formed, pending the ballot proceeding conclusion, SJAFCA would issue bonds that would accomplish two purposes: the redemption of the currently outstanding Smith Canal Area Assessment District bonds, and also generate new proceeds to advance the Lower San Joaquin River project. The total bond sizing is estimated to be approximately $27.6 million, a little bit rounded down from that 30 on the slide above. It's broken down between new money of approximately $5.3 million and about $22.3 million for the redemption of the Smith Canal Area Assessment District bonds. So again, if LCMA is successfully formed, the Smith Canal Area Assessment District bonds, and those are redeemed, the assessments in the Smith Canal Area Assessment District would no longer be levied. So this new assessment would supplant that existing assessment that's been formed by SJAFCA. And that's the need for redeeming those outstanding bonds. If we retire that old assessment, that revenues are no longer available to be pledged to the current outstanding bonds. So that's why we need to refund them with this proposed bond issuance. So the board has a role today in making a finding of a significant special benefit associated with the financing. So there are multiple aspects of benefit. There's the benefit of SJAFCA issuing the debt under the Marks-Roos Bond Pooling Act, and there's the benefit of the project being advanced itself. The benefits associated with the Bond Pooling Act are shown on this slide. Ultimately, by having SJAFCA issue the debt, there's a financial benefit of the pooling approach, whereas compared to the alternative, each member agency issuing the debt, there's a resulting significant savings in cost of interest and bond issuance associated costs. So that's one aspect of benefit. The second aspect of benefit is what we're financing with the bond issuance. That's associated with the actual use of the proceeds from the bond financing, and these include flood protection benefits associated with the components of the Lower San Joaquin River project. The project, which includes those components listed here, would have significant flood risk reduction benefits to more than 122,000 residents and more than $28 billion in properties in North and Central Stockton. In fact, the benefit of the project was demonstrated by the Army Corps Chief of Engineers in the final report to Congress when the project was authorized. That report noted a benefit to cost ratio of 7-to-1, which was the highest benefit to cost ratio in the country, thereby, spurring on federal investment in the project. So the project is a $1.4 billion project. This slide here shows the breakdown of costs between the state and the federal government and the local agency. The state and federal government will provide approximately 90% of the funding, and the local sponsor, SJAFCA, would provide 10%. So, Supervisor Patty, this goes to your 9-to-1 benefit cost for each dollar invested by the locals. We're getting $9 invested by the state and federal government in the project. This slide here is the first part of the financing plan. And the costs are summarized by project component on this slide. So we have, as I mentioned, approximately $1.4 billion project, and it reflects all the items of cost here. The way we fund those items of cost is shown on this slide, which details the sources of funding for the project. As I mentioned, more than $1.2 billion of the costs will be paid by the state and federal government. The balance of the costs will be funded by the locals, and a breakdown of the local funding is detailed here. Significant investment is already incurred through the advancement of the Smith Canal Gate project, for which the locals will receive credit for the federal cost share of that. And the balance of the project would be funded from both annual revenues of the proposed assessment district, the proceeds of the proposed bond issuance, which we're asking the board to find significant benefit in today, and additional future borrowing as the project advances that will take place over time during implementation. So the next steps after today's hearing, the SJAFCA board would consider authorization of the sale of the bonds and approve all the related documents. That's scheduled for June 15th. However, again, as I've mentioned multiple times, this is subject to the results of the Proposition 218 property owner ballot proceeding, which will conclude at 6 p.m. here in these chambers on June 8th. Following that hearing, we'll tabulate the ballots. If there is no majority protest, the SJAFCA board may move forward with the formation of the assessment district and ultimately the authorization of these bonds, which that authorization, again, is subject to this hearing. So the next slide shows our schedule for the financing. So assuming that the assessment district is formed and there's no majority protest, on June 15th, SJAFCA would consider the approval of the financing and the related documents. Then moving on through the end of July, we would advance the sale of the bonds. The goal of this schedule, again, is to ensure completion of the transaction prior to the August 10th deadline to submit direct assessments to the Auditor Controller's Office for inclusion on property tax bills. That's why we need this hearing today, so that we can authorize the bond sale on June 15th if there's no majority protest, and get the transaction complete so that we can no longer have the obligation to enroll the assessments of the Smith Canal Area Assessment District. By completing the transaction prior to when we need to enroll the taxes, then we no longer have an obligation to levy those assessments, and we can fully supplant the Smith Canal Area Assessment District with the LCMA district. So that concludes my presentation. Again, our recommendation, after we answer any questions that the board and the public might have on this presentation, is to conduct the public hearing, receive all comments, and consider approval of the resolution. Thank you very much for your time and the opportunity to present on this item.
All right, thank you. All right, bring it back to the board and see anybody in queue. So we will open the public meeting or the public hearing at this time. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? Seeing no movement, so, all right, seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for comments. If there is no comments, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve, Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, please vote. All right, it is adopted 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we will be going to closed session since we do have outside counsel. I would say with approximation, we'll probably be back here in these chambers around 12:30. Are we going to have any, Counselor, do you have any, do you think we'll have any announcements at a closed session?
There's a pretty good chance we'll have an announcement at a closed session.
All right. With that, we will go. We will pause the Board of Supervisors, and we will go to closed session. Be back approximately 12:30, so it gives everybody a chance to stretch their legs and get some lunch. So thank you, everyone. Be back shortly. Or actually, Counselor, do you need to make an announcement or anything for closed? All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is 12:30. We are returning from closed session. We do have a report at a closed session, so I'm going to turn it over to our county council.
Yes, we went into closed session and we dealt with the existing lawsuit of Gagente versus Universal Protection Service et al. And a settlement was agreed to by the vote of 5-0. Supervisor Rickman, Chairman Rickman made the motion. Supervisor Canepa seconded it, and it was approved by a vote of 5-0, as I say. A copy of the settlement will be available upon request when all parties have executed the document.
All right, thank you, Counselor. All right, we're going to get back into the thick of things here. We're going to start out with the discussion items. The first item, approve flying commemorative pride flag for 5 consecutive business days during Pride Month, June 2023. It requires a 4/5 vote. It's brought forward by Supervisor Canepa, so I am going to turn it over to Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair. The reason that I brought this forward, when I was elected, my district has 160,000 people that I was elected to represent. Some of them didn't vote for me, some of them did vote for me. So obviously, as an elected, I'm supposed to represent everybody. So I brought this forward as a sign of inclusion. Just for most of you, I was obviously raised Catholic, so a lot of people said that, oh my God, he's got an agenda. Well, if my agenda is caring and compassion for human beings, then I guess I do have an agenda. So for me, I just hope that we can, unify as not only a city but a county, and help be more inclusive to people. So therefore, I brought this forward. There's obviously a policy. I didn't know it was for 5 days, and I don't mean to be respectful to the flag and Juneteenth and things like that. So obviously, flying it for 5 days obviously has caused some people some problems. So it's been just motioned by me and brought up by me. So it takes a 4/5 vote. So therefore, I'm bringing it forward. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I've got great respect for my friend and colleague, Supervisor Canepa, and I have no doubt you brought this forward with all the best intentions. But I think the battle you're speaking of was really fought 210 years ago in Baltimore. And, the British had captured Washington, D.C., they had burned the White House, and the last stand was in Baltimore. And Keyes sat out there on a boat as the sun rose in the dawn's early light. And the only sign of hope he saw was when the sun broke and he saw our flag. And that flag is a sign of unity for all. And as we go into these times of fentanyl crisis and people, kids killing kids, and the world has gone nuts. The only thing we have to hope for is that we stand together as a country so that on January 20th, whoever the president is can walk into the House of the People and say, the state of our union is strong. And that's what, that flag represents. Gay, lesbian, black, Mexican, it represents everyone. I just want to read one little segment. It was actually spoken 40 years ago by President Ronald Reagan. Author unknown, but he stated, I am whatever you make me, and he's speaking of the United States flag. I am whatever you make me, nothing more. I am your belief in yourself, your dream of what a people may become. I am the day's work of the weakest man and the largest dreams of the most daring. I am the clutch of an idea and the reason purpose of resolution. I am no more than you believe me to be, and am all that you believe I can be. I am whatever you make of me, no more. That flag represents everyone, and we ought to stick with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Anyone else? Seeing no one, we will open up for public comment, and we have public comment forms. So we will start with that. Marilyn Hammond. And just remember, it's 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I had, well, you all got an email from me. And after what Steve Dean said, I really don't think I need to go into detail because I think that's the bottom line. We do have a flag that represents everyone. And then if we fly a flag for 5 days from one group, you need to fly a flag for 5 days from every single group that's represented in the United States. And I don't see how you could possibly do that. So I don't really think I need to go into detail on the reasons why I object to it personally. I would like to take just a minute, though, and request that in the future for public comments, we should still remain to have our choice of being able to say our comment during the public comments, because I know a lot of people who had to leave today because the general public has responsibilities and not always is able to sit here all day. And so we should be able to have a choice to be able to say our comments at the beginning rather than wait all day. A lot of people that I know wanted to make comments could not stay for this. So thank you very much, and thank you, Steve Dean. I appreciate your comments.
All right, thank you. Tony Shoemaker.
So, as some of you know, my husband and I helped out at a event this last weekend, the Watermelon Festival in Manteca. It was a 2-day event. We proudly flew the American flag all around the booth. Saturday night it was vandalized and our table was ransacked. A flag was stolen. Somebody somewhere is celebrating that. We celebrate the flag every day. I don't know what exactly the Pride community celebrates, because Pride is not something really to celebrate. But what I have observed is that the LGBTQ flag stands for everything that the American flag does not. It stands for divisiveness. They may claim to be nice, family-friendly. What I have observed is not family-friendly. The books that they read in drag queen events at libraries, they're pornographic. They are not representing family as we know it, at least as we grew up to know family to be. Families are all over the place, and I get that, but to celebrate that lifestyle and to not represent other groups included in this honor to have a flag with the American flag, it's a disgrace. I'm sorry, but I mean, I'm not against. I love people. I don't hate on them. I stand for what I believe to be right. I have been bullied on Facebook because of what I believe and what I stand for in God, the family, the Constitution. I'm sorry, I've been getting hate comments. I had to delete some because they were so vulgar. I had naked pictures come up, sexual stuff just come on my page because of what I stand for, from people who are very proud of this flag, the Pride flag. And how they got a month worth of celebration is beyond me. But anyway, if there's another flag that should be flown, it should be the veterans. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Pat Barrett.
Chair Rickman, board members, good morning.
Morning.
Bishop Barrett. I come this morning to support discussion item BOS-20 E2, raising the pride flag. The pride flag not only does it stand for people and the struggle of the LGBT community endured to be treated equal, but the allies that support us. This flag flies under the stars and stripes of our country's flag. I agree, we should have a veterans flag. Some places do. That stands for equality for all, no matter age, race, religion, or sex. As a member of the Board of Supervisors, I want to remind you of the oath that you have taken to defend the Constitution of the United States. This Constitution stands for just that the struggles, the freedom of choice, gender identity, and the days of liberation for those that were treated so unfairly. The pride flag shows multiple colors, and the A shape of colors, this A represents all of you, because you will, in the greatness of your heart, would never turn away any one of your families, friends, or neighbors who came to you with pride to share their gender. I know in my heart that you would never want a family member or a friend have to live in the closet out of fear of judgment. The pride flag does not only mean queer, but we, the people of the United States, accept the LGBT community as a proud community free of fear and judgment. And as a question for you to be honest and as a question for you to be honest of these children, which of these children that you have recognized today, if they came to you to share with you their sexual identity, would you then not give them their certificate? So I ask you to please pass this item of the flag in flow the last week for the month of Pride. And you know, when I hear these people speaking about bullying because, I don't know, maybe they're heterosexual or Christian, I don't know what the question was, but the bottom line is when you really sit back and step back and listen, it sounds like they're bullying the people of the pride community, you know? And so where do you stop? Where do you say, okay, you can bully us, but you can't bully them? You know, people that are under this LGBTQ community, we didn't choose to be who we are. This is a birth-given gift, you know? Christ gave us this, okay, if we want to call it that way. Evolution, if we want to go that way. The bottom line is we are equal, and just because we fly underneath the flag, we have the California flag underneath the flag, does not mean we're not citizens of the United States.
All right, thank you. Simone Reyes? Simone? Bless you. Seeing no Simone. Okay, so she's not coming back? All right. Bill Smith? He left. Reverend Mark Wagner. Melanie Knott.
It is afternoon. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors, Chairman Rickman. My name is Melanie Knott. I'm a resident of San Joaquin County. It's my understanding that this board today will have a discussion on the general government to approve flying a commemorative pride flag for 5 consecutive business days during Pride Month, June 2023. Do any of you know what this pride flag represents, symbolizes, or even means? Pride is defined by Merriam-Webster as reasonable self-esteem or confidence and satisfaction in oneself. Oxford defines it as the quality of having an excessively high opinion of oneself or one's own importance that may be related to one's own abilities or achievements. The Bible has some pretty significant things to say about pride. In Proverbs, the 16th chapter, the 18th verse, it says, pride goes before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall. And in Proverbs, the 29th chapter, the 23rd verse, a man's pride will bring him low, but a humble spirit will obtain honor. I've repeated this quote here several times. It's a quote by our founding father, George Washington. It is the duty of all nations to acknowledge the providence of Almighty God, to obey his will, to be grateful for his benefits, and humbly implore his protection and favor. I hope you can see that our founding fathers recognize the hand of Almighty God in the founding of this nation and its direction. Our founding fathers saw the importance of seeking this wisdom in the governance of our nation, as I hope you also see for the governance of this county. Our American flag is a symbol of a great nation's freedom and a representation of all our country's citizens and its history, paid for by the blood, sweat, and tears of many brave men and women. I come and I make this statement. This isn't a judgment against people, and it's not hate towards people of anyone or any group. Almighty God offered the world an invitation of love in John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his Son, that whosoever would believe in him would not perish but have life. That's extended to all people, and it's represented in that flag, our American flag. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the public comment forms I have. So with that, I'm going to open up to the public. Anybody wishing to address the board on this item, you can come forward. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes. Okay, yeah, please.
My name is Jane Weisenberger. I was not planning on saying anything today. I just came to see what was going to happen. And I'm sure I'll bring a smile to your face, but I am from New Jersey, and we say it like it is. And what I am not understanding is why this is even an issue when it's a sexual thing. And why is a sexual thing being brought to the forefront? I don't introduce myself to somebody and say, I know Tom Petty. Hello, I'm Jane Weisenberger. I'm a heterosexual. Why is it so important that we are trying to pull out somebody out of our society that I accept because of their sexuality? I don't get that. It doesn't make any sense in my mind. It's nobody's business what my sexuality is unless I want to talk to you about it. And I just don't understand how this ever got to this point when it's something sexual. Since when do we vote on sexual things? I don't know. I mean, I could be misinformed, but that's all I want to say. I wasn't really prepared. But it seems ridiculous. It has nothing about the way I feel about everybody. Tom Petty knows I like everybody. I mean, I'm like that. But this is a sexual issue, and to me, it's nobody's business. What I do when I'm home in my house with whoever shouldn't be brought to a vote and be putting on a flag. Our flag, like everybody has said so far, our flag includes everybody. It's not going to pick out these people and pick out these people. It's everybody. That's why we live in this country. That's all I wanted to say. Okay?
All right, thank you. Anybody else from the public wishing to address the board on this item? Going once, twice. All right, seeing no one, we'll bring it back to board for discussion. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a little bit ago, I jotted down a note on this issue. And I want to start off with, I'm going to read my note here. I believe in America's exceptionalism, our freedom, our liberty, and our quality of opportunity. We have men and women that have served and those that have given their lives to protect those rights as spelled out in our Constitution and in the Bill of Rights. Governments are imperfect as humans are flawed, but we have evolved as a nation and advanced to be the most diverse, inclusive, and benevolent country to ever exist, irrespective of race, religion, or lifestyle. All of this is possible as our American flag flies high and proud, representing our flag and all that is good and possible in our nation. Therefore, I cannot support an alternate flag since our flag represents freedom, liberty, and opportunity for all. At this time, I'll throw a motion out there if somebody wants to second it, not to shut off, but something for the board to consider, that we table this. If the board, somebody wants to second it after discussion, but I would throw out an idea and a motion that we table this discussion item and not vote yes or no. I think our American flag flies high and proud as is. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. So you have a motion on the floor. Do you have a second?
And the motion wasn't to call off anybody's discussion.
No, we can still debate on this. So we have a motion to end debate or a motion to table or
Question for the chairman. Question for the chairman.
1 second. It's a motion to table, Supervisor Patty, and a motion to postpone indefinitely. Table, you'll have to postpone indefinitely.
Postpone indefinitely.
All right, so that's a motion. Supervisor Ding, you have comment on that?
I would, we've had a great working relationship on this board, and we've really, it's been an amazing 5 months and not dealing with anything political, so forth. I humbly would like to ask Supervisor Canepa, after hearing this discussion, and you made the gesture, I just rather have you remove the agenda item and go from there. Otherwise, I'll have to vote no.
Okay, all right, thank you. But we do have a motion on the table. So we have a motion. Do we have a second to post? Well, we have a motion we got to deal with first. Do we have a motion on the table to postpone indefinitely? Do we have a second on that? And no second, so the motion dies for a lack of a second. Supervisor Dean, you had a question toward Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Canepa, it's up to you if you wish to answer that question.
For me, there's an old kid's book, and I don't know if you've all read it. It's called Stand Tall, Molly Lou Mellon. And for me, I get it and I understand it. We also as a society need to move on. Because there's a lot of folks that don't share the same beliefs as those people who are Christian and are people of God like myself. So for me, I didn't want to make it about that, but I'm a God-fearing person. At the same time, whose God is supreme? So as I do respect Supervisor Ding's thing, and I'm not going to hold this in animosity towards them because that's the type of leader that I am. We're here to collectively vote on something. I brought it forward and I'm leaving it as it is because I believe in what I stand for and what I'm doing. Sometimes I lead with my heart and people may question that. I mean, when I am a county employee and I'm out, I represent the county to 110%. And so sometimes if it's not what everybody likes, I apologize. But for me, I have to stand tall in what I believe in, and unity and all the hatred in our community that's coming about, Target and Bud Light, it all needs to be put to rest, and we need to figure out solutions collectively. So I will not remove my thing, and we'll take a vote. And if it doesn't fail, then we're here to work collectively. And for me, the way that I was raised, I mean, this is definitely outside the box for me, but I want to be a more inclusive society. So if that causes hatred towards me, then so be it. If people are allowed to do and feel as they say, but I won't remove it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Anyone else before? I don't see anybody else in the queue. So I'll entertain a motion, whatever that motion may be.
So I motion to fly the pride flag as amended.
Oh, second the motion.
All right, we got a motion and a second. Can we vote, please?
Sorry, before we vote, you said as amended. What are
As presented, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
My bad.
All right. It's 3 yeses, two noes. So
not adopted.
It is. Thanks, Supervisor Patty. I was just about to get there. It's requires a 4/5 vote, so it is not adopted. So we'll move on to item number 2. Board discussion and consideration of a $50,000 county contribution toward the addition of a shade structure at the City of Stockton Animal Shelter, funded from the contingency provision budget and approve related budget adjustments. Again, it's a 4/5 vote that is required, and this is Supervisor Patty. So Supervisor Patty, it's all yours.
Thank you, Chairman. This came about recently. The Stockton Homeless Shelter, it was brought to our attention. There was a fundraiser done in conjunction with some of the local animal activist groups, API and Paws with Love or something of that nature. It's on here. Cool Cats and Barking Dogs, thank you. So they did a fundraiser, and they had a fundraising effort for a shade structure at the current animal shelter. There is not an adequate place for the dogs to go out with shade or to do anything other than be on hot asphalt. There has what used to be an old area for them, but there's no ground cover. It's all just basically chewed up asphalt. So this is a project that the private sector raised got up to $100,000. The city of Stockton committed to, and the San Joaquin County through the CAO's office, we discussed it, bring it here to ratify. But if we got to $100,000 on the private sector, the city would match 50, which they've committed to, and we would match 50, which is now before you for approval today. So that's the plan. This was introduced at the fundraiser as one of the motivating factors of if we got to $100,000 today, we'll trigger 50 from the city, 50 from the county. I recognize all of the supervisors as potential, of course, supporters for this, and that, again, the CAO's office, it's within their authority to move that forward so that could be presented, but it is here for us to ratify and approve. That's pretty much it, Chairman. I'll answer any questions if there is any at this time.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, seeing nobody in the queue, you get the double. Supervisor Canepa.
All right, so it's important, obviously, because there's a partnership between the county and the animal shelter, just like the libraries we were discussing earlier. So, you know what I mean? The building is old, so I don't know what other plans, I'd hate to set aside this money and then we go do a shade structure and then they take it down. So, I mean, just as long as we approve this and it's in the grand scheme of where they're going for the future growth, obviously, because if anybody doesn't know, we're turning animals away because it's full. So anything that we can do to make it better, and I'm all for the county, partnering hopefully with the city to figure out a better solution of how we deal with this, because when you go and take an animal in and they say we can't take you because we're at capacity is not okay. I mean, whether, we need to do more spay and neutering, which obviously we need to do. And I think we need to be a part of that because, we bring our animals, whether it's a person in the county or if it's a law enforcement. And so we pay, I think it's $1.2 million per year. It's $400 per animal that somebody either from the county or whether it's a deputy or somebody takes to the shelter. So it's in our best interest to make it, so that we can adopt more folks out. So I'm wholeheartedly for this if it's for shade, but I just want to make sure it's done mindfully and that we don't give money and that, we put up a shade structure and then guess what? They have to rip it down or, So that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Chair.
Did you have a question for Supervisor Patty, or was that just a statement?
No. Statement, and just making sure that because there are plans to do things, and we've been raising money, and obviously that was the intent of the fundraiser is to shed light on how we treat animals in the county, and I'm for it as long as it's done in not having to put it up and take it back down, and you know what I mean. So as long as it's being done in a mindful way.
All right, thank you. Don't see anybody else in the queue. All right, we'll open it for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item?
Our animal shelter needs to be revamped. Has anybody walked in there lately? I mean, it makes you come to tears. Dogs deserve better than that. It's sad. I go in there all the time for rescue dogs, donate food. Our shelter needs help. We really need some money to fix it up. I don't know. We need help on our shelter. It's time. It's been there too long.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? And no one. We'll bring it back before the board. And Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in closing, yes, Supervisor Canepa, great point. They do have plans right now. There's a plan A or a plan B. I've been working with Marcia Cunningham, setting up a meeting with city manager, of course, working through the CAO's office to bring back to the board a proposal to consider doing a joint venture to not only, it's not rebuild, but basically remodel, reinvent what that shelter is all about. That will include indoor, outdoor spaces, medical services for the animals that are injured, as well as spay and neuter, and upgrading not only capacity, but the facilities themselves. But the area that this shade would go is designated and it's solid. But it's a great point that will make certain that we can make it so that it can be perhaps detached during construction or reinstalled if and as needed, so that it's not obviously put up and 6 months later torn down. But there will be a plan coming back to this board to discuss a potential joint venture as they are at capacity. So it would be in our best interest, I believe, that we would expand the shelter's capacities and partner with the city, as Supervisor Canepa points out, we do with libraries and in many other manners. So I would encourage the board's support on this. It'll be a small little piece of an improvement plan that will be vast at the current shelter location. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is money well spent. It's for dogs and animals. I'm a huge dog lover and cat lover, so we need a healthy animal shelter. It is in bad shape, and I agree with Ms. Barrett. We need to do something more for all these animals that we have in our county. But this is something I support. I want to thank Supervisor Patty for bringing this forward.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. All right. Anybody else? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion second. Vote, please. All right, it is adopted 5-0. All right, moving on to item number 3. Discuss and consider a request of $1 million in total matching funds for Delta College Student Career Internship Program for 22-23 and 23-24. Approve agreement with Delta College and approve related adjustments for if this vote is required. And Supervisor Patty, this is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Part of this board, there's 2 newcomers here, but about a couple years ago, we had approved up to $2 million to do 1,000 interns in partnership at Delta College with students. Delta College then President Porzanjani and I had partnered, brought to the board. We approved allocating $2 million to match their $2 million for these apprentice jobs programs for students that really had no work experience or what fields they might be pursuing. $1.5 million of that was returned. It was unused. It took a little while to kind of work this out, but it's really come forward and advanced. So we had roughly 250 students go through the program this last year. There's some video testimony, which, Clerk, do we have a quick video to play? Was that sent over? If we could see that, please, and kind of it's self-explanatory at that point.
1,000 internships here at Delta College have a lot of goals that are aimed at getting students employment and furthering their skills by connecting them to local jobs. Here's what Michelle Castanon has to say about that.
Allow them to really get that hands-on real-world work and really begin to network with our local employers to build the confidence. The internships there is a variety. We do have both on campus here at Delta College with our various departments, and then we also have off-campus opportunities. Our students are very grateful for the opportunities that they are having with us, and also that they've been introduced to our local employers. And really, again, it's enhanced what they're doing in the classroom.
And here's what one student intern, Vanessa Vega, had to say.
I think that being paid while doing what you are studying is like a great opportunity because it shows you like real life applications of the job that you'll potentially be doing. And sometimes it's helpful because you'll do the internship and then you realize that maybe it's not like the right fit for you. And you don't, like, since you're studying anyways, it's not like wasted time. Or maybe you like can really narrow down your focus within that career path. Not a lot of people know about it. Maybe talk to your professors and see like how they can help you get an internship, because it's not just like one specific department. We also have employers outside of Delta College, so that could be really beneficial for everybody.
For DCTV News, I'm Carolita Washington.
Chairman, this time, I'm uncertain if anybody from Delta College was going to come here and represent the program. Yeah, come on forward, please, Danielle. Just speaking on behalf of what the use of dollars is and what we're asking for the board to consider is $500,000 allocation for this year and a commitment to $500,000 for next year. Is that correct, Ms. Vergallo? Yes, thank you. Who worked very hard on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. So I'm Danelle Hepworth. I'm with San Joaquin Delta College, and I love that video. One of the most important things about that video was the fact that those were interns that were creating a video to promote internships. So it was kind of a full circle there. And like Supervisor Patty said, the internship program was really slow in getting started, right? There was a lot of details that had to be worked out. And so it took us 16 months to get our first 250 interns. It took us 4 months to get the next 250 interns. So once we got things going, once it got rolling, it really took off and took off quickly. And the reality is we've touched lives. We have touched lives. We had interns in all different locations, all different sectors in agriculture, automotive, culinary, business, early childhood education, healthcare, public defender's office, real estate, welding, and many, many more. And we've been able to provide these students with competitive wages while they're going to school, gives them the opportunity to continue to stay in school because they're making these competitive wages. We've been able to provide mentors for the interns, so they've been able to explore these different career opportunities. And like was said, hands-on, real-world experience. And many of our students have been hired not only by the location that they did their internship, or because they had an internship and they had work experience, now they were hired by somebody else. So it's been really successful, but mostly what we've learned is that these students, we're helping them gain experience for a lifelong career, not a job. This is not a job that we're looking for. We're looking for careers, and this is what they're doing. And I'm here to answer any questions that you might have about what we've been doing.
Excellent, thank you. And Chairman, this time I'll open up to the board any questions on this. Real quick, before I do that, we're looking at programs for administrative justice, agriculture business, graphic arts, heating, air conditioning, horticulture, auto body repair, restoration, automation, robot technology, interior design, automotive technology, journalism, business administration, logistics, transportation, business information management. That's just half of what Delta College offers, and there's so much more. So this has proven to be quite successful, and I'm excited to bring it back to the board. Again, we had allocated $2 million. We received back $1.5 million. This is just repurposing those dollars, I believe, for this year and the next in $500,000 allocations. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Patty. The only question I had is, I mean, you had a camera and a video and a camera there. How wasn't Tom Patty in the middle of that?
That's my question, exactly.
Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, since he's poaching in my district, but I'm not bitter. And since I did get an AA degree from Delta College, I am in full support of this because I think anything that we can do, and at least you're mindful of the money so that it didn't work and then you gave it back and now you're reappropriating it for good purposes. So yes, since it is in my district and Tom's poaching, I will give him a little bit of leeway there, but this is fabulous. So glad to support it.
All right, thank you, Supervisor. All right, nobody in the queue, open up for the public. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item? And none, bring it back to the board. Before we have a vote, I just a quick, no, I think this is a great program. We approved it, like Tom was saying, Supervisor Patty's a few years ago, and so the money was already there. I mean, it is awesome that, you didn't use it and you brought it back, and that just shows how mindful, as Supervisor Canepa just mentioned, how mindful you are of the funds. So that's great. Hey, I'm like Supervisor Canepa. I got my degree from Delta, and internships are so valuable. And there's one thing from being lectured and reading from a book than getting the actual expertise going out there working in your field of interest or study. It's night and day. So I've always been a huge supporter of internships. And, Delta College is a great school. Whatever we can do to support our local colleges, and I'm all for it. With that being said, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to give a little clarity, that is something that we had introduced, I believe, a couple of years ago now with Dr. Porzanjani. Even though now Supervisor Canepa was at the city, he never proposed any such partnership with Delta College. And having been on Delta College Foundation Board for about 5-6 years, I was proud to bring this forward and show leadership and foresight and vision, unlike the city of Stockton or the current the office holder at that time. Thank you, Chairman.
I came up with it. Should I use my gavel?
What a hater.
All right. You can feel the love up here.
Move to approve. How's that?
Okay, we got a motion to approve. Got a second? Anyone?
Second. I wasn't going to because I was 3 units short at Delta. I had to go to Chico and finish, but go ahead.
A lot of bitterness. I see here. All right. We got a motion and a second. Let's vote. All right, it's adopted 5-0. Moving to item number 4, acceptance of the fiscal year 2023-2024 proposed budget for the county and special districts. All yours, Brenda. You want to give you like a wheelbarrow? Man, you would think our CAO would go out there and help her. Coming from the CAO's
Or spend
office.
$10 on a little cart for her to carry those things
One
around.
is on order.
Okay.
Welcome. Turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Rickman and members of the board. I'm Brenda Kiley, Chief Deputy County Administrator. The item before you is the 23-24 proposed budget. I will be presenting some of the highlights of the overall budget and the multi-year forecast that is our best estimate through 27-28. A more detailed presentation and discussion will take place during the final budget hearing, which is scheduled to begin on Tuesday, June 20th at 9 a.m. So in 2 weeks, we'll be back with the final budget hearing. This proposed budget provides the document that will be presented to your board during that hearing on the 20th. The proposed budget is now available for the public's review, and the entire document has been posted on the county's website. I want to acknowledge and thank the excellent CAO budget team and all department heads and their staff for leadership and cooperation they provided to our office in the development of the 23-24 budget. A special thank you also to the print shop and to Robert Johnston with ISD for assisting with the design of the cover and graphics for the budget this year. I'm really happy with it. Okay, the slide before you is a high-level view of the proposed budget balancing for all funds. The 22-23 adjusted budget totals $2.2 billion compared to the 23-24 proposed budget of $2.6 billion, representing a $370.8 million increase. Departmental revenues are increasing by $223.6 million. General purpose revenues are increasing by $30 million. And fund balance use is increasing by $117.1 million combined, general fund and all funds. The budget increase is largely due to increases in labor costs due to recently negotiated contracts, significant funding for capital projects, increases in state and federal funding for health and human services programs, and the transfer of prior year fund balance to reserves. The proposed budget includes funding for all labor contracts and the additional 5% to pay down the county's portion of the unfunded retirement liability. This next slide portrays the total proposed budget by functional area. So as you can see, health services makes up $986.6 million, or 38% of the total budget. Human services makes up $567.6 million, or 22%. And then law and justice makes up $492 million, or 19% of the total budget. All of the other functional areas are portrayed on the slide with their corresponding percentages. This next slide shows the sources of funds that support the appropriations. As you can see, government aid totals slightly over $1 billion, or 41% of the budget. Charges for services are $614.6 million, or 24% of the budget, and taxes make up $413 million, or about 16% of the budget. The taxes portion of the pie is mostly made up of property and sales taxes, and that's primarily what consists of our GPR, general purpose revenue. So speaking of general purpose revenue, or as we call it, GPR, GPR is what we use primarily to fund the general fund budget, and it totals $398.5 million. And it's a $30 million increase from the 22-23 adjusted budget. Property tax and sales tax combined make up over 91% of the GPR budget. And you can see that property tax is estimated to increase by $23.7 million, which is a 7.7% increase over the adjusted budget, but it's actually a 5% increase over our year-end estimates. Generally, our year-end estimates are a little bit higher than our initial budget, so we are incorporating a 5% increase over our estimates. I wanted to point out that sales tax is decreasing by $1.5 million. That's a slight decrease just due to the economy and the way that we are seeing our sales tax receipts coming in. Okay, so our next slide, reserves and contingencies. Reserves are one-time resources that have been established to stabilize the long-term financial viability of the county and can be used at your board's discretion. Per the board's use guidelines and policies, the reserve for contingencies balance is to be set at 5% of the total county budget. Balances in reserves and contingencies are as follows. So we have $10 million in the general reserve. We will have $129.6 million in the reserve for contingencies, which represents 5% of the total county budget. $69.6 million in our unfunded pension reserve. That includes an additional $16.6 million, which we are recommending to be transferred in the proposed budget. $56.6 million in the approved labor agreements reserve, including an additional $40 million transferred in the proposed budget. And then $3.2 million in our economic development reserve, and that includes $135,000 of unused transient occupancy tax, or TOT, that we are recommending to be transferred in the proposed budget. Okay, so let's talk about staffing. For staffing, the recommended budget includes 8,045.7 full-time equivalents, or FTEs, which is comprised of 7,312 full-time allocated positions and 733.7 part-time FTEs. The chart before you portrays the number of positions by functional area, the increase in FTEs, and the percentage of the increase. The budget includes an overall increase of 79.3 full-time equivalent positions, which is made up of the deletion of 94.7 part-time FTEs, and then the net addition of 174 full-time positions, which is broken down by 250 added positions and then 76 deletions. And then also wanted to note that as of April 30th of 2023, our countywide vacancy rate was 16.5% compared to 15.9% at this time a year ago. Now on to supplemental requests. Initial requests for supplemental funding totaled $23.7 million, $18.4 million from department heads, and $5.3 million from non-county organizations, or NCOs. After meeting with departments to review their budgets and requests, the CAO's office focused on fiscal sustainability and determined which requests were consistent with the board's strategic priorities. As a result, approximately $700,000 in supplemental requests were withdrawn by departments. So $20.1 million is recommended for funding, and $2.9 million is not recommended for funding, which includes $2.7 million for the NCOs. Of the $20.1 million recommended, $4.9 million is for ongoing costs and $15.2 million is for one-time. Departmental supplemental requests will be discussed in detail during the final budget hearing on June 20th. Funding for non-county organizations, or NCOs, will be discussed today following this presentation. There is a detailed summary of the amounts requested by the organizations and the funding recommended in the proposed budget book. And finally, as part of our budget preparation, our office also developed the multi-year budget outlook, which is intended to provide your board with a preliminary overview of the county's finances beyond the budget year. The outlook focuses mainly on the county's general purpose revenue and net county costs, the components over which your board has the most control. This is not an economic forecast. It is based on the best information we have, including the labor agreements that are in place today, and extends those parameters out for 4 additional years. It also reflects the board's reserve fund policies and guidelines. There are many variables that can change rapidly as a result of unknown future events, making it difficult to accurately predict an outcome. Thus, the outlook merely expresses our perspective of how the budget might look over the next 5 years through 27-28. The forecast assumptions are as follows. For funding sources, property taxes are by far the largest source of general purpose revenue, as we've talked about before. While property tax growth is still strong in 23-24, we do not project that to continue. So as a result, we have included a 0% increase in property tax revenue for 24-25, or we project it to be flat. And then it is projected to increase by 2% per year through 27-28. Departmental revenue, which is the next line, is projected to grow by 2% per year through 27-28. And then for funding sources, all labor costs related to negotiated contracts are included in the model, as well as benefits such as retirement and health insurance. Other costs, which is the next line, they're projected to grow by approximately 3% per year. Using the assumptions outlined above, it is projected that reserve funds will be needed beginning in 24-25 to balance the budget, unless actual revenue received is higher than planned or costs are lower than anticipated. Chairman Rickman, members of the board, this concludes my presentation of the 23-24 proposed budget. Final budget hearings will begin on Tuesday, June 20th, and will contain budget highlights for each functional area of the county, presentations by department heads, and a presentation of the budgets for the special districts over which your board has control. Since the 23-24 budget is balanced, the desire to fund items as part of the final budget hearing will come from one-time funds, and typically those funds would come from our contingency provision budget. I am available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Real quick, your very last statement before you open up for questions was the projection that what is the shortfall in the next budget, the 24-25, that you said being projected? I missed that at the very end.
Sure. If we could go back to the multi-year budget outlook slide.
So we're looking at, you said 24-25?
24-25. So if you look at the, it's about the 4th, 5th line down, it says contingency/reserve funds.
Yep.
So see 23-24 is 0. And then I anticipate it would be $13.7 million that we would need in 24-25.
And then 28 to 38 to 53?
Correct.
That's a little bit concerning. I mean, I'm out of office by then. I hate to say, like, hey, guys, we did something now that you're going to have to pay for later. A little bit concerning. If we're escalating from 13 to 28 to 38 to 53. I'd like to know what possible options we have to avert something like that happening. I know we might be looking at a conservative worst-case scenario, and it may not be, and I know that the CAO's office and you are all very diligent in this capacity, but that's the first time I've seen this projected shortfall.
Okay. So this is a conservative model. We do think that it's conservative on the property tax revenue side. What we have done is that we're preparing for this possible scenario by transferring a significant amount of one-time funding that we have in our general fund balance into reserves this fiscal year, so that we do, in the event that we do need to use those reserves, they will be available. So I had introduced and
while also maintaining that 5%.
Exactly.
Okay.
So we're putting $40 million into the approved labor agreements reserve. So we do know that the labor increases are going to be rising, and so that additional $40 million will help to support that if we do need it in the next 2 or 3 years. And we also have $40 million in for our ERP, our enterprise resource planning, in the reserve for that system. We also are putting additional money in for our unfunded pension liability. And so we are building up our reserves with our one-time money now, so that if in the event that this does come to pass, we will have some resources for that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, see no one else in the queue. Oh, Supervisor Canepa.
So labor negotiations come up when? Is that, how far out is?
So most of our contracts are, I think, I would say in contract through 25, 26. So they do vary. There are several different union contracts and their expiration dates. I don't have it in front of me, but I can get it for you.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor. All right, see no one else? Open up for the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And no one, bring back to the board for final discussion. Well, thank you very much. I know I think we all sat down with you and CAO and staff and discussed it here last week or so in more detail. But I'm looking forward to the next board meeting in which we can hear from the departments directly and listen and see what their needs are, and ask them more specific questions for each department. I know I have a lot. But thank you very much. I know you guys work. I don't think people realize how hard, you have worked and our staff have worked in the last 6 months trying to come to this point. The 20th, I think, is our budget.
20th, yes.
The 20th is our budget hearing. And, that's a culmination of 6 months or more work, and bring that before the board. So thank you.
And the team, our whole team did a great job.
Right.
Yeah.
No, everybody's done a great job, so thank you. With that, and I'll entertain since we have nobody else, I'll entertain a motion to accept the report.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second. Take a vote, please. All right, it's adopted 5-0. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think this is what everybody in this room is waiting for, right? So that is why we're going to move it to the very end, so you have to stay and watch the whole entire... No. All right, item number 5, approve the recommended non-county organization funding for fiscal year 2023-2024. Here's all yours. Welcome. The happiest person in San Joaquin County right here. And you broke our mic.
I did. Technical difficulty.
There we go.
It's on.
All right. All yours.
Okay, the moment everybody's been waiting for. Are we ready for this? Let's rock and roll. Okay, good afternoon, Chairman Rickman and members of the board. Susie Sayers, Senior Deputy County Administrator. The next item scheduled for discussion is the county's contribution to various non-county organizations, or as we refer to them, NCOs. Every year, the county awards one-time funding to non-county/nonprofit organizations, which enhances the organization's services or further assists the completion of special projects or initiatives within their communities. Funding is not intended to support the organization's operating expenses, but rather designed to be additional by nature, allowing the organization to expand services to the San Joaquin County community while focusing on one or more of the board's strategic priorities. Award amounts can vary depending on the request and the state of the county's budget. The basis for recommendation includes a completed application containing all required documents. The project's initiative is additional by nature, allowing the organization to enhance its services within the community, must be considered as a one-time and not a regular source of revenue to support operating costs, and be consistent with the board's strategic priorities. Requests that were lacking sufficient information or included ineligible expenses were not recommended for funding. This year we did something a little different. We expanded our reach to the community and did 2 workshops and did a press release. The 2 workshops allowed participants to attend in person or via Microsoft Teams. The January 20th workshop had 27 registered participants, with the majority attending via Teams, while the January 25th workshop had 35 registered participants, with the majority attending in person. During the workshops, participants were provided with the NCO guidance, a copy of the board's strategic priorities, a sample application, examples of project budgets, and later a copy of the PowerPoint presentation. As a result of these workshops, 20 new organizations applied for funding. And I want to do a special shout out to my colleague Josh Bronco, who was my co-pilot during these workshops. He's also Deputy County Administrator. Just wanted to say that real quick. He helped a lot. It was a lot. Okay. This year, 42 applications were received, equals about 2.6. It's 2.6 million, but that's including the trust fund contribution. So Brenda noted earlier 2.7, but you take the 2.7, decrease it by 100,000, which is trust fund contribution from the domestic violence fund, and then you get to 2.6. So out of this dollar amount, these 42 organizations, we had 14 returning from last year, which is kind of cool. We also had 28 new ones, and 16 out of that 28 were recommended for funding. Last year, we had 2.2 million in funding. We had 9 organizations that returned. Out of that, actually there's a typo up there, should be 38, not 33, sorry about that. Out of the 38 organizations that applied, we had 23 new ones that were recommended and 6 that were not. So just kind of some numbers I want to throw out there for you. In the 2.6 million is an increase of $381,811 from prior year. And in your binder, it contains a summary of each of the organizations that applied for funding and the funding amounts included in the recommended budget. So here we go. Get ready. Chairman Rickman, I will now go over each organization that was recommended for funding, and if a representative from the organization is present, they will have the opportunity to speak at that time. At the conclusion of my presentation, if any members of organizations that are present that were not recommended for funding, they will have the opportunity to speak at that time. I will now begin with the Amelia and Adams Whole Life Center. They're recommended for funding of $79,800. At this time, I'd like to invite Landra Williams to speak on the behalf of the organization.
Hello to you all. Hello. My name is Philandra, and I'm here on behalf of Amelia Ann Adams. I got to make this a little taller, even though I'm not as tall. But thank you for the opportunity, and I want to say good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors as well as the County Council. and to all of those that are here. Thank you for the opportunity to share about the Amelia Ann Adams Whole Life Center and the work that we do in the community. The Whole Life Center's whole mission, is to sow seeds in our own backyard. We cultivate change and healing that transforms communities from surviving to thriving. That is our ultimate goal. Our vision here is building community through relationships based on love, faith, and compassion. Now, let me just give you a quick tidbit about what the Amelia Ann Adams background is. Our mission is inspired by the legacy of service pioneered by our own community leader, Amelia Ann Adams. Ms. Adams' service aimed to build a resilient community through faith, health, social justice, and education. Amelia Ann Adams has been serving the community since 2011, and we've officially became a 501c3 in 2016. Again, I'm excited for the opportunity to share one of Amelia Ann's potential programs. I'm here to highlight our Youth Thriving Beyond Bars program. As you know, the adolescent's experience is changed once they enter into the system. So the YTBB is a youth leadership program designed to provide tiered levels of support for youth and families that have been impacted by the juvenile justice system. The Youth Thriving Beyond Bars project aligns with the San Joaquin County's Board of Supervisors' strategic priorities of criminal justice and support for organizational capacity and technology utilization. The project will focus on building the capacity of system-impacted youth to become change agents in their community, to advocate for trauma-informed accountability, healing justice for youth in the county. This project will provide case management, leadership development, transformational healing services to address the root causes of their behaviors. Additionally, Amelia Ann Adams will work to expand and strengthen the San Joaquin County Juvenile Justice Coalition by developing new partnerships, strategic planning, leadership development, and increasing educational messaging. Amelia Ann Adams will work the county's SB 823 committee to research best practices and offer recommendation for potential lesser restrictive programs. We will document its success utilizing video success stories, educational campaigns, and methods, media methods. We also feel strongly that this multi-pronged approach will allow community and other stakeholders to engage in meaningful dialogue and interaction with our youth to better understand their needs and identifying effective solutions to the rehabilitation of our youth who come into contact with the juvenile justice and prevent further youth crime and incarceration. We ask that you consider the recommendation.
All right, thank you. Real quick before we go to the next one, board, I know we have the whole applications of everyone in our packet, so I'm sure we all reviewed that. Does any one of us have any issue with the ones that are being approved for funding? Because I know, some folks are going to be coming up here. Yeah, and you're going through the whole entire process. So instead of doing that, let's see if we have an issue with one of them, then we can go in more detail that way. What's that? Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, can you get your mic on? I can't hear you.
I just want to make sure it was okay for me to speak before I turn my mic on, Mr. Chairman.
No, I'm pointing right to you. So.
Yeah. Paul Canepa's down there. I'm over here.
I'm just trying to save some time here.
Again, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, I'm going into my beginning tenure, and I'm listening and I'm learning and I'm getting into this process and try not to be a know-it-all. So I'm really trying to take this in, but certain things are becoming more relevant to me. And since I guess I started off the day being non-inclusive, here's the problem I've got. The more I go through the homeless funding and what we're doing in California spending, we're now at $19 billion, and the problem has gotten worse. And we've talked about everything under the sun except for finding a solution for mental illness, for housing. I know everybody's working on it, but it's getting frustrating as I drive down Turner Road and they move from one side to the other, and it looks like hell. And the more money we throw at this thing, it seems the worse it's getting. So One of them, and this is where, and don't shoot me as soon as I say that, is Bread of Life. One of the most amazing programs I've ever seen on the ground in the camp. When I got in there, it was like you had me at hello. And you had the medical facility, and you had the job training, you had everything going, and I'm in. And then they started talking about going out to the camps. The point I'm trying to make is I am not voting for one more program that goes against what our ultimate goals is to close down those camps and to get them off the streets, not put chocolate mints on their pillows at nighttime and make it more comfortable. And so I think what's important with whether it's NGOs or any of our county funding, is it in line with what our goals are? When I started hearing in the program that a lot of the individuals refused to walk all the way over for free services, so they were taking them out to their camps, that's a problem to me. And while just wonderful, wonderful people, they received the key to the city here a few weeks ago, we still have to watch our priorities. And that's one of the things with the NGO funding. I want to make sure that these groups are in line with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. Do you have any issue with any of the ones that have been approved for funding? You put your mic.
In detail. Do we have to do this today? We do.
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the money for?
It's for
Bread
the
of Life.
project, Bread of Life?
Yes. Is it for a specific project?
Well, yes, and actually, Chris Johnson was the next one up to speak. So if you want to
Okay.
talk about the project.
That would be wonderful.
I mean, this is the time. Last year, I kind of introed each organization with describing the project, and I was trying to cut it down to give the organization the opportunity to speak. So if you had questions, they could answer them.
Perfect.
So it would just kind of save time.
Right on.
Okay, so Bread of Life, here we go, is recommended for funding of $115,700. I'd like to invite Chris Johnson down to speak on behalf of the organization.
All right, Supervisor Rickman,
What's up, Mr. Johnson?
Supervisors,
Good to see
thank you
again.
for having me, and Bread of Life. I'm glad for this opportunity. I'm glad I'm here because I need to make a clarification. Just to start out to Mr. Ding, that Bread of Life's mission is bringing hope and food to families. And the homeless is not our mission. And you will not find Bread of Life in a homeless camp because that's not what we do. There's a lot of organizations that do it. We're not one of them. If they come to one of our events and they need food, we're going to give them food. We will not turn them away. But that is not our mission. I'm not sure where that came about, but just to clarify that. I want to start today just by speaking three things. One is gratitude. Thank you so much for the funding last year. With that funding, we repaired our roof, we repaired equipment, we repaired our warehouse, and continued the mission with some expansion. And last year, we gave away nearly $4 million worth of groceries to families within San Joaquin County. And it's because of a portion of what you guys did for us last year, and we're very grateful for that. And it gives us the opportunity to serve families in San Joaquin County that really have great need. I want to talk secondly on what Bread of Life is doing. This year so far, we've given away just under $2 million worth of groceries in the community. We've expanded into Lodi, Mr. Ding. We were in Lodi as well. This year, we just started another location on Turner Road, in fact, at one of the churches there. We had families. We had a friend of mine, actually, his daughter came through the program and received food, which was great for me because she's a young mother and needed food. So it was awesome for us to do that. We also are in Escalon now, helping an organization out of Escalon, transitioning all of our events to Walk Up. And in transitioning those events to Walk Up, the reason we're doing that is because we want to love people. We want to let them know you're important, you're loved, you're wanted. We don't want you to drive through in your car, throw groceries in your back seat and tell you to move on. We want you to stop. We want you to walk up. We want you to say, hey, we love you. We think you're important, and we want to honor you and treat you with dignity. We want everybody that comes to Bread of Life to feel like we want them to know that we treat them like they're our best customer. And they have nothing to offer us, but we want to bless them. Finally, we some super exciting things going on. I know I've got 15 seconds. Our goal this year is to have a greater impact on not just people's stomachs, but also their hearts and their souls. Thank you so much for everything.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I picked on you because you are one of the most celebrated projects in the county and have done a lot of good. And I decided not to pick on the low-hanging fruit. I'd pick on the group that's got the key to the city. Where I heard this was actually at one of the churches you served by one of your workers. And so while it might not be one of the goals, and that's why I wanted to ask out loud, is I want to make sure that I call them NGOs, sorry, federal, NCO here in the county, that the mission is being adhered to up and down, because one of the things I heard on site was they were having, exactly like I stated, problems getting them to come, and so they were taking food out to the camps. So anyway, it gave me a chance to make a broader statement to the county as we go through the system, that we got to make sure, our goals are in line and we're just not handing out money. But thank you for everything you do, and if you could please double check, with some of your volunteers and staff and make sure they understand that food is to remain there on site and not to be hand delivered out to the camps.
Yes, I will follow up with that. I do feel like we have a very good handle on all the organizations that we partner with, which is 60 organizations. Other St. Mary's Gospel Center Rescue Mission, and churches and nonprofits, so throughout the county. Finally, I personally, and I pushed this mission since I started with Bread of Life, and that is we don't want to facilitate a lifestyle that's unhealthy to people, and we really feel like there's a lot of resources going to the homeless population. We don't want to facilitate an unhealthy lifestyle for them. We want to impact families, single moms, grandparents, the elderly, senior citizens, people who work but still struggle to make ends meet. You and I, we're going to do pretty much the same thing we've always done with the downturn in the economy. We're still going to buy food and get gas. We don't have to make some tough choices. So Bread of Life wants to impact those people that have to make those tough choices in regards to...
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
I'm going to stop you right there because you had your time, but we still have questions, so we just answer for specifically to the questions. We appreciate it. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I work closely with Mr. Johnson with Bread of Life, and I can tell you they do some amazing things, especially in my district for the underserved families. And farther from the truth that they're not feeding the homeless, they're helping families who are in need of milk, bread, grocery boxes, etc. They do an amazing job. They're not doing anything. If anything, they're helping everyone every weekend with all sorts of things, and they're just pillars of the community. And I'm happy to work with Chris Johnson, the Bread of Life. They're amazing. So I support you 100%.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And Mr. Johnson, your Bread Life, I support 100%. I love it, seeing you guys in South County. That's awesome that you're going to Escalon, which is the farthest east that we have here right on the border of Stanislaus. So thank you very much, and I agree with our Vice Chair. What I've seen in my district, wasn't, in the homeless camps or whatever, but feeding families, those that are struggling to get by. So thank you very much for what you do, and I look forward to seeing you in, District 5 more this year. And I will be giving you a call, and we can, set some stuff up. So perfect. I'm anxious for that. Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to vouch for Chris. This guy does amazing work. The love that he shows, he gets special needs adults to go over there. And one day we were there, quick story, not to make this any longer, but there was a young man who wanted to see a deputy sheriff, and Miguel made a phone call, and this kid was so excited, and it's just touching one life. And you gave out certificates, and you made them feel like family when I was there. And another thing that he said is he could take $77,000 and turn it into $700,000. Right. And I think that's putting your money where your mouth is and multiplying it, and I'll leave it at that. So job well done. I fully agree with what funding is needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Dean.
Thank you. your award-winning program, and I want to thank all my big-hearted supervisors here, but we have a fiduciary responsibility too. And so when I see things going on, although it makes me look like, who's your enemy, your Darth Vader or what have you, I gotta, I'm gonna bring it up because I want to make sure our dollars are spent well, and I always prefer to pick on the strong rather than the weak. And you've got an award-winning program, so you're going to get more scrutiny from me than anybody else.
I'll take it.
Thank you for everything you do.
Supervisor Patty. Thank you, Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to maybe ask the Chairman what our protocol is going to be. We just spent 20 minutes on 2 items. We've got 50 items here that are needed review. Instead of going over everybody that's funded, we've got some that did not receive full funding and some that received no funding at all. If they might be here, perhaps the Chairman would consider our structure of how we're going forward. Otherwise, we'll be here for 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking earlier if any of us have any issues with any of the nonprofits that are being funded. That was one of them. So, right. But I can't hear you because of the mic.
The budget's only $2.5 billion, so I figured there was no rush.
No, I just want to make you're absolutely right. We have a fiduciary duty, and we have to ask questions if we have concerns. And what I was telling everybody here is we have a here or there, I can show you. And there's a binder of all your applications, the information on all your organizations that you put forward. And, we've met with our staff and discussed some of the concerns, if any concerns that we had. So when I was asking the board, if we have problems or issues with anybody that's getting funded, then we can just target those that are getting funded that we had issues with, and we can ask those questions, clarifying questions, and go forward without having everybody come up here and go over the whole entire program when you already know you're probably going to get funded anyways. So everybody's cool with that. But if you wish to come forward, by all means, come forward. I mean, that's not an issue, but just be aware we have 40 or 50 folks that are getting funded here. So why don't you go ahead and, you know what you can do? Why don't you go ahead and do for us? Go ahead and go through the process of who is getting funded and how much is getting funded, instead of just stopping. Just go through the whole entire list. But before that, I want to let everybody know, too, that the Graham Foundation Arts Leadership Alliance, I will be recusing myself from that vote. The reason being is my wife sits on that board, so I don't want to have any undue influence in any of this. So I will be recusing myself from that vote. So with that being said, can you go ahead and just go ahead and with who's getting funded?
Sure. I just want to take this moment really quick just to clarify something. When the NCO applies for funding and they get the money in pieces, and they're also required to report as well. So they get a little bit of the funding, then they do a report mid-year, and then they'll do 2 more reports after that. So I'm like the fiscal bulldog of the funding. So if I see something that's very skeptical, it doesn't match up, then I start asking more questions. Then I will hold the second round of funding. So I do watch everything, just FYI. Okay, so here we go. Let's go. Here we go. Celia Way Foundation is recommended for funding for $174,000. Child Abuse Prevention Council is recommended for $32,000 in funding. Children's Home of Stockton, we have for $200,000. Compassion Residio Services is recommended for $124,645. The Congregation of Zion is recommended for $25,000. The Delta Humane Society is recommended for funding of $254,400. Interesting project, kind of ties in with your guys' stuff about the animal shelter earlier that you guys mentioned. Delta Schooling Center is recommended funding of $66,412,000. Empowering Marginalized Asian Communities is recommended for $92,000. We have Equity Alliance recommended for $32,000. Escalon Strong, $42,500. 5 Keys School and Programs, $99,834. The Gospel Center Rescue Mission is recommended for $90,000. The Grand Foundation is recommended for $70,000. Haven of Peace, $55,000. Hoover Tyler Little League, $123,883. Inspire Me is recommended for $12,000. Mary Magdalene Community Services is recommended for $109,232,000. Oasis City Center, $316,595. Prevail, formerly known as Women's Center Youth and Family Services, is recommended for $227,000. $100,000 of that would be coming from the trust fund. St. Basil's Greek Orthodox Church of Stockton is recommended for $125,000. The Uplift All Foundation is recommended for $137,878. Visionary Home Builders is recommended for $81,800. World of Wonders Science Museum is recommended for $12,400. YMCA of San Joaquin is recommended for $24,948. That is all of them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have some people from those organizations that wanted to come up and speak. I did tell them they had 3 minutes, but if we say we want to invite them up to speak, we can, and say just give us 1 minute if you want to make it go close.
You know, that it's up to them. I mean, folks, you have a right to speak. So, you know what we'll do? We'll just open it up toward, you know, like for those who got funding, if you wish to speak, by all means.
Okay, because I do have the next person that's ready.
Okay.
All right. I'd like to invite Philip Hammonds on behalf, from Celia Way Foundation to speak on behalf of the organization. Oh.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. We'll wait for after you're done.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, Board and Chair. My name is Karina Lane. Philip Hammonds, he had to leave. He's the founder of Celia Way. I'll make it quick. Just a little background. Celia Way is a nonprofit organization that provides adult sober living environment for ex-offenders and felons on probation and parole. Our reentry program is designed to help returning citizens successfully reenter communities following their incarceration to help reduce recidivism. Our partners are, and funder is West Care STOP program. We partner with the GEO Group. They provide some funding and support services. Service First of Northern California is a service provider, and CDCR is a service provider in compliance management. Just want to say, want to thank the board and thank Susie Sayers in specific and her group for providing the workshop for this funding that made it very seamless. The workshops are necessary for this type of funding, because if it weren't for that, I would have been a little lost, because just having to try to figure it out. So special thank you. And we believe that our the funding request lines up with the board's strategic priority, public safety, criminal justice, and the quality of life. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, board, I know the time of 3 minutes. You want to lessen that?
I think 1 minute is appropriate.
Anybody else?
I mean, once they're approved.
And what we're...
Yeah, but they haven't, you know, they want to speak toward the board.
I'd like to hear from people that maybe weren't funded.
How about this? A little caveat and a word of advice. Once you've made the sale, you probably ought to stop, because you might talk yourself out of the money. So.
Okay, what we'll do, we'll limit it to, instead of the 3 minutes, we'll limit it to 1 minute for those who, you know, already was approved the funding or got the funding. We haven't voted on it yet, but.
Chairman Rickman, would you like to just open it up, and then whoever's here that has been funded can come down without us introducing them?
Right.
Okay.
And
so
they can their name. We have 1 minute for.
Okay.
Everybody.
So they don't need to, if they're in attendance, they don't need to speak.
No, I mean, like I said, that's why we did it in the beginning. The board, we had one issue, we resolved that, and we can go forward from there.
Okay, and they have 1 minute.
Right. So, yeah, if you got the funding, or was approved for funding, you want to come up here and say something to the board, you have 1 minute to do so. And just state your organization's name, please.
Good afternoon, Chairman, board members, county office.
I just want to say thank you. I'm going to start this off really quickly, 1 minute. My name is Heather Green. I'm the executive director from Oasis City Center, and I just have a video for you all to see how you guys are indirectly making an impact right here in our community.
All right, thank you. All right, what do we got going on?
She's pulling up a video really quick for you. It's a 1 minute video. Okay, well, while she's pulling it up, I just would like to say you all have been, this board has been essential in helping us ignite hope for our community. So whether they are able to pull it up or not, I just want each of you to know that you are indirectly igniting hope, not just through food in Oasis City Center, but through furniture, household supplies, so much more than you probably even realize. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Very nice, thank you. Anyone else?
Good afternoon, board members. I just wanted to say thank you in advance. My name is Tanya, and I'm the Assistant Director at the Haven of Peace Women's Shelter. And what we requested our funds for or approved for was for pavement and safety of the women there. We service all type of women, handicap, mental illness, so sometimes we have to call the paramedics, police, and where we're at in French Camp, for the rural area, there's a bunch of rocks, ditches, and it makes it hard for them to get to the women and children when we need them. So the funding that we requested, we are thankful, and it was for the pavement so that the women and children can be safe there at the shelter.
All right,
thank you.
Good afternoon to the Board of Supervisors and Ms. Susie. Thank you so much. My name is Fritzi Pascual from Compassion Residual Services. We are an emerging nonprofit. We have struggled to find funding here in San Joaquin County. Although I know you've touched the homeless, but we are really thankful. We are making a difference because we believe in 3 E's and 2 R's. We believe in encouragement, in education, empowerment, and in our place, it's in the unincorporated city of Lodi. It is a very therapeutic environment, so that I have with us our veterans who are in the program. We believe our formula in ending homelessness is 3-2-1. 3 emergency beds, 2 transition shelter beds, and 1 permanent housing. The money you're going to give us will support our permanent supportive housing.
All right, thank you.
What was the organization, please? I'm sorry, your organization?
The organization's name?
It's Compassion Residual. Our geriatric model is actually being, it's being copied by the whole VA system, the national leadership.
You got full funding, correct?
Sorry.
Yeah, she got full
You'll
funding.
get full funding.
Well, since she's opened the door there, I've got to, Noel.
Yeah,
I just want to make sure you understand. It's just the opposite. It's not homeless I'm against. It's throwing money at programs that do nothing that help the community and nothing to help them. It's a carrot and a stick. And what you're doing is wonderful. Okay, don't get me wrong. I don't want them. It's absolutely flippin' inhumane to leave them out in the street. It's inhumane to our kids to have them out in the street. And I'm not giving money or voting to give money, since I'm just one person, to people that allow it to continue. So I'm going to keep asking the questions because I want them off the street. I want them getting mental help, and that should be the directive. So thank you for what you're doing. I just don't want this to be perceived that I'm anti. I want to help them. But sometimes you got to take you got to use a stick to do it too.
Oh, okay, ma'am. You can't, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Yeah, fully funded. It's great.
All right. Well, means just your organization.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Council. I'm Cynthia Souza. I represent the Grand Foundation. I'm the Vice President on the board. This is Dave Garcia. He's our executive director. We did prepare a lovely PowerPoint presentation for you today, but it takes 3 minutes and we don't want to take up your time. We are very appreciative of the opportunity to be here and request funding. We want you to know that this is the first time we've applied. We've been doing fundraising for the Grand Theater since 2007. This is going to enable us to expand our programming for underserved, underfunded representatives of our community, and also special needs and seniors. We try to be very inclusive and provide wonderful programming for them. So if you do have an opportunity to view our PowerPoint at some point, we have beautiful pictures in there showing you the fruits of our labors and the people who really benefit from those things. Dave, do you want to say anything?
No, just thank you all. Thank you, Susan.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
The Grand Foundation.
Grand Foundation, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yep. Yeah, we do have a copy of your PowerPoint, as you can see. Have you just name your organization, please?
I'm Jessie Massey. I'm from the YMCA of San Joaquin County. I just want to thank you guys for your funding. And just want you to know that we actually ended up with one extra school that is going to need backpacks. So we're very excited to take what we have originally proposed and work with Chalk Wild's founder to be able to expand that more to even more children. And that was it.
All right, thank you very much.
Hello, I am Elsa Sandoval with Escalon Strong. I am the community liaison. I'm really just coming up to say good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for the funding. We did provide a simple summary of what we've been able to do on our own so far. We have stopped at least 14 elderly from being evicted. They are in mobile home, low income as is. We are literally the stopgap from homelessness at this point. It was not our plan to jump into this kind of situation right away, but we literally had seniors come to the city council begging for assistance. Since then, we've been able to, if you look at the summary, you'll see the difference between those that we have stopped evictions, addressing safety and quality of life, and trying to get ahead of those evictions. We're focused around mobile home parks because it's unusual in the sense that they can be evicted for a simple broken window on their own mobile home. If you've read our grant, you see that, and I really just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity. We're doing our best to be the stopgap.
All right, thank you. Great to see you. I know I've talked to you at the park.
Chairman, I had a question.
Yeah.
Escalon Strong, you had asked for $200,000. You were awarded $42,000. What's the difference, and can we identify what the other use of those dollars would have been?
We actually outlined that in our original grant. We went out and got everything priced. Our original, what we needed to do what we do, which is Collegeville, Farmington, South French Camp, and Escalon. That's where the numbers came in. We've been able to do everything so far that's in the summary off private donations from our local businesses, volunteers. They have literally brought us contractors building ADA compliant ramps for elderly that were literally homebound for the
Question I have, I'm sorry.
Okay.
The question I have is, you asked for 200,000.
Yes.
You were awarded 42,000 as of today at this moment.
Yes.
What would you do with the other 158,000?
We would continue to
152,000.
We're trying to continue to create a safety net to prevent our seniors, our elderly, and our disabled from going into a homeless situation. We're talking food, mobility, quality of life, as well as any preventive measure we can.
You'd be doing more with more.
We
Thank
would
you.
be doing more with more.
The discount from the analysis that we had at the county. Thank you. Microphone.
Okay.
There you go.
The difference is 157,500, and it was for rental and food assistance and ADA upgrades to the residents' homes. And the ADA upgrades are considered home improvements. And so when you're trying to upgrade somebody's private home, the county's that's
Understood.
Okay. And then the rental assistance was to provide a voucher for them to pay their rent, and then the food assistance. So when I saw the food part, I actually reached out to Elsa and said, how about connecting with one of the food banks in our county, like Bread of Life or Oasis Cares, and that way you can get the food assistance needed.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
And we are in the process of partnering to try to bring some of that.
Doing a great job. Thank
I did
you.
want to let you know the ramp situations are literally seniors that are homebound because they can no longer navigate stairs, and Medicare does not cover that. And so far we've been lucky that contractors have stepped up, donated material and their time to create these ramps or repair the ones that were unusable. And we have seniors who, for the first time in years, can actually exit their homes, their mobile homes, visit with their neighbors, go on their own doctor's appointments without physical assistance from someone in their family having to come and physically guide them out.
Understood. And there's no, do we have an opportunity, you said, for home improvement? That wouldn't normally be a use of our funds, is that correct?
If it's a personal home, that is correct.
Okay.
They're mobile homes, yeah.
Understood.
So it's
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Chairman Rickman and members of the Board of Supervisors, I'm Mamie Starr. I'm on the Board of Directors for the World of Wonder Science Museum in Lodi, where our proposal is to purchase a new interactive exhibit for the museum. Our mission is science education, but our goal is to prevent homelessness through giving kids opportunities to realize that they can productively use their brains and their hands to thrive. And thank you for helping us fulfill our mission and that goal.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Rickman and members of the Board of Supervisors. We are Equity Alliance Group. My name is LaWanna Bivens, and with me is Bobby Bivens, who is chairman of our board. Our proposal addresses environmental inequities and social justice. We are aligned with the board's economic development priority. And we just want to thank you. I didn't want to leave without saying thank you for the opportunity.
Well, thank you.
And to add with that, we are, the NACP is partnering with them, and I don't know how or you all are involvement in extensive engagement in the COVID work. So this is more or less a continuation and extension as it relates to gathering data, information for long-term health issue addressing. And our county overlooked people of color during the COVID, and so we're here to try to bring that to the table and identify it so that public health can do a better job of addressing illnesses within our county, people of color.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Good afternoon.
My name is Richard Lopez. I represent Delta Humane Society. I'm a board member and grant writer. And on behalf of Delta Humane Society, I wish to extend our gratitude for the opportunities that you're extending to us. Your participation here and now will help demonstrate to our community your concerns and dedication to provide the leadership needed to increase our partnership within our community-based organizations and united in fixing this problem together. Thank you for your precious time, consideration, and support.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, and none for those approved. For those who were not approved, anybody here that were not approved for funding, we should contact or discuss it with the board? Or you believe was inadequate funding, that you deserved more? Yeah, please come. And this is because you did not receive any funding?
No, I have not received it.
Okay, you know what, we'll go ahead and bump it up back to 3 for that.
I'll be brief.
If you just say, start with your organization's name. Your organization's name first, so we know what we're looking at.
Oracles of Truth, and I'm Dr. Tamesha Shri. I'll be brief so that you can ask more questions about our project.
I'm sorry, what was the name of it?
Oracles of Truth Academy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Oracles of Truth is our mission is to provide products, programs, and services to help individuals and businesses develop, grow, and thrive in the community. That's at a nutshell what we do. We have 2 basic programs or services. One of those programs is Whole Person Care Administration, which all of our programs fall up under mostly, and then our business philanthropy technology. It's an agile business operations development technology to help businesses develop, grow, and thrive. What I'd like to share with you, I put 3 slides together to talk about today. One is the unmet need that's in the community right now in San Joaquin. In San Joaquin County, the 2001 impact of nonprofits in San Joaquin County was published by the University of Pacific along with the CEO Leadership Foundation. And they found that more than 2,585 nonprofits exist in the county, excluding charity, not excluding charities, but excluding churches, fire departments, Chamber of Commerce, and things like that. That brings it down to an exclusion of about 1,900 charities. The biggest elephant in the room right now is there's not enough funding for all of these nonprofits. In looking at their study, they found that 38 of them are about 10 million or more in funding, and this was taken from 990 tax returns from the federal government. Of that number, about 71% of them, 1,349, are small nonprofits in our community who get less than $50K a month, a year to actually operate. There's a huge disparity here. It's the reason why we're all here today. We all are great organizations. We all have a need to deliver services in the community. I can't keep this work. But what we did in 2020 through 2021 is we actually created more jobs through our programming and our services. And we created those jobs that gave us about 550% increase in just 2 years during the COVID pandemic. What we want to do with our project is up mobility. We want to give every nonprofit opportunity to generate sustainable revenue in the community by leading them to multiple channels of funding sources through our Up Mobility Accelerator.
All right, thank you. Ms. Sears, why wasn't there funding? What the reasoning?
The organization was not recommended due to lack of financial information, and the project plan was basically, it appeared to be consisting of one-time costs and that were not ongoing costs that were not easily to identify. It appeared to be more to the operations like client support services, IT services, education technologies, tech services, rents, leases, insurance, accounting, legal services. So when you see the project plan and you see services behind it, how do you provide a service? You have to pay somebody. So the idea of the funding is a one-time project. So like Delta Scoling is an example. They needed a grant writer last year. They got funding for a grant writer so they could write the grant so they can get funding with the Delta Conservancy. So that's one type of thing that we look at. But when you look at services, providing services, it wasn't very clear. Is it personnel? Is it, it appeared to be more of an operating cost. And so this funding is not for that. It's designated to be one time only, like trade structure or.
Okay.
So it was, and the financial information too was lacking.
All right, thank you. So that's the reasoning for that. And if any questions from the board? Don't see anyone? Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. No yawning. Anybody in here? Not. All right, anyone else? Yeah, no one, bring it back to the board. Real quick I know I'd talk here real quick. First of all, I wanted to thank everybody for being here. I know it's been a long day, and I know we still have a lot to go through here as the board, but thank you for being with us, and it's already after 2. I also want to thank you for all you do for our communities, and San Joaquin County. We couldn't do it without you, and I know when I got on this board 2 years ago, and when I first saw the NCO, and it was targeted more toward large organizations, and after that first year, what we did the second year was expanded it, and we expanded it to include more nonprofits, including the smaller nonprofits. So you see in the last 2 years our what we are funding, the organizations we are funding has increased dramatically. So, I think each and every one of us up here recognizes the value of your organizations and what you do for our community. So thank you for that. And Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just real briefly, 6 years ago when myself and Supervisor Villaputo were here, we normally had about, on the NCOs, we normally had probably, I think it's like 200,000, 220. So literally we are 10 times the multiple, bringing out over $2 million to the community. Great job. Staff, the county, I mean, last year, thanks, as Supervisor Rickman points out, and it was discussed last year, it's like what kind of outreach so people understand what we do. In addition to this, I also want to recognize how I had spoken up and the board had asked the CAO's office to reach out to veteran organizations. And we didn't wait for the NCO allocation today. Instead, we were very proactive. We utilized some ARPA funds and brought a lot of money to the aging facilities, and that was very proactive on behalf of what the board had asked and what was able to be accomplished. And I want to really praise and recognize that effort. And as you heard, the public meetings to inform people what we're looking for and how to engage. And as our chairman points out, the fact that we can expand this during our budget season and open this up and have so many more new faces, because trust me, it used to be the same 5 or 8 people that were in the room. So to have new levels of engagement, more robust levels of support, and having a positive impact. And as noted, there are a lot of nonprofits. You can't help them all, but I think we have a very great profile of what would be the best utility of our dollars for one-time use. So thank you, CAO's office, CAO Wilverdine, and staff, the diligence and work that's done, and the support of the board for us to get to this point. I just have open praise. And with that, not to close off, but I would make a motion to approve.
1 second, Supervisor Petty. Before you make that motion, I need a poll.
You need a poll?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll let you make the motion, but let me, if you don't mind, we'll go to our vice chair here real quick.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to echo what my fellow supervisor says. Without the nonprofits, you do a lot for our community. Something I wish we could give you more money. It's always a funding issue. We're trying to spread it out and make it fair. But I do want to recognize our CO's office, our staff, incredible job. You know, as we sit with them and they discuss what they gave and how they decided. It's not easy. It's a tough decision to make for everybody. But we're trying our best as a board, and as the CO's office, they try their best. But thank you for coming today, and I wish we could do more.
Vice Chair, thank you. Supervisor Canepa.
I just want to say, too, that I'm glad to be part of this. Getting money back into the community is the most important part. And what you guys do and how you do it. I mean, there's so many different areas that we've touched today. And I think that's the most effective way to do it, is let people try. I do wish we could figure out a way to balance it. I mean, I didn't catch her name, the last lady that represented from Up Mobility. I mean, those are the important things. Like we said, that Tom alluded to, that there was 8 people, and now this list is huge, and there's lots of great organizations doing great work. So I just want to applaud this effort also. So thank you. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you.
Supervisor Dean.
It was poaching earlier, but we'll let it go.
Got your mic?
It's on.
There it is.
It was you. Yeah, thank you. She's tired of hearing me talk. She just hit the mute ding button.
I turned it on.
I want to thank you for your guidance, and I'm looking forward to this process. $2 million is a drop in the bucket compared to $2.5 billion or whatever, and I'd rather put the money in the community. But my concern, being a member of the Board of Supervisors, not always getting to be the good guy and saying, you know, great, that's wonderful. I have an obligation to look out for the dollars. And what I'm starting to see with some of this funding going out into the community, not necessarily from us, but from the state more than anything else, is when we assert funds into things, are we doing more damage than good? Are we really hurting our own objectives? And so that's kind of what I got my eye on. And it's not our local community groups, but thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. And I'll wrap up and thank you, Susie, and thanks the CO's office. I mean, you're dealing with since, what, January? I believe it is, and the application starts coming in and so on. And, you know, and we're here today. And we wouldn't be here today without, you know, you guys. So thank you very much. And again, you know, we have, like I showed you, we have the binder with everybody's information in it that we look at and that we've all looked at. And it's something that's near dear to my heart, this NCO, because I think it's such a great way for the county to help everybody in San Joaquin County, as you know, as much as we could. If we had unlimited funds, or if we were the federal government, we could just print money and, you know, give money to everybody, but unfortunately we can't. So with that, I'm going to request that we pull the Graham Foundation Arts Leadership Alliance for a separate vote, because I will have to recuse myself. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Supervisor Patty, since he made the initial motion. So if you could make a motion minus the Graham Foundation.
I will make a motion to approve the NCO allocations as identified and recommended by staff, minus Grand Foundation Arts Leadership for $70,000.
Okay, we had the motion on the table. Let's get a second first.
Okay.
Recusing himself from Bread of Life.
Well, let's get a second real quick.
Second.
All right, now, Vice Chair, do you have something?
Just real fast. I sit on the board of Life Bread. I want to recuse myself from just the Bread of Life.
On the Bread of Life?
Yep.
All right. Can
So I'll amend my motion to recuse Bread of Life and
pull that. We'll pull Bread of Life for a. Why don't you go ahead and pull?
I want to pull Bread of Life from the calendar and make a separate vote, please.
Okay. Second. So I make a motion to approve all the other.
Minus Bread of Life.
Those minus Bread of Life and the Grand Foundation.
Second.
And you got a second for that. So let's take a vote on that.
You guys can all vote on this.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and vote, please. It's adopted 5-0. Before we go to the next one, which would be the Ground Foundation, I'm going to step out. I'm going to recuse myself. And Vice Chair, you'll go over from there.
Okay. We'll take a vote on this item. Is there a motion in hand?
What's the name of the organization?
What's it called? Sorry, Rochelle, what's it called?
This is for the Grand Foundation.
The Grand Foundation.
So I move that we approve funding for the Grand Foundation.
Is there a second? Got a first and a second vote, please.
All those in favor?
Roll call.
They do all those in favor?
We got it.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Okay, the motion passes 4-0. Next is Bread of Life. I will recuse myself and have the chairman come back in.
Come back in about 1 hour, please.
Go get a snack.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the Bread of Life as proposed and recommended by staff.
Second.
All right, your vote, please.
Clerk's not on our A game today. There we go.
All right, it's adopted 4-0.
All right.
All right, congratulations, everybody.
Good job, everyone. Thank you, staff.
Thank you.
Really.
And you don't have to leave. Like I said, we have a lot more to go. Yeah, please stay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I guess what I'm asking is, we need some more
Right. I know, but I'm gonna let you know that I'm out there with the, they're not taking care of any homeless. I'm gonna, you know what? I'm a public member at that point, but that's why I include myself in the vote.
It's good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I get it. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're probably right. I think we are, huh?
All right, we're going to move on to item number 6, approve a 5-year agreement with the San Joaquin Bar Association for the provision of indigent defense services not to exceed $35,371,928 from July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2028. All yours, man.
Thank you, Chairman Rickman, members of the board. My name is Josh Bronco. I'm the deputy county administrator, and I'm here to present a proposed agreement with the Bar Association, and I'll also be providing a brief, emphasis on brief, summary of the indigent defense system here in San Joaquin County. I won't repeat the recommendation here, but the San Joaquin County Bar Association has provided indigent defense services in the county when the Public Defender's Office has a conflict of interest since 1983. An example of a conflict is a case involving multiple defendants. The public defender would provide counsel to one party, and the Bar Association would provide attorneys for each of the other defendants. Court-assigned counsel is part of the larger indigent defense system here in San Joaquin County. The court considers a person indigent if they cannot afford to hire their own attorney, and approximately 80% of defendants in the United States rely on a public defender or court-assigned counsel. This graph shows the total appropriations included in the 23-24 proposed budget for the three components of our system. The first is the Public Defender's Office with $24.5 million. The second is Court Assigned Counsel with $6.5 million. And the third is the County Support to Courts budget, which includes about $400,000 in funding for psychiatric and other exams, investigative services, self-representation, and co-counsel attorneys. Altogether, the proposed budget includes a total of $31.4 million in appropriations for these three areas of indigent defense. The Bar Association is assigned cases by the court as necessary. They maintain various criminal panels, each with specific standards for membership. These include special circumstances, major felony, sexually violent predator, misdemeanor, and juvenile delinquency. A committee evaluates all new panelist applications and regularly reviews panelists for continued membership. The Bar Association has agreed to incorporate social workers in this pending contract with the county. Social workers play an essential role in the indigent defense system. They are often responsible for evaluating client needs and referring them to necessary services. In doing so, they support client well-being and can help reduce recidivism. The county anticipates this change will simultaneously improve the quality of our indigent defense system and help increase public safety. This service is actually mandated by the United States Constitution. You see here the Sixth Amendment, which states, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to have the assistance of counsel. In 1963, the Supreme Court issued a ruling in the case Gideon versus Wainwright. In the unanimous opinion, held the Sixth Amendment's guarantee of counsel is a fundamental right essential to a fair trial, and therefore applies to the states through the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Further, the California Penal Code states, in any case in which a person desires but is unable to employ counsel, assigned counsel shall receive a reasonable sum for compensation and for necessary expenses, to be paid out of the general fund of the county. State funding for this service varies widely across the nation. Here in California, counties fund approximately 95% of the indigent defense system, and California ranks 48th out of the 50 states in this category. Despite being ranked so low, this is actually an improvement for our state, largely due to a lawsuit filed by the ACLU against the state of California and Fresno County in 2015. This lawsuit alleged the state was failing to provide effective legal representation to indigent defendants, and in 2020, the parties agreed to a settlement. The settlement led to a $10 million grant program for indigent defense, and this was actually the first time the state provided money for this specific purpose. Since that time, the state created the Public Defense Pilot Program grant. This program was designed to provide $148.5 million in funding to support the workload associated with resentencing as a result of recent changes to the California Penal Code. It was originally intended to be a 3-year program. The governor's most recent proposed budget does not include funding for its final year. The county has received approximately $1.9 million from the Public Defense Pilot Program grant, some of which is used by Court Assigned Counsel, and the proposed reduction would eliminate about $927,000 locally. With this agreement, the county has an opportunity to improve its existing indigent defense system, first by assisting the recruitment of appropriately trained social workers and ensuring they are incorporated into the current Court Assigned Counsel workflow. Second, by connecting our local providers with the resources offered by the Office of the State Public Defender, including in-person training events, on-demand courses, webinars, and resource attorneys. This will help ensure the Bar Association is able to adequately staff the various panels it maintains, especially those related to the most serious offenses. And third, by continuing to advocate for additional state funding and considering potential federal funding sources. So with that, it's recommended the board approve the 5-year agreement with the Bar Association. I also have with me here today the Executive Director of the Bar Association, Ms. Susan Bartman. If you have any questions for myself or her, we are happy to answer.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bronco. All right, bring it back to the board. Don't see anybody in the queue, so open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And no one. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Canepa.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we went from 50 to 48, and that's an improvement?
Yeah, so we were probably at 50. There was one other state that also provided zero funding, so we would have been tied. I believe it was Pennsylvania, and so now we've moved up 2 spots.
So is there hope? I mean, so is the service that we're providing not good, or, I mean?
So the lawsuit that I mentioned, it actually requires the state to provide additional resources. The training that I mentioned, those are newly created since that settlement was reached. The Office of the State Public Defender created a whole new division to provide training to court-assigned counsel as well as public defenders. So I would say that there is hope. It is improving. And I think here locally in our county, I don't think that we are lacking at this time. We'll continue to work with our providers to improve, but I don't think we're at risk of being sued or anything like that. We're providing the service we're mandated to.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. All right, seeing nobody else in the queue, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second motion.
A motion and a second. Vote, please. It is adopted 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Bronco. All right, move on to item number 7. Accept the San Joaquin County General Plan Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2022. That's all district. Mr. or Mrs. Aguirre or Jennifer.
For me.
Good afternoon. Is your mic on? There it is.
There we go. Okay, thank you, Chair Rickman. Thank you, members of the board. Today we're here to give a presentation of the update on the annual progress report for our housing element, which we are required to report to the state of California, HCD, every year. We have Principal Planner Megan Aguirre, who will do a brief presentation for you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. This is a presentation of the Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2022. I apologize, I don't have that.
I will do it.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Each jurisdiction is required to submit an annual progress report, or APR, for the housing element portion of the general plan. The APR was submitted to the California Department of Housing and Community Development and the Governor's Office of Planning and Research on March 23rd, which met the April 1st deadline. The current 5th cycle housing element addresses housing needs for the planning period from 2015 to 2023. The housing element APR specifically identifies a jurisdiction's progress towards meeting the regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA numbers, for the planning period. The county has been allocated 10,167 housing units to be provided during the current housing element cycle, which ends in December of this year. Reaching RHNA numbers outside of the growing Mountain House community has proven challenging due to the lack of infrastructure throughout the county. As of December 31st, the county has provided 4,120 housing units, and like many jurisdictions, San Joaquin County is not anticipated to reach the full allotment by the end of this year. In an effort to achieve the RHNA numbers, staff has applied for grants and implemented software to streamline the planning process and expedite housing. Additionally, staff is working with a consultant on the 6th cycle of the housing element, which would include recommendations for additional programs and strategies to remove constraints and work towards achieving RHNA goals. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors accept the General Plan Housing Element Annual Progress Report for 2022 as stated in the board letter. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. Bring it back to the board for comments. And none. I'll go to the public. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board on this item? And none. Bring it back to the board. Vice Chair.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
And we got a second by the I think Supervisor Patty just beat out Supervisor Ding. So get a vote, please.
Story of my life.
All right, is adopted 5-0. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, move on to item number 8. Approval of 2023 through 2026 Mental Health Services Act 3-year program expenditure plan. So who would like to, so the whole group is here. I look up, there's 3 or 4 people walking down. All yours.
Good afternoon,
Good
Chair.
afternoon.
Supervisors, County Council, CEO, Genevieve Valentine, your Behavioral Health Director. I am honored to sit before you with our 490-page MHSA plan. With me is Angelo Balambacera, who is our MHSA Coordinator and Ethnic Service Manager, our Accounting Manager, Kim Inglet, who will be able to answer any questions that you may have. We do have a short presentation for you in order to highlight those 490 pages, which I'm sure you all read diligently. But I'm going to pass it over to Angela, who did the heavy lifting for this project.
Hello there, Chair Rickman and Board of Supervisors, County Administrator, and County Council, Clerk of the Board. Thank you very much for allowing us to come speaking on behalf of our 3-year plan, our Mental Health Services Act plan. Genevieve and I were here in 2019, I believe, together doing this presentation over here next to our former director. But I just wanted to highlight in those 4 years the expansiveness of what MHSA has done and some of the highlights of our community planning that we've done this past year. We'll go ahead and start with our PowerPoint slide here. Before we begin, I wanted just to make sure that we are aware that there was a clerical error on one of our documents for pages 24, 25, and 26. I wanted to make it publicly known here in the presentation up front that the clerical error is noted, and you've provided a new update of that new plan for pages 24, 25, and 26. I believe it was last night or earlier this morning, but we also wanted to make sure that it was in public view, that changed. There's no change on the dollar figure, just a clerical error on the percentage for those component worksheets for this particular document. Any questions there before I move forward?
Nope, don't see any.
Wonderful. Thank you. Might as well move forward. Thank you very much. I wanted just to give a brief overview of what MHSA is, and most of us have understood that mental health services is extremely important within our county. In 2004, Proposition 63 expanded mental health services for individuals with serious mental illness, provided prevention and early intervention services for those that are at risk of mental illness, promote innovative solutions that will advance the field of mental health, and strengthen the personnel, technology, and facilities through which services are provided. Funding components that are related to this are our community supports and services, which is 76% of the funding. PEI, or Prevention and Early Intervention Services, makes up 19% of the funding. And then additional funding for workforce education and training, capital facilities, technological needs, and of course our innovation. Those are funding component buckets through MHSA. From our previous 3-year plan, where we had a discussion around that COVID time, so we didn't have a chance to come to the board for a formal presentation for the original 3-year plan in 2023, we came to you in regards to the 2023 MHSA 3-year plan, which you approved in September 2020. We came back with an annual update, as we typically do, to re-engage the conversation with our community to make sure we're meeting the needs of the community. So on an annual basis, we do come back. And so in 21-22, we came back for an approval for July 27th, 2021. And last year, we came in June of 2022 for another approval of an annual update. As you can see, as far as the dollar amounts that are related to what we asked for approval in the past, there's a lot of dollars that have come down through the state through MHSA funds in the last year. But in 2020, 2020 and 21-22, as you know, most of us have suffered through the pandemic and the way that monies and dollars were spent. We had a hard time spending down some of those dollars due to the pandemic. But we did come back in 22-23. As you can see, the dollars here are $30 million more than we requested in the previous years because there was some underspend from the past 2 years due to COVID. So we really packed it in when it comes to making sure that we're increasing services within the community. And some of the things that we did during that time was ensure that we were funding our Housing Authority of San Joaquin, a partnership to make sure we're building some of project-based housing for our folks that are suffering with mental health challenges, specifically those that have severe mental illness. So we did build Crossway Residences 1 and 2. We did break ground for Sonora Square back in June of 2022. And this year, we will be securing funding for Park Center Apartments for 51 units. So really, really excited about being able to continue the housing continuum and partnership with the Housing Authority for folks that suffer through serious mental illness. Additional highlights from the past 3-year plan was to ensure that we're expanding throughout our community, specifically through North County and South County. So our wellness centers, our peer-run services is the gateway to continue to expand those services, making sure our peers meet each other and provide peer services in those portions of the counties. We invested in community trauma services for adults. Trauma is really the key in ensuring that we're recognizing that and providing some early intervention services for our adults in the community. And of course, ensuring that we're beefing up dollars for our homeless population that suffer from serious mental illness. So we work with Housing Empowerment Services through a contract through Civlic. We doubled that last year to make sure that our clients that are run through our full service partnerships have housing opportunities and given that opportunity to move forward with housing stability. Since September of 2022, we did begin the process of community planning and really engaging conversations throughout our community. Supervisor Canepa was with me in a couple of those where I attended the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, where we come to you and tell you what's happening within the community. We give you the information that our community is conveying to us of what the gaps and needs are within the community. So we began that process by educating the community, those that attended, and I'll show you in the next slide what's really exciting, is that we educate the community, we ask for feedback. These are 4 specific questions that we asked during that process. But just the prompt of these questions really began to expand the thought process of what needs and gaps are within the community regarding mental health needs. And so it's really exciting I'll show you in our next slide what I'm mentioning. Essential community planning meetings and stakeholder presentations and feedback. What was really, really engaging about what we did this past year is we had a record number of 20 public community planning meetings, stakeholder presentations between November and March. And I do have our chair that's here, Pat Barrett, who attended 13 of those meetings. She was really, really involved in ensuring that the community had a voice. Began the conversation. She also assisted me in ensuring that we were engaging the conversation along and making sure that folks were feeling comfortable about if there were any challenges or gaps and needs that they were open to having that conversation. So I truly thank Pat Barrett for that. We had about 300 attendees of which 80% self-identified as someone who is a consumer or a family member of mental health services. Really important distinction here. These are folks that are either receiving services, have identified themselves as having a mental health challenge, and or a family member. So it really goes to show that we've reached into the community that's receiving services or impacted by services and make sure that they had a voice in the planning process. We're really excited to share that our community of color came out to have conversations around what the needs are for our underserved communities. So our Black and African American and Latino and ex-community members attended at a very record rate during this time. So 60% of the total participants came through our community planning process. And of course, what's extremely important is geographically, we went across the county, north, south, east, Ripon, Tracy, Manteca, Escalon, north, south, central. So we wanted to make sure that we were visible and had conversations throughout the entire county. I wanted to highlight that there were a number of stakeholders that attended throughout our process. We had adults and seniors that represented that had severe mental illness, families of children, adults, and seniors with severe emotional disturbance or severe mental illness, providers of mental health services within the community, law enforcement representatives, education agencies, social service agencies, our veterans, providers and consumers of substance use disorder services, healthcare organizations, and representatives of underserved and unserved communities throughout San Joaquin County. Our stakeholders and our consumers were very eager to address gaps and concerns and the need to increase services for the underserved populations in San Joaquin County. We wrapped up our community planning process at the end of March and had a document ready to go for public consumption for a 30-day public comment between April 17th and May 17th. And we wrapped up our public hearing at the Behavioral Health Advisory Board on May 17th with a unanimous vote to move the plan forward here to the Board of Supervisors. The other exciting part is when we started to review some of the comments and feedback that came through our stakeholder process, is that we found there were some themes that came about around what the needs are within the community. What was important to the community members was to be able to access treatment, housing stability, which is in line with the board's strategic plan, behavioral health and justice collaborations, again in line with our supervisor's strategic plan. And of course, as you shared in a couple items earlier, community partnerships within the community, providing services through community collaborations, and that's what MHSA really is known for. But what we're going to do this year is really stand in the gap in ensuring that we're funding our community-based organization wholeheartedly in focusing on behavioral health care and getting it through to the communities from community providers. With that said, I wanted to kind of share with you some of the expansion and new programs and highlights that you probably had an opportunity to review through the MHSA plan. And the expansion and new programs are really direct requests from the community at large to ensure that underserved communities are provided services throughout the continuum of services. These highlight specifically a section in our plan that's our community services and supports, including our full service partnerships that provide intensive wraparound services for those that have serious mental illness, that require additional housing supports, as well as employment supports, justice collaboration supports. So these are a list of some of those that are happening for this fiscal year. I wanted to highlight just a couple of things as far as mentioned about working with our community-based organizations. In item number 2 there, you could see that we will be contracting out our full service partnership and outpatient services for our Latino speaking, our La Familia, and our Black Awareness Community Outreach Program, which has been historically funded through BHS internally, but we understand that the community is looking to provide that service within the community. So we are looking to do that this year, starting this year, to enhance culturally congruent services through the community. You'll see there are a list of housing stabilization FSP services where we're bringing folks from the street and providing them certain intensive services, both on housing as well as mental health and substance use services. And of course, you'll see on the last item there, continuation of a project-based housing partnership with San Joaquin County Housing Authority, making sure that's embedded within the plan. And finally, I wanted to give you a brief on our prevention and early intervention services throughout our plan. It's again 19% of our funding, really looks at ways that we can provide prevention services to really mitigate any excess in possibility of a client or a community member may break down into more severe mental illness. So a lot of our community members were asking for additional services related to parents, as well as mentoring for our transitional aged youth. That'll include vocational and employment training, expansion of our community trauma services for adults to include our transitional aged population, a few additional programs, and really exciting one is our cultural brokers program that we began back in 2008, and we are bringing that back because our community since COVID has not trusted our services, and they're saying from a cultural perspective we're not hearing them. So it's important that we're working with our community partners here in the community to destigmatize and demystify mental health and or substance use situations, and providing a pathway to receive services, and that's going to be done through our cultural brokers program. So highlights as far as what we are doing for MHSA, really exciting the work that we've done in the last 8 months to have those conversations with the community, and in the 6 years that I've been in this position, this has probably been the most gratifying community planning session that we've had because of just the interaction that our community has had this particular year. And I want to thank publicly our director who has been building bridges throughout our community to make sure that folks are coming back to have those conversations with us and how we can fill those gaps and needs in the community related to any mental health or substance use disorder issues.
Did not pay him to say that out loud. Do anybody have any questions for Angelo, for Kim, or myself regarding our MHSA plan?
The only thing you mentioned, that you do, all the heavy lifting, and we have something in common because I pretty much do all the heavy lifting here on the board. But I'm just joking. Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. They welcomed me with open arms to the behavioral health, and I just wanted to thank it because I brought it up at one time that Angela was saying how cohesive it is since Genevieve has been there. So it's good, and Greg is there, and it's a partnership, and so they showed me some of the stuff. The acronyms are kind of crazy, so I'm getting those with time. But I mean, it is a community effort. And the board has changed, and I think it's for the better. And I think there's a lot of involved folks in the community and also on the board that are trying to make it go forward and fix, the problems. I mean, I've only been there for 5 months, and it seems like, the collaboration has been good. So thank you for doing what you guys do. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. Supervisor Ding.
I'm just kind of echoing something Supervisor Canepa said this morning before he became full of loving go and wanted to spread the cheer amongst everything. By the way, you don't use the word crazy when you're talking about mental health programs.
Might need services.
We got this at 7 o'clock Friday, and it's like one of the biggest issues in the county. I would be a liar to tell you I understand a flipping word of what you do. I know what it is I want to see. And I'm going to, trust that Chase hired some good people, and everybody I've met with you. I need an education, though.
Absolutely.
And I'm looking forward to that. But other than that, I'm wasting my time talking. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ding, I am always open to have lots of conversations about our funding streams, our programs, how they're all interrelated, as well as where we're restrictive in terms of our funding streams and how prescribed they are, and where we have to spend our funds in certain manners.
So my questions are even more basic than that. It's down to 6th grade level. The dude's throwing walnuts at his forehead on Turner Road. He needs to be put into, are we doing anything about long-term mental care? Are we just saying, oh, we don't have the beds? If we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars and the problem's gotten worse, I want to know why and what we need to do about it.
So to answer your question, 76% of the funding within our MHSA plan is for longer-term intensive treatment. So under CSS is our full-service partnerships, our housing supports. That is deemed long-term outpatient supports that are done both by community providers as well as your county team, both at our 1212 location and our location in Tracy and in Lodi. So 76% is specifically for long-term.
That makes me happy.
Yes.
Now we just got to make sure people know how to find them.
Correct.
Thank you, Supervisor Ding. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know one of the big challenges and struggles is staffing. So I'm certain that you're short on staffing in some capacities. And in the past, I know that the prior director, you guys have put out RFPs for service providers and they go unanswered. Do we have a round of RFPs that are going to be going out where there might be some service providers throughout the state that they could apply and fulfill a need? Where are we at on that progress?
I'm going to answer your question two different ways. Yes, we do have a high vacancy rate. However, we've gotten very creative with how we are recruiting and making sure that people know where to find our postings and so forth, as well as the internship program you guys recently approved through Delta, and us actually being one of the recipients of those interns coming into our substance abuse programming. So we're working diligently to increase our staffing internally. From a RFP perspective, yes, we have a variety of RFPs that we will be submitting and having out in the community. We've been working with the health plan and health force partners already to make sure that the community CBOs know where to find our RFPs, how to apply, how to work through the contracting process. That way it's not a scary process, which it can be, and us hand-holding them all the way through the process on how to become a contract provider as well as a Medi-Cal certified provider.
Okay. Do we have some of those RFPs that are going to be prepared to get ready to be put out?
We have them already drafted, ready to go from when you guys approve this, and then July 1, out they go.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. All right, see no one else in the queue. We'll open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board at this time? Pat Barrett. I was just looking at, I saw you, and I looked down, and I saw the public comment form.
Well, considering the fact that I didn't know they were going to talk about COVID and everything else that's on this page that I thought that I had lost earlier, I'm going to go into another direction because I'll ditto everything that they had said and the intern program. I want to say this. I went to like 13 of these meetings, and they were throughout the whole county, and it's really phenomenal on how each part of our county had different needs. When we went to Lodi, we had seniors, we had LGBTQ kids with all their special needs. When we went to Tracy and Manteca, we had kids and parent needs. We had the police department wanting money to help with the mental health section of that, to go out there to especially fund the police department, a special unit almost, just to have that so where we're not taken off of the street. Stockton, we had substance abuse. We had, it was just phenomenal on how every part of our county had different special needs. And it was interesting that we get to provide those services, you know, but I just want you to know, as representatives of different districts of your community, there are different needs. And this is the one thing that we need to reach out to, is what is the needs in our community and how do we provide them? Okay, and it's on you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go home now.
Anyone else in the public wishing to address the board at this time? And no one, bring it back to the board. And the mobile crisis team, that's you guys too, right?
Yes, sir.
And I just want to say thank you for that. I know a member of my district reached out and wanted me to tell you they had an incident with a family member, and they were just ecstatic, I guess would be a proper word, about the services that they received and how much of it made a difference that they still talk about. It was just absolutely exceptional. You know, you have law enforcement go there. You know, the law enforcement also showed up, and the mobile crisis team showed up, and it said it was just night and day.
Thank you.
So, you know, when we talked about it, and was it last year, a year before, you know, expanding the mobile crisis team, getting more folks out there, especially in South County or, you know, districts outside of Stockton. I just want to let you know, it is making a difference. And, you know, I think if you look in the last 2 years on this board and is continuing how we have prioritized mental health. I mean, you look before 2 years and what it is today, I think it's a night and day. And we talk about homelessness, right? And we can talk about homeless until, you know, the moon comes out. And it's not just a housing issue. And, you know, at one time, that's all that was talked about, housing. And I think this board has turned a corner in the last 2 years and continues to do so. That is just as, it may be an element of it, but mental health, substance abuse, the underlying causes is what we have to concentrate on. And so, you know, that brings the question to you is that, you know, we are having budget hearings coming up here on the 20th, whatever. And knowing the priorities of this board is, you know, mental health and getting people the help that they need and getting them off the streets and so on, or wellness like Supervisor Ding was talking about, is if you need something, you have to let us know, right? If we're gonna get folks off the street, make, you know, reduce recidivism and reduce some of the crime that we're seeing, it doesn't help that I'm not even going to get into too much politics today, but you guys are doing a great job. So it doesn't go unnoticed, and I was glad, you know, I looked on the agenda that you were here so I can tell you guys in person about the mobile crisis team. And one last thing is I love to see, and thanks, Pat, for, you know, all the education and stuff, going out to South County or up north, and, you know, Stockton, the central seat. Stockton has all the services, but not everybody can travel 30, 40 minutes to come to Stockton in traffic or whatever it may be, or have the transportation to get here to get the help that they need. So we absolutely need more resources in South County, you know, up north, east, west, where, you know, it's not just it can't be just Stockton centric. So, and I see that more and more and more. So thank you very much for that. And again, please let us know what you need and continue the great work that you guys that you are doing. Supervisor Canepa.
Just real quick, I mean, you guys want to mention that the behavioral health is going on the road show in the community. So while you have people listening and online, you might want to use that. And real quick, Pat, you need to get a life. Obviously, if you went to 13 of these meetings, that's way too many. But thank you for your dedication and you know, just always fighting for people that don't have a voice. So I appreciate it.
All right.
Are you okay with me highlighting the roadshow now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So our Behavioral Health Advisory Board meets the first Wednesday of every month from 5 to 7, currently in Stockton. Our Behavioral Health Advisory Board, did I say the first? It's the third Wednesday. My apologies. The third Wednesday of every month. Our advisory board voted last meeting for us to take a road show. So we will have 2 meetings in Stockton. We will have a meeting in September in Lodi. Then we'll do 2 in Stockton. Then we'll have a meeting in Tracy, 2 in Stockton, and then in Manteca. And then we also have agreed that if in the community that there is a specific city or location that wants us to hold our advisory board there, if there is a request as needed, to make sure that we're still compliant with Brown Act and all the postings, we would also be able to attend other community locations to have our advisory board present in those communities.
Excellent. Oh, that's great news. All right. Seeing no one else, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
The motion and second, vote please. Right, is adopted 5-0. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
All right. All right, now we're going to hit on some of the public hearings. 1:30 p.m. scheduled afternoon items. First one, public hearing to consider the Planning Commission recommendation to approve general plan map amendment number PA-2100168, zone reclassification number PA-2100169, and administrative use permit number PA-2100170 of Ernie Vasti, CEO of North Star Engineering. This is in District 1. Kelly, welcome back.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Chair Rickman and members of the board. I'd like to introduce Deputy Director Corinne King. She's going to be doing all three presentations this afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ms. King.
So this project is comprised of 3 applications. The first 2 applications would amend the general plan designation and zoning from low-density residential to community commercial. The third application is an administrative use permit to develop a 2-story, 12,200 square foot commercial building with leasable space for multiple uses, including offices, restaurants, farmers market, and a public safety facility. 2. Oh, sorry, 2 stories. The project site has a general plan designation and a zoning of low-density residential and is a 1.9 acres in size. To the north and south of the parcel is residential development. To the west is Henry Elementary School, along with commercial and residential uses, and to the east is agricultural and residential. The project site is located on the southeast corner of East Main Street and South Miwok Village Drive in Stockton. In 2006, the subject property was part of the zoning reclassification request to change the zoning of a 27 acres from agricultural urban reserve to low-density residential in preparation for a residential subdivision. When the major subdivision map was recorded in 2019, the 1.9 acre subject parcel was set aside for later use. The applicant has also submitted an administrative use permit to develop the parcel with a commercial building. On May 4th, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward the project to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve the general plan map amendment, zone reclassification, and administrative use permit, several findings must be made. These findings are attached to the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. This is the site plan submitted by the applicant depicting the underlying project, which is a 2-story, 12,200 square foot multi-use commercial building that includes leasable space for offices, limited service restaurant, farmers market, and public safety facility, an atrium and a parking area that includes 6 electrical vehicle recharging stations is also proposed. This picture was taken from East Main Street, looking southeast towards the corner where the subject parcel is located. This photo is taken from East Main Street, looking west. The project parcel is on the left. The intersection of East Main Street and South Miwok Village Lane is visible in the background. And it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the projects with the recommendations shown on this slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Bring it back to the board. Seeing nobody in the queue, open up for public comment. Anybody from the public wish to address the board on this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, Supervisors. I still think I'm at the Planning Commission. We'll get back to that in a quick minute. But good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. I'm here today to represent Dr. Ernest Vasti. Given the lateness of the hour and the fact that you have 2 other items pending after mine, I'm not going to make my presentation, which I prepared for this afternoon. Suffice to say, this has a staff recommendation for approval. There is a Planning Commission recommendation after a full hearing where the Planning Commission voted 5-0 to approve the project. I'm not aware of any opposition, and I would present it to the board on those brief comments, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hakem, thank you. Anybody else from the public? And none, okay, I'll bring it back, and it is once again Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you. I'd like to see the investment in the community. Wilhelmina Henry, or what schools? I can't remember. Is Wilhelmina Henry?
Henry Elementary School.
Henry. Okay. So is there any opposition there? So I mean, anything that's going here, is they're okay with? Because I mean, it's in proximity, right? Share the drive.
Through the chair, we are unaware of any opposition from the school. We did receive a letter late yesterday afternoon that we did forward to the clerk of the board. This person had also sent a letter of opposition to the Planning Commission, just basically indicating that they didn't think that the commercial activity was a good fit for the neighborhood.
So just egress is all I'm worried about because it looks just like they share that. And sometimes the traffic can get kind of crazy on there. Or has that been an issue, or has that been addressed? Or
It's all been reviewed by the Department of Public Works, and with the conditions contained in the staff report and the board letter, we feel like we've addressed all the issues.
Okay, so the outreach is done. So we don't want somebody when you start the project to say, "Oh my goodness, I wasn't noticed," or "I wasn't." All proper noticing has been done and everything's legit.
Yes, in light of this morning and our error with our 9 o'clock a.m., I can confidently say that that is not the norm for us. We do occasionally make mistakes, but we have had multiple hearings on this.
Okay.
And so multiple notices have gone out to the public, probably at least 3 times.
Okay, perfect. I look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. This project is in my district. I think it makes sense. Dr. Vassie does an amazing job for that area of town, trying to bring housing to that community, and I think he does a great job. So I recommend this project. And
the motion?
Not yet. Hold on one second on the motion, because I need to, since this is a public hearing, I didn't open up technically the public hearing. So in order to do everything by the book, I will open up the public hearing right now. And anybody from the public wishing to address the board, I know Mr. Hakem, you already have. No, I didn't do the public hearing. I only get to use my gavel sometimes, dude, so I'd like to use it. All right, seeing no one, we're going to close the public hearing. Now,
I would like to make a motion to approve this item.
Supervisor Patty, your mic wasn't on. We didn't hear you.
Chairman, I'll be seconding that motion made by Vice Chair Villapudua just a moment ago.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. With that, can we get a vote, please? Right, it is adopted 5-0. Thank you. Again, you don't have to leave. You're getting paid by the hour.
Billable hours.
All right, move on to item number 2. This is a public hearing to consider the Planning Commission recommendation to approve general plan map amendment number PA-2100-284 and zone reclassification number PA-2100-285 of Chelsea Chandler, CEO of Wong Engineers, Inc., and this is District 4. So, Ing?
Yes.
Dolly?
Okay. Sorry. So this project is to amend the general plan designation and zoning from low-density residential to rural residential of 2 parcels totaling 10.69 acres. If approved, the applicant intends to apply for a minor subdivision to create 4 residential parcels of 2 acres or greater in size. The project site has a general plan designation and zoning of low-density residential. Existing land uses include residences to the north, south, and west. Uses to the east are agricultural with scattered residences, and the project site is located at the southern terminus of North Towers Place, 165 feet south of East Joseph Lane, east of Stockton. With the current general plan designation and zoning of low-density residential, a future subdivision of the property would require public services for water, sewer, and storm drainage to meet the infrastructure requirements of the general plan. Public services are not available at this time. However, the general plan allows parcels within urbanized communities that are designated and zoned rural residential to utilize private on-site services if the parcels are 2 acres or greater in size and meet other applicable requirements. The general plan land use goals for rural residential also state that the new development in urban communities must be surrounded by existing rural residential densities, and this project meets the rural residential general plan density, which is 0.2 to 1 dwelling per acre. If the general plan amendment and zone reclassification is approved, the property owner will apply for a subdivision that would create 4 parcels, each containing a minimum of 2 acres in size, and the subdivision was reviewed in the environmental review pursuant to CEQA. On March 2nd, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the project and voted to forward it to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve a general plan map amendment and zone reclassification, several findings must be made, and these findings are attached in the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. This photo is taken from North Towers Place, looking south towards the project site. This photo was taken looking west towards North Cherryland Avenue. And it's recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the projects with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, bring it to the board for any discussion. Questions? Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. Real briefly, I know about a year ago, we looked at some workforce development housing, I think, where you could put in basically a duplex on some lots. It was going to be looked at where it might be suitable. Would that be this be an applicable utility here for this land or no?
Well, a duplex means 2 units, and so properties with RR designations can have a single-family dwelling unit as well as an accessory dwelling unit. So if they chose to connect them, they would be what we would typically consider a duplex. So I would answer yes. If you're talking about anything more than the 2, that would be more multifamily housing, and that would not be allowed in the RR zone.
So we'd look at, these are 1-acre lots.
2-acre lots.
2-acre lots.
Correct.
Okay, and that's what they're asking for. That's what they want to do, single dwelling per 2 acres.
Correct.
But just to be clear, because they may not be aware that what the county had done a year ago or so is that we had entertained and looked at how can we increase some of the housing opportunities. And so you could put a duplex on this area for services and such would be suitable?
Yes, I think the best way to answer that would be that anywhere that a single-family residence is permitted, you can now do an accessory dwelling unit in addition. There's also a third option, which is called a junior accessory dwelling unit, which is basically where you convert part of your existing house to kind of a third unit. So there are multiple ways for people to get multiple homes on their property at this point. And that had to do with us opening up some of our restrictions on our second unit dwellings.
Okay, so we've done that. We've basically, the new parameter is that if there's a single dwelling home, you could put an accessory dwelling up to a duplex.
Correct. So that would make it the duplex, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just to maybe let them know they didn't. Maybe some people may not understand that, but there's an opportunity, especially if it's a 2-acre lot.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Petty. No one? Okay, at this time we will go ahead and open up the public hearing. Anybody from the public wishing to address the board at this time? Remember, there's a 3-minute limit. Going once, going twice. All right, so there's no public comment. Nobody's coming forward, so we will close the public comment. And
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, and I'm going to give the second to Vice Chair this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Much better looking.
True.
For the record should note, in County Council, through the chair, record should note that I made the motion, but I'm being bypassed by the chairman.
I overrule him. So go ahead and with the vote.
The South has risen.
Thank you. The clerk of the board has noted that I'm down as the second.
Oh, she did, huh?
The record stands correct.
Well, we're going to have to talk to her after the meeting. We know you do. Yeah.
Yes, I voted. I thought I was second at that.
Oh, I guess Rochelle plays favorites, so okay. So I guess we'll adopt it 5-0. All right, move on. Item number 3.
It is hot as Hades in here.
It feels beautiful in here, like we're in Hawaii. Yeah. Public hearing regarding general plan map amendment number PA-2200090 and administrative use permit number PA-2100295 of River Made Land Company, CEO Mike Smith Engineering. Again, this is District 4.
Thank you.
I don't think we have to introduce you this time.
I think so.
Okay, so this project is comprised of 2 applications. The first application is to amend the general plan designation of a 17.3-acre parcel from truck terminals to general agriculture for consistency with the existing AG40 zoning. The second application is an administrative use permit to establish a new, standalone, 2-story, 96,959 square foot agricultural processing facility. The project also includes 192 overflow parking spaces for seasonal employees. The project site has a general plan designation of truck terminals and a zoning of general agriculture with a 40-acre minimum. The project site is outlined in red, and existing uses include the city of Lodi and industrial development to the west, agricultural parcels with scattered residences to the north, south, and east. The project site is located on the north side of East Pine Street at the northern terminus of North Curry Avenue, 2,580 feet east of North Guild Avenue, east of Lodi. The parcel's general plan designation was changed from general agriculture to truck terminals as a landowner request during the 2016 general plan update. The designation of truck terminals does not permit the proposed agricultural processing facility, so the general plan designation must be changed. An administrative use permit was submitted for the 96,959 square foot agricultural processing building. It will include agricultural processing, packing, storage, and distribution on the first floor with an overhang, and the second floor will include additional storage area. The project also includes 192 overflow parking spaces for seasonal employees. On April 6, 2023, the Planning Commission considered the projects and voted to forward the projects to the Board of Supervisors for approval, including the condition of approval restricting access to the site as attachment F to the board letter. An incorrect version was included with the resolution. In order to approve the general plan map amendment and the administrative use permit, several findings must be made. These findings are attached to the board letter and can be made in the affirmative. So this is the site plan submitted by the applicant depicting the proposed project. The agricultural processing facility is located in the northwest corner of the parcel with seasonal parking to the south. The proposed storm pond is located southeast of the proposed agricultural processing facility, and the existing wastewater discharge area that will be served both this facility and the adjacent facility to the west is located on the east portion of the project site. This photo was taken from the northwest corner of the project site, looking southeast. And it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the projects with the recommendations shown on the slide and included in the board letter, including the corrected conditions of approval that are attachment F to the board letter. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, board, don't see anybody in the queue. So at this time, we will open up for the public hearing. So it is now open. Amber, everybody, you have 3 minutes. If you could just please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair and board members. Appreciate you being here this afternoon and listening to this wonderful presentation by staff. I'm Diane Kinderman with the law firm of Abbott and Kinderman. I represent the applicant and Rivermaid Land Company in this matter. Once again, I'd like to thank staff for working with us on this project application through the process here. Thank you for being here this afternoon. We've submitted a letter of support that outlines how this project is appropriate for the appropriate use in this area, and the general plan designation is appropriate for the designation that we're seeking the site be amended to. It's also consistent with the zoning, and all of the findings that need to be made for an administrative use permit can be made. And finally, the CEQA document demonstrates there are no significant impacts as a result of the project. And so with that, we'd like to submit that. Thank you again, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you.
Chairman?
I'm trying to think of your name. Supervisor Patty, go ahead.
You can just refer me as favored supervisor or most investigated. Quick question for you. We're looking at seasonal seasonal workers.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, curious, is there ever a thought to utilize on that land, put up some temporary or small houses or something?
And let me defer to my clients on that question.
We always have such a shortage for seasonal workers as they come through.
Yeah, Mike Smith Engineering, and actually we're pretty much taking what's left of the site. There's 8 acres that they have to keep for wastewater disposal through their discharge permit with the regional water. So there's really not room for housing there.
Okay, I was just curious if, as we've opened up possibilities, and we've got an amazing community development department director and staff that's just willing to listen and look at how we can do things different that accentuates opportunities and fulfills some of the needs. So, all right, that's all. It was just a quick question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Ding, do you have a question for the councilor, or can you wait? All right. What about Supervisor Canepa? Did
Yes,
you have
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So on page 3 of the pictures, the one map on the left is purple. So is that the drainage area? So you could see the cutout, on the one photo, and then the purple in the area.
That is industrial. So that's the current general plan designation is industrial, and they want to change it back to agricultural. That's why it goes from purple to green. The purple is industrial and the green is agricultural.
Okay, so you're changing those two whole squares, and they own the slice that's going into the other purple square? So where's the water drainage thing? I'm lost.
The water drainage is on the east side of their parcel altogether. If you look in the aerial, you can kind of see that picture right below it. It's about the west side of it looks like it's, dirt, and the right side, the east side, looks very green. It's the waste pond area.
Okay.
And that's going to be for their facility and the facility to the west.
Okay, so the property next to the parking lot, what is that designated? I'm lost.
So they own the large rectangle on the top and that small rectangle going down. That is one legal lot now. They did a lot line adjustment.
Okay.
The parcel just to the west of that in the green is Allstate Packing, which Allstate Packing and correct me if I'm wrong, Allstate Packing and Rivermaid are going to be using the east side of the Rivermaid parcel for their wastewater.
Okay, and then the property to the other side of the parking, that's not?
If I can.
You see where I'm going?
Right, yeah, so
Okay.
just to give you a little bit of history, Supervisor Canepa, those two sites were requested to change to truck terminals when the general plan was approved in 2016. That's a different property owner. So we're not doing anything to that purple parcel that's south of the outlined red.
Oh, okay.
That will stay truck terminal until that property owner decides that they want to either change the zoning to match truck terminals and do a project there, or it will just remain in agriculture for now. But in order to develop that area, they would have to change the zoning to truck terminal and propose a project.
Okay, so we're
that's
just
not
talking
part of it.
about the zoning for the red area.
Yep, that's
Okay.
that's the only area we're looking at. Correct.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you again.
Anybody else from the public wish to address the board on this item? All right, seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion. And Supervisor Ding.
Yeah, staff, you did an amazing job on this. This was kind of my learning scenario of how things worked and it was the only conversation we had earlier on that wasn't about floods. So it is it's an amazing facility. If you ever get online and you order something from Sherry's Berries or 50 other different companies, they actually have all the gift material is inside this plant. The orders come in through there, it's packed and shipped out. So an amazing facility. Amazing job. I want to say thank you. The one thing, if anybody's listening, that I learned from this whole process is some of your investors or different people might think they're helping you by calling the county to ask where they're at, and words mean things, and when you say different things come out of your mouth, it can confuse the whole thing. So the only thing I got to tell everybody is, unless Smith calls on the phone, the rest of you stay the heck off the phone. So anyway, thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. All right, don't see anybody else in the queue, so I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I'll move to second Supervisor District 3's motion to approve my project.
Time is money.
There we go. Hey, we're a team here. There's no I in team. All right, so, okay, let's have a vote.
That was funny.
Oh. Now I got to carry his water.
All right, it is adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying. Everybody, thanks for being patient. I appreciate it. All right, well, that is all the items.
The audience out here, Chairman, were they all paid to stay or something?
I think they are. I mean, they're fillers, right? Kind of like the Emmys or the Academy Awards.
Central casting.
Central casting. All right, so that brings us to our last item of the day, Board of Supervisor comments and committee reports. It's no surprise, it's Supervisor Canepa. Go ahead, it's your turn.
Oh, God.
I'll be brief. I'll be brief.
What kind of?
I'll be brief.
Let's identify which shoes you're wearing each day of the week as you go through this, please.
Yeah, so the Goodwill Industries had their grand opening. It was pretty amazing going to the warehouse and seeing that. So that was great. The Lindley House lunch, I went. The port had a how to increase exports luncheon. The state of the city also was able to go to that. There was a graduation for Gospel Center at Quail Lakes Church. The Flavor Fest was on. We also did the cost of homelessness at St. Mary's. There was also the Gospel Center. They had a solar rollout, and they're going to be doing a new men's facility there. I'm happy to go there and support that. There was the Chamber Awards luncheon at the Hilton, and a lot of people that deserve to be obviously awarded were. One other thing, I got to go to the Catfish Derby out at Oak Grove, and I got to announce the winners, which was pretty cool. And then also Stockton Collegiate, I am a board member, and I was able to give out diplomas to 46 children there. And I look forward to also helping Patricia Barrett at the Western Farm Workers Association has an event coming up, so they're asking for help and bridging the gap between farmers and farm workers, because obviously they both have the same thing of interest. So that was short and brief. Is that close enough for you, time-wise? Thank you.
That was good. Thank you. Supervisor Ding.
Well, while Supervisor Canepa was attending all the festivals and the lunches and dinners with all the dignitaries, I'm just going to say one thing, and I said it earlier. I spent pretty much the better part of a weekend in the emergency at the General Hospital, and it was really something else to see. I saw a doctor running around that scared the living bejesus out of me until she sat down on the bed with this just patient and talked her down. I mean, it was the best bedside manner while other people are bleeding out and their eyes are popping out and prisoners are running on. I mean, she understood who her patient was. So more law enforcement presence in that hospital than I've ever seen at a crime scene before. I mean, it gave me a different perspective, and I'm looking forward to learning more. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Ding. And we will go to Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of brief things to share. It was great to be at the ribbon cutting for Gospel Rescue Center. They just stay in motion. The Stockton Chamber, as Supervisor Campen noted, all of us were able to be there and enjoy. One thing I can tell you is that the audience noted that the 5 supervisors together, they saw the great energy, the collegial attitude amongst us, and they just said, what an amazing turnabout in this county that to have 5 supervisors all working well together and not have the acrimony that was here. So compliments to us from many people that were at that luncheon. Also, I'd like to say myself and Supervisor Ding, his office, were working on career education opportunities. And I had an opportunity to tour the Manteca Education Training Center. They're partnered with Delta College, as well as a project that's up in Lodi that does medical health services training for career opportunities. And we're going to be continuing this. In fact, I came up with an acronym and flowed out to this our next meeting, but CTEC, Career Training Education Centers, where myself and Supervisor Ding are going to bring back to the board perhaps some type of collaborative effort that we can take a role in supporting County Office of Ed, as well as through probation and WorkNet and such. So these are a lot of moving, a lot of energy is in this. Bob Gutierrez as well is working on this on behalf of the Business Council. So there's a lot of things happening. We want to bring it together so there's a lot of unity, and there's a tremendous amount of money out there that's being missed on. And lastly, I would say I know that myself and Supervisor Villapudua were able to attend our tax collector, Fonse Yoakum. His mother had passed, so Mrs. Yoakum. And I love that you go to services and they show videos and you can see the love she had for her family, her grandchildren, and her children as they grew, and some very nice words were spoken on her behalf. But you can see she was a strong woman, a very loving, caring, family-central woman that gave to her community. Based on the turnout, you saw the love and respect they had for her, and you could see through her eyes and her smile how much joy she had in her family. So in remembrance to Mrs. Yoakum, I wanted to mention her name and close out my comments with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Petty. Vice Chair.
Yes, sir. We did attend a lot of events. Supervisor Campbell mentioned and Supervisor Petty mentioned. Did a lot of great events, and it was nice to sit down with all our fellow supervisors, and we all got along great. And trying to think what else. Supervisor Campbell and I sit on health plan of San Joaquin, and we appointed a new director. Her name is Lizette Granados. She's going to do an excellent job for the county. And I was happy to see that we got to help so many nonprofits today. I really wish we could have granted one more fund, though. I wanted to get Chairman Rickman a new hairpiece. Somehow, next year we can get some more money to take care of that. That'd be wonderful. And no, great day. Thanks, guys.
Man.
Chairman, before you give your statement.
Hit me right on the way out.
Chairman, just real briefly, before you give your statement, let the record note, unless you go 46 minutes, I went on the under today that the meeting would be over before 4:30, and Miguel's going to owe me, and I believe all the supervisors, lunch if you keep your closing comments under 46 minutes. Thank you.
I got a lot to say. No, yeah, it depends where are we going. But no, after his hair comment, I'll be making this quick. Couple of things. First of all, congratulations to the board and our staff and everybody. I mean, we had a huge agenda today, probably one of the largest that I've seen since I've been here. And, we were able to finish it by 4, so being efficient and getting our work done, even though we joke around and stuff up here. Hey, we're doing a great job, so thank you, everyone. This weekend, I joined the Tracy community and our district attorney, Ron Freitas, at the 5th annual Tracy Police Activities League Donut Dash 5K Run and Walk. Great turnout, and kudos to our DA, Mr. Freitas, who donated $25,000 to both the Tracy Pell and DARE program. So that's a total of $50,000. And it just goes to show you that San Joaquin County is committed to working with with the city of Tracy and all cities to make our community better. And, kudos to Dan Pasquale, who's a sergeant over there, I believe now, who organizing this event. It's a great event. Memorial Day events that took place throughout our county. I know I attended the Tracy one memorial event, and my chief of staff, Mr. Tyrell, was in Ripon, and it's unfortunate there's only 2 of us. We can't attend them all. But one thing about this county is that we're, very pro-veteran, and we take care of our veterans, and that's should make us all proud for being in this county. So I just love it. I love it every year, and thank you to all the veterans and their families for your courage and sacrifice, and God bless you all. There's a couple more things, but we'll leave it at that. One more quick thing. What people see of the board, usually, they'll see us at ribbon cuttings and so on. And, of course, what we're doing here today during our board meetings. But there is a lot that we do in our offices outside of the public eye that people really don't see, and that has to do a lot with meetings and meeting with our representatives, being state or federal. The reason I say that is, I know, for example, I should say, last week I've been on the phone writing letters to our Assembly Member Villapudua and our Assembly Member Flora. I know I spoke to Villapudua personally and his staff in regards to the governor's infrastructure budget trailer bill that we are opposing. One of the issues with that infrastructure budget trailer bill was the opposition to the controversial Delta Conveyance Project, or everybody refers to it as the tunnel. And I know I talked to our Assembly Member Villapudua this morning, who was going to be in meetings and hearings today, fighting against that on our behalf. So even though you don't see us out here talking about it, we're in the back rooms, talking to our legislator and fighting for the residents of San Joaquin County. I know you sit on SAJEF because I saw your signature, and you wrote a letter also opposing that. So we're hard at work, and this tunnel that the governor and some of his colleagues are trying to push through, we are adamantly fighting against that with our legislators, and it's something that we will continue to do so. So thank you for all of this board for joining in on that fight. And I think it's a no-brainer on that, of course, that it's just you think of some of the things that the state does, and it just makes you bang your head against the wall how ridiculous it is. And if they want to fight, by all means, we'll fight. So with that being said, thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of the week. We'll see you here on June 20th of this year at 9 a.m. for the commencement of the 2023-2024 county and special district final budget hearings. That said, we are adjourned.
Lunchtime.
you.